have to walk down there. Are you good for walking? We have a great chat. We could do it a tech talk. So yeah. And I think when you see they have very modern production skills, they have potential.
Yeah. No. What do you need for gas? Well, actually, the best thing I will get for driving, like, because of
I'm just really Richard Holmes and his colleague did great work on it.
I always thought I realized I couldn't read. I couldn't read. I was in the website. Oh, I can't read.
Sir, what are you So when is it open down for 2 weeks? We can work on so what's your email? Is it president or the Great, so I'll send you an email and then if you come back with something else. Brilliant.
No.
Don't ask me to fix the TV remote control. Well, I get president of ATU.ie and there is a LinkedIn code you can generate as well, which is really handy as well.
Welcome all to this conference today. I think it's hugely exciting and hugely important, and it's great to bring together both clinicians and academics and patient representatives to think about how do we develop and innovate in medicine. And there's a particular interest, I know, theme running through today in digital medicine, which is really interesting. How are we going to integrate that and make it effective? And then also, how do we facilitate patients really being involved? And because their involvement is going to transform care, because without buy-in and without involvement, these great ideas just don't work. So I'm really looking forward to hearing ideas and thoughts. I've already enjoyed looking at some of the posters, and we'll enjoy looking at them more in the break. So I'm looking forward to learning with you today. We have the opening of the conference, and the opening of the conference needs really no introduction. She's the president of the ATU, Dr. Orla Flynn, and without further ado, I will let her do the introduction. Thank you.
Garamagat agus mar dúirt anna is Misha Orla ní lein Uachtarán in Oscail Technoíocht an Atlantic agus is mór an pleasúr dom an madanálinn seo fáilte críúil a chur ribh chach. A very warm welcome to ATU, to our Sligo campus on this lovely morning, and delighted to welcome you to this inaugural National Health Conference. And the theme of today's conference is on evidence-based approaches for innovation in person-centred care models in Ireland. And actually there's a huge amount to unpack in that title, and I think the lineup of speakers today will help us look at every aspect of that theme, evidence-based approaches. That's what we really should be about. We're a university, so evidence is hugely important. Person-centred care models. So we hear a lot about patient-led care and person-centred, and I'll talk a little bit about ATU and our remit in a moment, but serving the communities in the region of the northern and western region of Ireland is really what we're about. And the people who are at the heart of that community are the people that we serve. So having a person-centred care model is something that we should be very much supportive of and I suppose deeply engaged with. But the key word in here, which we're going to hear a lot about, I think, from our keynote speaker, is around innovation. Research and innovation happens in higher education settings. I know it happens in ATU. It happens from the northernmost campus in Letterkenny down to Killybegs, here to Sligo, and we look forward to welcoming our colleagues in St. Angela's. We've signed our legal agreement. I believe that tomorrow evening Minister Harris is going to be concluding some of the statutory requirements to designate St. Angela's College as part of ATU, and we welcome our colleagues and everyone from St. Angela's. To the heart of Connemara, where we have a campus in Letterfrack, East Galway, where we have our Agricultural College in Montbellew, and 2 campuses in Galway City. So we serve a region that's about the size of Wales, and we have a footprint in many communities right across a region that is largely deprived as a region. That might sound odd. There was a headline, I think, in one of the papers yesterday about the largest number of McMansions in Ireland, houses with 5 bedrooms or more. Donegal and Galway apparently led the charge. But those statistics are a little bit misleading, because when you look at the overall statistics, we're a region in transition and we're a lagging region. And what that means is that we are performing lower than the European average, considerably lower than Ireland's performance across a number of indicators. And we can talk about infrastructure, and those of us who do a lot of travel around the region know that, you know, there ain't no railroads and there's very few decent roads either. And I learned that last Friday when I was driving from Derry down to Galway, and I'm not sure if it took how many hours, but I accept the Donegal rally was largely unanticipated. But if we look at the statistics in the region, the national average in Ireland for people who have no education or at most primary school education, and the national average for Ireland is 13%. And in Donegal, it's 22%. So that's, you know, over 50% more in Donegal, and closely followed by many of the border counties, you know, Monaghan, Longford. And in fact, every area of the northern western region is above the Irish average for having its percentage population with at most primary school education, with the exception, I think, of Galway City. And, you know, we've a considerable border with Northern Ireland, and we heard the news today on the, you know, that our government is investing in Magee, Ulster University's campus in Magee, but in Northern Ireland's average is well over 20%, which is, you know, even higher than Donegal's average of people who have at most primary school education. The average for the Derry-Strabane district is a whopping 28%. So we have work to do. And we have work to do in engaging with the education and training boards and the further education providers in supporting that, and in working with all the stakeholders around the region to drive better quality of life for the people of our region. Last Friday, I forget the dates now, but it could have been last Friday week, it could have been last Friday fortnight. We met with the HSE, the Community Health District of Cavan, Donegal, Monaghan, Sligo, Leitrim, and we met a whole team there here in the Clayton and Sligo, and we brought together a team from across ATU to meet them and to hear about their needs and how best we can engage with them. And we heard about placements, and we heard about innovation, and we heard about collaborative research. And they presented some shocking statistics in their maps as how they saw the region that they served, which overlaps reasonably well with ours. And again, the levels of poverty and deep deprivation, right across that region, there were only tiny pockets of significant prosperity. Most of the region was only just about average or below average. So, as I said, we have work to do. We can't achieve it on our own. We can only achieve it in partnership and in collaboration with the range of stakeholders that are there. But we have taken action. So we have been in receipt of Technological University transformational funding. It's coming to an end in August of this year. Nevertheless, I believe we have spent it well. And one of the initiatives that we have used that money for was to establish postgraduate researcher training programs. And we put criteria on those that meant that those proposals for training programs were about doctoral training, and they were about bringing together our community of researchers from across ATU. So that team of researchers and supervisors had to comprise researchers from Donegal, from Sligo, and from Galway Mayo, and had to involve external organisations. We have funded 2 of those, even though we had 8 in the pipeline. And 2 of those, one of them was in Oscar, which is in supply chain and logistics. And they had their summer school, or they had an event last week, and I believe there were something like 32 or 33 industries represented in the room, which was phenomenal. And I was delighted to come in yesterday and see the posters of the MOCUS group, the modelling and modelling and computation for health and society, and to see all those posters outside as we came in yesterday morning. And my thanks to Rochelle and all the team. I know Rochelle is involved in one of the principal investigators in that consortium, but again, we have colleagues from right across ATU, and they bring expertise that is needed. So when we talk about working with our community, we have social care, we have nursing, we have people who are expert in data analytics and managing data. We have people who have expertise in health and clinical care. So delighted on the back of all of that to see a conference like this bringing together the wide range of expertise that we have across ATU. Many people think that in Galway, just because we have, it's the medtech capital of Ireland, and that means that we have multinationals, we have startups, we have SMEs, we have a strong ecosystem involving both higher education institutions. Closer collaborations with Ulster na Gaillimhe and closer collaborations with Ulster University are going to be really important to us for that. So I'd like to see George here as well from our innovation hub in Galway, where we do an awful lot of work with startups in that medtech space, and those are relationships that we will need to build on. Delighted, I'm not sure, Anna, if you're going to introduce the next speaker, but I was delighted to meet Martin. We were due to meet maybe a couple of years ago. Life intervened, and you've probably followed Martin's trajectory, perhaps in the public eye, quite very much in the public eye, but in 5 minutes of conversation with Martin, We are absolutely going to change the world, and we're going to start with this region. So a treat is in store for you all, and I wish you well for the day. I've got to leave at 5 to 10 because we've academic council, but I'm really looking forward to at least the first piece. So, Gurmagriv, over to you, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Flynn. That was fascinating, and a real call to arms, and a real sort of push for what we should be doing and thinking and striving for, both within healthcare. But I mean, healthcare is supported by that wider framework that you talk about, so that poverty education piece really needs to be included in all we look at. And when I think about that, that's a challenge to me myself in my daily practice. As you say, we're moving to Professor Martin Curley, who's going to come and talk to us. He's going to change the world, so I almost need to say nothing more, but we will say more. He started with a Bachelor's of Electronic Engineering and a Master's in Business Study in Dublin, and subsequently got a PhD in Information Systems in Maynooth. But that was the only a small part of a huge kind of CV. He has been, he's currently Professor of Innovation in Maynooth University and a visiting professor in Bath. He was formerly the Director of Digital Transformation and Innovation at the HSE, and he has held many prestigious posts throughout the world in global digital practice at MasterCard, in Intel Corporation and Intel Labs Europe. In the Intel Labs Europe, he was leading Intel's research and innovation engagement with European Commission and the European Union research ecosystem. So this is a man with a huge amount of experience from whom I'm looking forward to learning. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, everybody, and President and Conrad. Thank you for the invitation. It's fantastic. How's everybody doing? Good. Yeah, I think we're going to have a great day. Really looking forward to spending some time looking at the posters. I've just had a chance to have a quick glance. They all look really interesting. Dr. Flynn's very impressive, isn't she? I think you're in good hands. Change and organization, sort of, metamorphosis comes from great leaders, and we had a fantastic conversation. So I'm hopefully going to be back in July, and I think there's a lot of good things. But we've already been doing work when I was in the HSE with Richard Holmes and his colleagues, some fantastic education work. So I want to, this is a master class in 3 hours and 45 minutes, isn't that right, Conrad? No, about 40 minutes. I want to start with Lincoln. 150 years ago, he said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion." So today, we're talking about evidence-based approaches for innovation and person-centered care models in Ireland. And I would paraphrase that, moving towards self-care and shared care. I'm going to talk to you about 5 Copernican shifts, and one of them is moving from doctor knows best to patient knows best. And like I said, we're going to choose to go to the moon. So I'm going to present, this conference is about evidence at how badly our healthcare system is failing our patients, failing our clinicians, and the organs of the state actually either don't want to do it or aren't up to it. And it's up to us as a community to fix that. Now, they will come with us when we start to make progress, but right now they're stuck, and we need to do something different. So I spent many years at Intel as an engineer. I was a global VP, ran innovation. Every meeting started with an agenda. What I want to share with you is actually quite complex. I have a lot of content, so I thought, let's just lay out. What are we going to talk about this morning? So we're going to have a quick introduction. I'm going to talk about a global crisis in healthcare. I'm going to share with you the Manhattan Manifesto. We're actually going to diagnose how sick is Ireland's healthcare system. I'll talk to you about Open Innovation 2.0, which is centered on patient involvement and creating evidence and iterating and bringing solutions that make a difference to patients. I'll give you some evidence of the digital solutions that we had deployed and already deployed. How might we quantify the benefits? Adoption, Michael Schrages at MIT said, innovation isn't innovators innovating, it's customers adopting. So it's all about adoption. The hard part about invention and innovation isn't having the idea. The hard part is about the adoption. What about the resistance? How might we get around that? I'll talk to you about venturing. And then lastly, change and hope. So I was privileged a week or so ago to run an event at the Royal Irish Academy. We had Dr. Jerome Adams, who was a Vice Admiral in the US Navy, but he was also the 20th Surgeon General. And we had Dr. Adams, we also had Breda Smith, a good lady from the West, from Galway, speak. But a key fact is Ireland, where does Ireland, sit in accessibility in Europe, accessibility to healthcare? Would anybody guess? Of 35 countries that are tracked. And acknowledging that healthcare in Ireland is rated as good, if you get into this, well, where are we ranked? Would anybody guess? Well, we're last. So Dr. Adams has moved, he's now Director of Health Equity at Purdue University. He's a presidential fellow, and he's committed to work with us in Ireland to improve the situation. We brought a lot of good people into the Royal Irish Academy. We had Colin Doherty, who is now the head of the Trinity Medical School. And this is important because Colin is a leading epilepsy consultant in St. James, and we worked with him to build an epilepsy system in new EPR in 6 weeks. And when I asked, I use 10x a lot, I asked him, Colin, is this solution 10x better than what you already have? He said, no. I was disappointed. He said, it's 100x better. But the response from the HSE is stop the project. We don't do development in the HSE. So he's going to be a massive ally. Michael Harty, Charlie Larkin actually lives in Sligo. You should welcome her for a guest lecture. He's at Bath. He's a New Yorker, great on policy. Michael Harty was a Clare GP. He was the head of the Oireachtas Health Committee. And then Pat Carey is the new president of the Royal Irish Academy, and he's committed to help us. We ran a summer school in Maynooth last week. We had people from all over the world. It's an absolutely fabulous campus. Let me just go back there. But we had people from all over the world committed to a new agenda driving the digital transition of healthcare. And we introduced 5 new technologies we think that can change the world. And actually Irish entrepreneurs and innovators are behind 3 of them. Respirasense technology from Cork, which I'm going to talk about. Antoinette Doherty is the lady in blue. She's an ANP, an advanced nurse practitioner in Donegal, and has driven a remarkable product. I was telling Dr. Flynn, we've been trialing this technology with 10 very sick patients in Donegal with severe COPD. They're hospitalized on average once a month for between 12 and 14 days. Costs about 12 or 14 grand for each of the stays. But using this technology, we haven't had a single hospitalization in 6 months. The patients want to stay at home. This is a technology that can really change the world. And Karen Kelly is a nurse. She's been working in Mullingar, but she experienced the difficulty that I experienced in the HSE, and she had to leave, and she went straight from Mullingar to Basra. She's been in the Democratic Republic of Congo. She's just back from remote part of India, and she's been using digital ultrasound technology and adapting respiratory technology to keep heart failure patients out of hospital. So the average readmission rate for a heart failure patient is about 30%. And she took a respiratory technology, which I'll share with you, and adapted it on her own for heart failure. She didn't have a single respiratory or a single heart failure admission in over a year with 150 patients. Remarkable. So globally, we have a healthcare crisis. For 300,000 years, the average life expectancy of man or woman was about 29.7 years. And then something remarkable happened 200 years ago. Our life expectancy started to improve, and it's now way more than double what it was 200 years ago. And public health was the first thing that helped, and then clinical care. But what has got us to where we are now is actually breaking down. I love this quote from the New York Times. Doctors aren't burned out from overwork. We're demoralized by our health system. And here's a couple of other quotes. It's not just the NHS, Europe's healthcare crisis. There's issues with French GPs, there's issues with Spanish GPs. This is another great article, The Coming Collapse of the US Healthcare System. Healthcare costs have quadrupled in the last 20 years, while wages have gone up just 16% and GDP has gone up sort of 100%. We've also a demographic time bomb. In 2018, we passed a point where more people over 65 than under 5. We all know hospitals are averaging 100% turnover. So one of our speakers at our summer school, he's the CEO of a Dublin hospital. He said he doesn't have a single Indigenous Irish nurse working in his hospital. Now, it's good to have foreign nurses, they bring expertise. But why is it our hospitals are so unattractive that people who are trained in Ireland won't work there? So we have a big issue. So the title of my talk was A New Doctrine. So what's the difference between dogma? Well, dogma is what Paul Reid and the other HSE leaders have been teaching. A principle or a set of principles laid down by the authority is incontrovertibly true. Doctrine is something else. It's a statement principle of government or military policy. And Truman was, the American president that really, took on the idea of doctrine and new foreign policy for the U.S. in the 40s after the war. I have a book here called Network-Centric Warfare, and it's an example of a doctrine. But actually, one of the things I'm doing is I'm taking this book and applying it to network-centric healthcare. So I've got to know one of the authors, John Garsko, over more than a decade. Turns out the principles of network-centric warfare are really applicable to network-centric healthcare. What you want to have is information superiority over the disease or the condition. You want to have shared situational awareness, and you want to have self-synchronization. Peter Drucker, giant of a man. I've had the pleasure of giving the cocktail speech in Vienna every year. A friend of mine, Richard Straub, runs the Global Drucker Forum. It's now the preeminent business or management forum in the world. But Peter Drucker said in '94 about a theory of the business. Every organization, whether a business or not, needs a theory of the business. And that a valid theory that is clear, consistent, and focused is extraordinarily powerful. I don't think we have a theory of the business in healthcare. We have lost our way. Michael Porter, the Harvard business professor, he says too many people get paid more to do the wrong thing in healthcare. So we need to completely change the business model. So the theory of the business that I'm putting forward to you is a new one. It's called Stay Left, Shift Left, 10X. So Richard will know this. It's imprinted in your brain, isn't it, Richard? So healthcare is extraordinarily complex. How can we make it really simple? But if everybody's going into one direction, if you're working on something, you're either staying left, shifting left, and doing 10X, then we'll be able to compound and complement. So stay left's about keeping well people well. That should be our starting point. Or if you have a chronic condition or need rehab, we can do that best of all from home. And during the pandemic, Salasso, physio in Kerry, started up this company, and Our Lady of Lourdes, physios were, conducting real-time sessions with 20 patients that needed cardiac rehab in real time. And one of the shifts I'll talk about from serial to parallel. So we know we can do chronic disease management at home. We know we can do rehab and so on. Shift left's about getting patients as quickly as possible from an acute to a community to a home setting. And then the idea of 10X is every time we apply digital technology to healthcare, which is very information intensive, you get 10X returns, 10X better, 10X cheaper, 10X faster. So for the last 2 years, I've been chairing the UN Digital Health Symposium, and some of you might know the Solvay conference. I'm hoping to invite Dr. Flynn out to New York in September to talk about some of the things we might be able to accomplish. But in 1911, the Solvay Corporation brought Einstein, they brought Bohr, Heisenberg, Marie Curie, all the top scientists into Brussels, into the Metropole Hotel. I've stayed there a couple of times. It's a lovely hotel, but it's a casualty of COVID. And they worked on the great scientific problems of the day. And what we've done for the last 2 years is bring 50 similar leaders. Now, none of us would pretend to be at the level of Einstein or any of those guys. And we've been working on a new manifesto, a new solution for fixing healthcare. We call that Stay Left, Shift Left, 10X. And at Mobile World Congress this year, we launched a Manhattan Manifesto. And it's about championing a new era of change, collaboration, and cooperation. Let me briefly introduce the Manhattan Manifesto. So it's about moving from illness to wellness. and it's very much around people at the center. And this conference is very much around people and patient centricity. In fact, we almost need to eradicate the word patient from our vocabulary. It's about people, and it's about keeping people very well, but it's about moving from activities to outcomes. It's about moving from institutions and fragmented systems to integrated systems, from treatment to prevention, from passive recipients to active participants, and very much moving from hospital to home. And the key raw material for that is digital technology. So when we talk about digital transformation, it's coordinated digital change effort at scale. There's a great definition. There's lots of definitions floating around, but I love this one from Weil. So digital transformation is a process that aims to improve an entity by triggering significant changes to its properties through combinations of information, computing, comms, and connectivity technologies. And we'll come back to that. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Thomas Kuhn wrote a fabulous book a couple of decades ago. You get periods of normal science, the model drifts, and then you get a model crisis. And I would argue healthcare is now in this model crisis. What got us to where we are now is breaking down. So this is going to drive a revolution. We're going to have a paradigm change, and the stuff that we're talking about will become normal. So there are 5 Copernican shifts. So Copernicus was the guy, along with Galileo, said, hey, the earth revolves around the sun. And he and Galileo and others were persecuted for saying that, but he was proven right. So we're going to first move from illness to wellness. Our healthcare systems are designed around the rule of rescue. We design healthcare to happen in the most expensive environments at the last possible moment with the lowest probability of success. Even if we just change that paradigm, we go a long way. We want to move from doctor knows best to patient knows best. Ultimately, the patient is responsible. My parents came from a generation where the doctor always knew best, and you just did what the doctor told you. I know in my own healthcare, if I did what the doctor told me, sometimes it's the right thing, other times it was absolutely the wrong thing to do. We want to move from hospital to home. We have a huge crisis. We have the highest acute occupancy in Europe. But we've got lots of homes, and we now have technology where we can give better vital signs in the home than we have in the hospital. We're going to move from serial to parallel. Right now, it's one doctor, one nurse, one patient. A nurse, a doctor can monitor 100, 500 patients using AI. There are now several US companies. Murray Budinsky is the CTO or CEO of one of them, and 80% of their care is delivered through automated AI care, and the doctors and nurses only get involved in 20 of the cases. And lastly, from episodic to continuous care. John Shaw is a friend of mine. He's also the general manager of Carelon Global Solutions in Limerick. They've hired 200 AI people in a year in Limerick, which is some feat. But he talks about people look back in 2023 and say, what were we thinking when we know an awful lot more about our cars than we do about ourselves as human beings? And there's only 6 vital signs. Car, there could be 50, 100 things you're monitoring. So a key insight is that healthcare spend contributes 10% of health outcomes. What's much more important is simple stuff like nutrition and movement and exercise. Our genes and our genome contribute 30%. Social circumstances are really important, 15%, and healthcare is just 10%, and then environmental exposures. And yet we're putting all the money into this area of lowest return. If you were a financial manager managing a portfolio and you're putting 97% of your spend into the worst performing portfolio, you wouldn't last long. So we're putting 97% of spending across Europe and in Ireland into illness, just 3% into prevention. And until recently, Ireland was actually even lower than the 3%. So we need to shift that funding. Hospital at home, this is a device from a Scottish company called Wear. And this gives you better vital signs in the home than you have in a modern day hospital. Most of the Irish hospitals don't have automated vital signs. When I was at Intel, I started in Phoenix, and we put technology into leak slip 30 years ago, 3 decades ago. That's still far in advance of the technology we have in our hospitals. So there's a new way of innovating, And I had the privilege of chairing the EU advisory group for 7 years, and I wrote a book with a colleague, Bror Solomon, from the Commission called Open Innovation 2.0. What we talked about is there's a new primordial soup where if everybody innovates together, and that's patients, doctors, large companies, small companies, universities, policymakers, we can drive changes far beyond the scope of what we can do on our own. And one of the key instruments that we describe in this book is Living Labs, and this was introduced by the Finnish presidency about 2 decades ago. But what are Living Labs? Well, it's a place where we have multiple stakeholders come together. We have the quadruple helix, we have patients, we have academia, we have government, and we have industry. And this is an accelerated evolutionary and revolutionary apparatus to bring change and benefits to doctors, nurses, and patients. And it's a low-risk way of introducing revolutionary change, person-centered, crawl, walk, run. And there's a recognized process where you initiate, you plan, you have co-creative design with patients and doctors and nurses working together. You implement, you evaluate, you iterate, and then you diffuse. And the beauty of this is, you know, at any point you can stop. This is like taking a financial option. So with a financial option, you put a small amount of money down. If the option proves valuable, you strike that and you get the return. If it doesn't, you let it expire. So we systematically increase the effort, and then ultimately we get very high returns. And the average success rates of innovation are about 7 or 8%, maybe 6 or 7, based on Dublin's research. Digital transformation, the average success rate's about 30%. But using the Living Lab approach, we are seeing north of 80% success rate. So when I was in the HSE, we built a network of Living Labs across the country. Probably 2 of the best performing Living Labs were in Letterkenny. Some amazing work happening with Dr. Michael Sugrue in emergency surgery, Professor Vera Keatings, amazing work on respiratory. Fortunately, when I was in the HSE, I got an explicit direction to stop this work. We have now moved this into the university environment, and I'll tell you why, and that's what the academic literature says. These kind of ecosystems are best orchestrated from a university. And we have a whole process. So in the HSE, we had as good an innovation management system as Intel had or Google. But some of the people that were overseeing this couldn't even spell innovation, never mind understand what it was. But let's get into some data. So this is US life expectancy. Over the last sort of decade or two, or a century or two, it's gone up. It's now started to go down. And the US is the best example of how much you spend on healthcare does not directly turn into better healthcare. So what are the symptoms of the Irish healthcare system? Well, I think there's a general malaise and despondency over health. When I was in the HSE and now, I still talk to a lot of doctors and nurses and patients, and I'd say the biggest thing I hear is despondency. Things are getting worse. There's no hope. There's no improvement. We have record attrition and emigration. Daily headlines in the paper, 17-hour A&E wait lists, and record wait lists. Our wait lists have doubled since Sláintecare was introduced. There was a 350 million euro plan, and the goal was to produce a 17% wait list reduction. What the HSE will say, well, we actually got a 1% improvement, but that's not fair because that's quite a few people died. Quite a few people are too sick to be on the wait list, and they did a data scrubbing number. So, you know, we've had a catastrophic failure in strategy in Ireland. Life expectancy, we're actually up there. In Europe, last time I checked, we're number 6 or 7 in terms of the top life expectancy in Europe is in Spain. Lowest is in Bulgaria and Romania, and Ireland is up there. But I'm going to share data. We have a real problem with excess mortality in Ireland, and I'll show you the data. So, Conrad, how many people are here, would you say, in the conference? 100, 120?
Yeah, about that.
So in one 6-week period, we had 30 times the amount of people in this room die through excess mortality than normally would have been expected. So look around, somebody's grandmother, somebody's sister, somebody's friend. So we have a real issue with excess mortality, and I'll show you the data. We have a really big problem because we're one of the most wealthy nations in the world. This is CEO World Rankings, and they look at lifestyle and economy. In Ireland, we're number 12, but we have the second highest GDP per capita in the world. But look at our ranking in the global health systems. We're number 80. And this is looking at infrastructure, it's looking at professionals, it's looking at costs, it's looking at medicine availability and government readiness. Look who's above us: Iran, Albania, Nigeria, Kenya. So we're a very successful country. A lot of the indicators were in the DESI index, which is around digital readiness in Europe, we're number 5, but our healthcare system is number 80. I don't think that's acceptable. Here's another index, Numbeo. We're actually even worse, we're number 84. And you can see someone at Serbia above us, Irania, Trinidad and Tobago. And yet we're one of the biggest spenders. So on this list, and depending on how you count it, we're number 6. So if you look at Denmark and Austria, they're spending just about the same as us. They've roughly the same population. They're number 3 and 4 in the world, and we're number 80. Echo tests, particularly heart failure, is the number 1 cause of death in the Western world and in Ireland. And on average, so around this room, 15.5% of people will die from heart failure. So in this room, 15 of us. Which 15 is it going to be? But we know if we can detect this early, there are lots of things we can do. With echo tests, there's an 18-month wait list. I don't know if Owen Nolan is in the room, but Owen is doing very important work in this area. We have the largest amount of respiratory admissions in Europe, despite having the cleanest air and the youngest population. We have a 25% higher respiratory mortality rate than if you're living in Belgium or Holland or France. And we're really overspending, 2 billion projected overspend. That will put 2 Intel billion euro factories into the country, generate a lot of employment. $1 billion is a lot of money. So we're a seriously bad outlier. The US is a problem because they're spending huge amounts of money. They're ranked number 30, but this is Ireland. This is the cost per citizen on our global ranking. So Austria and Denmark, very comparable, similar population, similar spend. They're doing way better. So we must do better. The European Health Consumer Index, we're last for accessibility. This is new data just released on Friday, and Peter Tobin from Haintu, he's been talking about this since last year. But Ireland's excess mortality, and that's the percentage of deaths over what we would normally expect, is 12.2%, where the European average is 2.7%. And we're consistently in the top 4 where we have excess mortality. I think there was only 1 month where we weren't in the top 4. We've actually got a lot of nurses. We're actually quite high up. We're number 7 or 8 in the European countries. So it's not a shortage of resources, although we have lower doctors per capita. I was out at the World Health Assembly a few weeks ago. This is Alan Nabrique. He's the head of digital health for the WHO. But we completed a scoring in terms of our digital health readiness. And unfortunately, Ireland is, even in digital readiness, we're way below the average. And here's some of these are the results. And we agreed actually not to speak at the event. I was contributing not to really talk about Ireland's low score, but countries like Israel and Italy are a level 5, but Ireland is level 2, and that's there with Maldives. Mali has a higher digital maturity. So I don't think this is acceptable. So I'm going to use an engineering word now in my diagnosis. So I think, what condition is the Irish healthcare system have? Well, it has a condition called FUBAR. Does anybody know what FUBAR is? Okay, good. So how are we going to treat this? Well, we need a political decision to digitally transform. We need to create a national digital health agency. This has been government policy since 2013, but it's been stubbornly resisted by the HSE. We need a massive digital health education program. I had Russ Branzell with me last week, 2 very intense days. He's the president of CHIME Worldwide, leading education authority for digital health, and we were in the Dáil speaking to TDs, and we think we can leapfrog in Ireland from being very digitally laggard to digitally advanced, and potentially have every clinical worker, healthcare worker in Ireland to be digital health certified soon. And then we want to deploy digital liberty using the OI2 methodology. I'm conscious of time. I'm going to keep going quickly. We've had a digital transformation strategy when I was in the HSE. We're now using this in the ecosystem. It's about informing people. It's about igniting ideas. It's about identifying solutions. It's about iterating and finally implementing. And what we look at, and I'll come back to this when we talk about the evidence, we're looking at the quadruple aim. We want to find solutions that improve outcomes, lower costs, improve quality of life, and improve experience. And over the last number of years, we've been investing, and we've very much been walking the talk. We've been putting our funding into Stay Left, Shift Left. But I was able to successfully get a €5 million innovation fund, which was, a rounding error on the HSE's overall budget. I got Enterprise Ireland to match it, but that funding was stopped, and very deliberately by my bosses, which is we'll come to that on another day. But here's a brilliant example of innovation. We put this innovation into Cavan General Hospital. It's vital signs automation. This is Natasha. She worked in the UK, couldn't believe how basic our systems were. But we put this technology in, and it's making a real difference. Now, I'll tell you about the difficulties in getting that adopted. But we have to think about our system is so sick. Incremental change isn't enough, or marginal gains. We need radical solutions. And I believe using Stay Left, Shift Left, 10x, we can do 10x better health system, 10x better health. We can add 2.5 years of life to everybody in Ireland every 5 years if we decide to do it. So each of us in the room, hope it's not too late for me, we could expect to live another decade healthily if we adopt these technologies, if we adopt these new paradigms. I think we would all want that, and particularly for our families and our kids. We can drive 10x higher exports. One of the biggest supporters of Stay Left, Shift Left 10x is Leo Clancy, CEO of Enterprise Ireland, and they're working with us and venturing and investing in Irish startups. And we think we can grow the SME digital health exports. And people, I know Paul Powell is in the audience. Well, Paul he's a lecturer here in ATU, and he's got a great startup. It could be very successful. And lastly, sustainability. We've been working with Mike O'Mahony in a Galway hospital, and he has all of the cystic fibrosis patients being remotely monitored, and they're saving €950 a year on avoided travel costs, and then all the associated greenhouse gases. So we have this primordial soup, but I want to define a word for you. It's called an open collaborative ecosystem. And this is what I described, where everybody's working together. It was a very nice paper from Gastaldi et al., and they talk about a third era of innovation where a deep mutation in the competitive landscape occurred with the birth of open collaborative ecosystems. And this is something I've been writing about for a decade, and so is Eric Van Hippel from MIT, and if MIT are writing about it, it must be good, right? But the idea of everybody collaborating together towards a shared vision, and it's based on principles of integrated collaboration, co-created shared value, cultivated innovation, ecosystems, and so on. We have everybody playing together, and the most important participant is the person and the patient, because they're the customer that we're trying to serve. And we have built a network of an ecosystem of companies across the country. We need to update because we have many more players. And we're orchestrating this from the Innovation Value Institute at Maynooth University. This is something that I founded about 17 years ago. And I'd say the average longevity of a university institute or center is about 5 years. So we're actually doing reasonably well. We have put together a grand coalition. This problem is so hard, fixing healthcare, that one organization or a Department of Health can't do it on its own. So we have a lot of people working together. So what does this solution look like? Well, It's about thinking of healthcare as a software business. Every business is a software business. And really love this powerful quote from Peter Diamandis. When something is digitized, it starts to perform like an exponential technology. So as I said, our problems are so great and so deep, we need radical exponential solutions. Technology is a resource liberating mechanism. It can make the once scarce the now abundant. We have a shortage of doctors, we have a shortage of nurses, but if every nurse can manage 100 patients in real time using technology, that problem is fixed. So here's a framework I've adopted from Peter Diamandis. Digital allows us to disintermediate. It allows us to distribute healthcare very cheaply. Deceptive displacement in music, in banking, all sorts of industries. It takes, in a decade, half of the value switches from analog to digital. In healthcare, I think we can go much faster. Dematerialization, point of care testing. We'll all soon be able to do lots of tests in the home that previously you would have had to do in the hospital. Angus Short is an Irish entrepreneur. He has a company called Food Marble. I should have brought along a tiny device that allows people suffering from IBS in real time track what they eat, and it looks at what's happening in their stomach and gives them real time feedback. That's replacing an annual visit to a hospital using a machine that costs 15 grand and is going to completely transform care for IBS sufferers. Democratizing digital is going to make everything way cheaper, and then demonetization. Our tests, 20 years ago cost $1 billion to sequence the genome. Now you can do it for €300. In the interest of time, I'm not going to show this video. It's on BBC Click, but this is something we did in COVID. We were flying, we were doing teleconsultations, we introduced e-prescribing, and we were flying medications to older people that were sheltering in their homes. We were going to be in the main item, the RT News. HSE said no, but the BBC and Time and many organizations covered it globally. But the idea is if we innovate together, all of these innovations will shift our system. This is something I've been taught when I was a VP at Intel in 2012. I was talking about digital is the best medicine for our healthcare system. On average, overnight success takes a decade, but I think we're on the point of where we can do that. And I want your help that we could actually have a moonshot. And the moonshot is that we create a healthcare system that's patient-focused. Everybody has their personal electronic health record on the phone. It's about the home. It's electronic, and you take responsibility for healthcare. And we move, and people around the world are starting to say, well, actually, there's something really interesting going on in Ireland. It's a very sick healthcare system, but there's a lot of innovation going on. Where I think we need to go to is a healthcare system like this. So this is in Bunclody, or no, this is in Carlow, and this is Halo Care. And there are healthcare workers who are monitoring patients remotely, and all of their statistics are up on the screen. Real-time alerts are being generated. And just down the road in Bunclody, Tunstall Emergency Response, they're supporting 55,000 older people in their homes. And a neighbor of my partner, Mary, she had a bad fall 3 weeks ago, and she actually had a pan on the cooker, but she was wearing a device called PanPan. It's developed by a Chinese-Irish entrepreneur, and when you fall, you get a real-time call from Bunclody within 20 seconds to say, hey, Bertie, you've fallen, do you need help? And she needed help, and luckily enough, the fire brigade got there, and one of the firemen was able to run out with a burning pan, and she got moved. She likely would have died if it hadn't been detected, and now she's slowly recovering. But this is the future of healthcare. So I believe we need to commit as a nation to a moonshot. And what is a moonshot? Well, let's run this 1-minute video.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
So I think we need to take this moonshot. This is the first slide. I was the CIO in the HSE, and after 3 days, I thought I died and gone to hell. And it was really difficult. Eventually, I had to go to John Connaughton and said, I actually can't fix this, but I think there's an opportunity to do a broader transformation. This is the first slide I wrote, actually, is we choose to transform the Irish healthcare system, not because it is easy, because it is hard. I think there's an opportunity to work together to do this, and we can build a 10x mobile health ecosystem. Prashant Parida is an IBM executive, and he shares the same vision. He's working with us to allow everybody in the country have a personal electronic health record on their mobile phone. We're the only country in Europe that hasn't committed to give a personal electronic health record to our citizens by 2030, but we can do it. So what are some of the things that we're doing? This is the second day COVID was here. We already had a remote monitoring solution for COVID-19. And by the end of the week, it was being prescribed in James's and the Mater. Within 5 weeks, we had it in 30 locations across the country. It became a platform with Patient Empower. We shared this approach with the NHS. We now have 1,000 patients being remotely monitored using this technology. We should have 10 or 20,000 because the NHS recently celebrated, they saw this approach, that this really works, and they recently had their 100,000 patient using this technology, but we're stuck at 1,000 patients. This is the first weekend COVID was here. This is Richard Costello, this is Miles Murray, he's an innovator from Cork, and this is his technology, RespiroSense. It's a piezoelectric detector that sits on your diaphragm, and in real time it tells you what your respiration rate is. And we quickly found in Beaumont it would give us 12 hours notice of a patient desaturating, or up to 12 hours. That's life-saving. We also found actually respiration rate hasn't changed in 200 years. A nurse has a stopwatch or a watch and measures it. But can anybody guess what the average error rate in measuring respiration rate was in Beaumont? Now, this is because the nurses are bad. It's just hard to measure. Anybody guess what the average error is? 80%. So this is the leading vital sign, and for 200 years we haven't been able to measure it properly. Now we have a technology. I was down in Wexford, and one of the nurses came and gave me a big hug and said, "Thank you, Martin. We now have the technology," and I can call up the consultant and say, you know, Johnny Lyons, his respiration rate has gone from 18 beats to 26. You need to move him to ICU. And we put this technology into 23 hospitals in 4 months. Breed Smith, she's a clinical engineer in Beaumont, she said, you know, normally this would have taken 5 years or never happened. And we were able to do it in 4 months because actually mostly the people that would normally be the blockers, they either weren't at work or they were busy with something else. But we recently put this in with Antoinette Doherty, and this is a patient here who says, I want to be at home. And we've now had 6 months without a single hospitalization. The total cost has been about €912 on the drugs that were needed to, you know, antibiotics or steroids. But normally the cost could have been, you know, up to $250,000. So we just need to take this technology and deploy it. E-prescribing, this was blocked for a decade and a half, and in 2 weeks, in 2.5 meetings, we were able to implement that. The first day there was about 400 e-prescriptions transferred, second day about 800, by day 3, 20,000 prescriptions. We're now north of 50,000 prescriptions. Some of these things are easy. We had video consultation working in St. James across all of mental health in March 2020 using an Irish company, Blue Eye. It took the broader HSE another 3 months to introduce the technology from Australia, Tend Anywhere. we could have had this technology across the system, but for blockages. I mentioned heart failure, number one cause of death. We've been working with Centric Health, Roche, and Ken MacDonald, who's the national clinical lead. 150 patients monitored for a year and a half. We had a 10x reduction in hospitalizations, and just one patient hospitalized, and they were hospitalized because actually they were issued with a rescue script, but they delayed 3 days before taking it. The way the system works, there are nurses in Centric who work 9 to 5. They have great quality of life, and patients are monitoring their weight, they're monitoring their SpO2, and the system generates an alert if there's an exception. And very often it's rapid weight gain, which can be resolved by a diuretic solves the problem. Roisin Malloy, she gave an incredible story talking about how she built this new thermometer. She's a doctor or an engineer with a PhD in Belfast, and her sister was very sick and sadly died, but her sister was complaining she would just get asleep and a nurse would come along at 3 a.m. to wake her up. There'd been no major innovations in thermometry in 30 years, and Roisin built this product. I called up Roisin in the early stages of COVID. I said, your product is great because, touch is the 80% of the reason for, spreading disease. And she had 800 left. The cruise ships were, buying all her product, and she shipped 800 of these devices to Ireland. And then with Siobhan Ní Riain, I told her about it. She was the deputy to Colm Henry, and in 2 minutes we made a decision to get 10,000 of these, and these are changing healthcare across the country. It also won the Sustainability Award because there are none of these plastic ear parts. So it's 5x faster for nurses. You just point and go, and it's a beautiful solution. So just check, 2 minutes? 2 minutes, great. Mobile X-ray, we're no longer taking people out of their homes and bringing to A&E when they're 80 years old. The X-ray machine comes to them. What we tried to do and what is really exciting, we have something called Health Elevator, 11 companies. You go to your pharmacy, you get a health check, you get your bloods done, you get AFib done, you get a peak flow test, you leave with a Fitbit, you leave with a personal electronic health record, and you get a report within 24 hours, your chronic risk factors. This is Dr. Anne Short. She's a consultant in Castlebar. She founded a company 10 years ago when her dad had a catastrophic stroke, and she realized if I'd seen his bloods 10 weeks earlier, this could have been resolved. So we're working with Full Health Medical. I'm going to run this clip for just about 10 seconds so you get the idea. This is working, but this is another thing that was blocked by the HSE. We can do all of this for the cost of a PCR test. You can go to your pharmacy, get this check done in 15 minutes, and then have all the tools to allow you to manage your healthcare. And this is myself. I was the best I could get for the money available, but going through the rigors, and it's a very simple process. And I left with a Fitbit and I use it. And I was at my own doctor 2 days ago, and I was able to look at my recent HbA1c score and show it to him. He was amazed. But we can do this for about the cost of a PCR test for everybody in the country. Shouldn't we just do that? So I'm going to finish with a couple of quick slides. Here's another example, dermatology. What is 3 hours? Well, this is the time it takes to get a dermatology appointment in Pakistan if you have private care. 5 weeks if you have private care in Ireland, you can get a dermatology appointment. If you're in public system, God knows how long it's going to take. 1,500 is the amount of people die from skin cancer in Ireland every year. We can get it to 150 if we just adopt this technology. I'm just going to finish, if you just bear with me. How do we measure outcomes as we talk about evidence? So we need to look at business, clinical, and technology outcomes. So when we start a proof of concept, we're looking at the quadruple aim: better care, lower cost, better quality of life, better experience. When we move to a demonstrator with a living lab, we need to look at technical criteria. Is it sustainable? Is it secure? Is it scalable? what's the functionality, and is the user experience. And then when we go to broad adoption, we need to look at internal rate of return, net present value, size of investment, and payback period. And what we find is the returns are extraordinary. And I'm a little bit embarrassed about this, but a few people have started to call this Curly's Law. But all of the digital investments we looked at, they're 10x returns. The respiratory solution, it has a greater than 10,000% return, and we did this with the University of Bath. So what we're seeing is repeatedly 10x faster, 10x lower, 10x higher value. So these solutions are there, but what we need to do is overcome the resistance. What I experienced in the HSE, Schopenhauer talks about first you're ridiculed, then you get violent resistance, and then the people that are resisting say, oh, it's our idea all along. So if you look at innovation theory, we know there's going to be resistance, but we had extreme resistance in the HSE, and I made the decision to move outside of the HSE to Maynooth University. I think we can work together to drive these solutions, as frankly our patients deserve it, our clinicians deserve it. And I'll finish with 2 slides. First, success. To be a champion, you need the will and the skill, but the will has to exceed the skill. And the organs of the state, the Department of Health, but particularly the leadership in the HSE, they neither have the skill, but particularly not the will to actually make this change. So we need to step ahead, and there's a lot more I could have told you. Apologies for running over, but this is a very powerful statement from President Obama. He said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We're the ones we've been waiting for. We're the change that we seek. So I'm asking you to work with me and Conrad and Richard and Dr. Flynn and many others. We can actually make this change, and the message is stay left, shift left, 10x. So thank you.
I think we are over. We might have 2 questions anyway. So that was, I was hoping that we'd get a chance for questions.
Great.
If that's all right. Thank you so much for that talk. It gives me palpitations of stress in some ways about the amount of work that's to do, especially as a clinician on the floor. But then I know that we're working together with this. This isn't just something that healthcare professionals need to do, or healthcare academics, or people who are sort of innovating. It's something that we can work to together. And as well as seeing that big mountain in front is not just the goal of the hard climb, it's the goal of what's at the end of it that I think is really exciting. Yeah. And so I think we should be inspired to go ahead. So rather than talk, though, is anyone, we can maybe have 2 questions, and then we'll move to Helen McGloin.
What do you figure is the best way to disintermediate the HSE? I feel like the HSE is in the middle of the patients, we'll say, people needing healthcare, and the people who desperately want to provide it to them, the healthcare providers. So I feel like, how do you disintermediate?
Yeah, and I think, I've quoted Ronald Reagan before. He said, government is not the solution, it's the problem, and HSE is the problem, not the solution. We do have a plan to move to regional health authorities, and some of the senior people at HSE are actually blocking that, and whether there's a real commitment. So I think we need an alternative public-private partnership that actually does this. And we've had a strategy or policy for 10 years to create a digital health agency. I think we should stand that up, and we start to offer these solutions. So if you look at whole genome sequencing, the health industry has been bypassed. 98% of people who have their whole genome sequenced are getting it directly from a provider, not through their healthcare. So we offer a consumer experience. We have a public-private partnership that is outside of the HSE, and we have so many fine people in the HSE. They're brilliant clinicians, and they're equally as as demoralized as I was in the HSE. So we start afresh. We need a whole new culture. It can be way simpler. So I think we leap ahead outside of. That's what I would suggest.
Thank you. So that was how do we sort of remove a blockage of the HSE between patient and innovation. So one more question. We have a question from Mick here.
Yeah, just so obviously you've talked about these blockers and this inertia that exists within the system and stuff. And generally in terms of some sort of root cause analysis, then what is driving that particular behaviour if these are the obvious solutions, then what is the resistance to this change? Like, what is actually at the root of that? What would you believe it is anyway?
So for the audience at home, what's blocking, what's causing resistance?
So resistance is normal, and actually in the book that I wrote, there's a whole design pattern. How do you design for adoption? You design for user experience, for ubiquity, you involve the users for usability and utility. So things we know we can do to make innovations very adoptable. But what I experienced in the HSE, that people who valued power over everything else, and that is the root cause. So those people need to be removed from the system, and profit is good, but I believe we need a new healthcare system where everybody's working together. It's about four things. It's about purpose, it's about people, it's about progress, and profit will come. I think we can develop a fantastic digital health export business from Ireland. We already have evidence, but if you talk to every single Irish digital CEO, and I know about 40 of them, they cannot sell into the HSE. They're having fantastic success. Amy and Oren and Madden, wonderful success in the US with Northwell Help. I'm hoping helping them get into Canada. They can't sell into Ireland. And similarly, Yellow Scheduler in Cork, Martina Skelly, brilliant results, but they're being kicked out. So it's people who value power, and it's all about them. So those people need to be removed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Following Prof. Carley, we have Dr. Helen McGloin. I think the link here is really the patient-centeredness to care and healthcare. And so Dr. McGloin is a nurse lecturer with a long-standing interest in patient empowerment in chronic illness. She's done some really, really interesting projects on how do you coach patients and employ technologies that allow them to take control of their care and actually manage it themselves. Her projects are so interesting that I remember the talk she gave 2 years ago like it was yesterday. So we're really looking forward to hearing her to come and talk about coaching and patient care. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anna, for that. As Anna said, I'm Helen McGloin. I work in St Andrews College, and I'm a nurse, and I'm a nurse lecturer, and I'm also a US National Board Health and Wellness Coach. And so what I'm going to talk about today is health coaching for patient or client empowerment. And I'm going to apply it specifically to chronic illness and talk to you about some of the work that we've tried to do and some of the results that we've seen. I'm also going to talk about some of the evidence in the literature for health coaching. And then I'm going to talk about the avenue we took in changing the approach to empowerment in healthcare practice by the program that we developed, the Master's Program in Applied Health and Wellness Coaching that we developed in St Andrews College. So starting off, what is empowerment? And I think the key here is what's highlighted in this quote from the EU Digital Health Europe definition of empowerment. And I agree with Professor Curley about the use of the word patient, and we could spend the 20 minutes I have talking about that term. And in coaching, we talk about clients mainly, for want of another word, or coachee. But empowerment is both a process and an outcome. So you work in an empowering way with people, and then empowerment is an outcome that you get from working in an empowering way. And it involves increasing the people's ability to act on issues that they themselves define as important. And that's the key, because at the moment, we're still very much in the medical model, but we're moving out of it, I believe. I'm an optimist. I believe we're moving out of it, and people are starting to work in empowering ways. And the thing about it is, our healthcare system is designed, or the medical model is designed to work for acute illness. But our main problem in healthcare is chronic illness. And so the acute care model doesn't really translate very well to chronic illness. So how do we change it? And to be honest, it's like trying to turn a supertanker because people are indoctrinated or socialized into working in the medical model. Then how do you change them out of the medical model to an empowerment approach? And that's what we're trying to do. So, you know, when somebody has a chronic illness, they have a number of things that they have to work on. They have to change their lifestyle behaviours, they have to change their nutrition, they have to exercise. And that's all fine when they're diagnosed first. They can have a, you know, great change in those behaviours initially. But chronic illness is for life. And so it becomes very difficult to stick to those behaviours that they initially take on. So when I started my PhD, which seems like a long time ago now, but I had the notion that I was going to do a randomised controlled trial of education in type 2 diabetes. I'd worked with a diabetes nurse specialist and I'd written a proposal and I registered with Ulster University. And then the first thing you do when you do a PhD is a literature review. So I reviewed the literature and all the systematic reviews were saying the same thing. Base your interventions on empowerment theory. I was like, education has been done, it works in the short term, it doesn't last in the long term. And so my PhD was in tatters. I didn't know what I was going to do, my proposal didn't work. So I started looking to see, well, how are we, you know, what are the empowerment approaches that are being used? And so I saw in America they were starting to train health coaches. So I thought, that sounds really interesting. So I trained as a health coach with a company called Well Coaches in the US, and I implemented it with 10, I did a feasibility study based on the MRC framework for development of complex interventions. And I implemented coaching with 10 patients with type 2 diabetes over a 3-month period, and I coached them for a total of 8 calls, met them first line in the clinic, or for baseline assessment in the clinic, and then continued to coach them over 3 months to see what would happen. And then I followed them up for a year afterwards. And so I worked very closely with the diabetes team on this. And so just a little description of coaching, because I know people mightn't have heard of it before, but basically you work with the person to develop their own vision of their ideal level of wellness. And you know, when you ask somebody, you know, what's your ideal self, they don't say my HbA1c is normal or my blood pressure is normal. They never say things like that. They say, I want to be able to run around the garden after my grandchildren. I want to be able to go on holidays with my family. I want to grow old with my wife or husband or partner without any complications of type 2 diabetes. That's the way they describe their ideal self. So once you have that in a nice description of their ideal self, then you work on, well, how are you going to get there? So it's patient-centred, it comes from them. They choose what they want to do and the actions they want to take. So you start by helping them to develop those actions into 3-month goals, which are specific, measurable, action-orientated, realistic and timed. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then you help them break it down into weekly goals. What are they actually going to do to move towards that ideal self? And then you work on strategies with them. And it's all underpinned by theory, behaviour change theory. So positive psychology is part of it, motivational interviewing and appreciative inquiry are all parts of health and wellness coaching. So I implemented that and then I followed them up, and these are some of the goals, just kind of to make it clearer to what this looks like at the patient or client level or the coachee level, what people chose or said were the actions they needed to take to get them to their level of ideal wellness. So, for example, I'll be walking 3 times a week for 40 minutes. So this is what they will be doing in 3 months' time. Now you need to take that goal and say, well, what's possible this week? And so each week I would coach them around what they would be able to do for that week in order to help them find the strategies, build their confidence, and really kind of transform their mindset around how they could do this. So, for example, I will walk every evening for 30 minutes or go on the treadmill for 20 minutes. So that goal has an adaptability part to it if something goes wrong or it's raining, for example. So I followed them up for a year afterwards. And what you can see there on the left is the HbA1c, which is a measure of their glucose control over 3 months. And you can see so each data point there represents a person because this is a case study approach. And so you can see that from baseline to 3 months, you can see some remarkable falls in the HbA1c there with health coaching. Now, this isn't an effectiveness study. It's not a randomized controlled trial. You can't say health coaching definitely works because of this, because what I was trying to do was describe health coaching in this population with a view to doing a randomized controlled trial. But nobody would fund me. So anyway, so what you can see there is, so people would look at that normally and say, look, what happens after the 3 months, it doesn't work. Well, I say it does work. What it demonstrates is when the intervention ended at 3 months, you can see the rebound rise in HbA1c, which demonstrates that people need this continuous support to help them stay true to their desired ideal self, their ideal level of wellness, and the goals and actions that they've chosen in order to achieve that ideal level of wellness. On the right-hand side is one of the psychosocial measures, the diabetes distress score. And we know from the evidence that as distress falls, people's behaviours improve and their HbA1c is better controlled. It's linked directly to confidence and lower levels of distress. Okay, so I also recorded all the conversations that I had with their consent, obviously, and I transcribed about 30 of them and analysed them to see what was happening within the calls, because this is really important information, because what you're seeing across the calls over the 3 months is that people are taking on their responsibility for the change. And this is quite funny when we talk about empowerment as a process and an outcome, because healthcare practitioners often say about giving power to the patient or the client, but you never had the power in the first place. The person who is managing chronic illness at home is always in charge of their chronic illness. The 1% of time that they're in front of the healthcare practitioner, excuse me, I forgot to bring my water actually, the 1% of time that they're in front of the healthcare practitioner, outside of that, they're deciding everything that they do with their chronic illness. Sorry, my mouth's dry. That's my sympathetic nervous system gone into overdrive there. I'm not dehydrated. So this person here, when I started coaching him, he wasn't taking his drugs at all because he was really annoyed, I'll say, that's not the word he used, with the healthcare practitioner who told him to take his drugs. And he said, I don't like taking the drugs, they make me feel awful. And they said, well, what's the point in coming to me if you're not going to do what I tell you? And he said, who's he to speak to me? I'm a professional person. Who's he to speak to me like that? And so he was resisting being told what to do. So I coached him and he started taking his drugs, and it got to the stage in the coaching that he's now asking for more drugs because now he wants to be well and now he wants to take control of his health. The coaching relationship is hugely important to change, and there's lots of evidence in the literature to say this, that it's the quality of the relationship between the coach and the client, or the coach and the coachee, is actually what transforms the behaviour. And people can often think it's the strategies I use, it's what I say that has the impact. And Miller has a great quote about this, who came up with motivational interviewing. He said, somebody asked him once, what's the difference between the doing of motivational interviewing and the being of motivational interviewing? And he said, about 10 years. So it's about who you're being in the relationship that actually creates the environment for change with that person. So if they feel you care about them, and they feel that there's a connection there and that you empathize with them and you're trying to understand what this is like for them and that you have compassion for them, they change. My mind was blown by that fact when I started this. I thought, is that it? All I have to do is care. But it's how do we keep people caring as well in that environment, in the healthcare, as we heard Professor Curley, say people are very despondent, there's a lot of burnout and so on. So anyway, as I said, I couldn't get any funding to do my randomised controlled trials. So what I did instead was I tried to produce evidence that we need to do more work in this area. So we did a Cochrane review on psychological interventions in that specific population, diabetic foot ulceration, and found that there was very little high-quality evidence or very little high-quality psychological interventions to help people deal with this very, very difficult condition where they have to take on a lot of behaviour changes, they have to do a lot of self-management, there's a lot of things that's not nice to have to do, and yet there's very little work done in that area. We also, at the same time, were asked by the diabetes services in Donegal again to help them with their telemonitoring in type 2 diabetes in a particular group of patients transitioning onto insulin therapy, which is a very distressing time for patients. It's very difficult. It's also not done very well very often. There's a lot of inertia around when people go on to insulin in that you don't get up to therapeutic levels very quickly. And what we found with this study, with the brilliant nurses, and we used an empowerment approach for this as well, is that the patients got to a very effective insulin level, therapeutic level, much quicker than they would have without the telemonitoring and the support from the nurses. And we also saw a change in the nurse-patient relationship. It moved to an empowering relationship, so the process was there, and the patients and the nurses both really enjoyed it. And that's a key part of working like this with clients, is that it's really, really enjoyable, because you're not telling them what to do, you're actually eliciting the change from them, you're motivating them to change. And as a coach, you're working as a sideline supporter to the change. So building in the structures that are needed in order to enhance and maintain the change. So a bit more about health coaching, just in case you think this is something I invented myself, and I've just done this wee project in the northwest of Ireland and that's it. So anyway, health coaches are working everywhere internationally, except Ireland. They're working in the US, they're working across Europe, UK, Australia, massive work being done on health coaches have been incorporated into healthcare teams to support patients and clients to maintain the behaviour change that they need to do in order to manage their condition. And it makes sense. You know, if you had a mental health condition, you would be referred to a counsellor, you would be referred to a psychologist or whoever, psychotherapist, excuse me. But when you're diagnosed with a chronic illness like diabetes or heart failure or whatever, you're told, okay, this is what you need to do, now off you go and do it. So it's very, very difficult to maintain those changes that you need to make. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through all of these, but there are lots of systematic review level evidence for health coaching. But there are problems with the literature because it's new, and so therefore we've got a lot of variability in interventions. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the systematic reviews, but we are seeing a lot of promising effects of health coaching. This one in reducing cardiovascular risk factors of 15 RCTs. You can see the forest plot there. To the right for the first 3 there favours coaching. On physical activity, dietary behaviour, health responsibility, and to the left favours coaching in reduction of stress, but it doesn't work in this particular systematic review. Didn't work in smoking cessation. And if we look at diabetes, we can see in these 8 systematic review of these 8 studies, Sheriff Valley's doing a lot of work in health coaching and standardising health coaching interventions in research. And what you can see here is a significant reduction in the HbA1c of 0.32. And if the coaching is prolonged, as in for 6 months or more, you get an even bigger reduction of 0.6% in the HbA1c. Why is that important? Because the more you get the HbA1c down, the more reduction in complications, macrovascular complications like heart disease, stroke, peripheral vascular disease that leads to amputation. So the more you get the HbA1c down, the more you reduce the risk of complications. So it's really important to get that under control. It's important to look at the qualitative literature as well, because there we find other things that aren't measured in the usual things we measure in healthcare research, and that is the quality of the relationship and the importance of the relationship in managing behaviour change. Okay, the US National Board for Health and Wellness Coaching has done great work in standardising coaching, coming up with a set of core competencies for how we practice as health coaches, but also standardising the training of health coaches and the assessment of health coaches, underpinned by the National Board for Medical Examiners. And I'm pleased to say I'm now one, as is one of my colleagues, and we have 4 qualified health coaches in St Andrews College. And we've also gained accreditation for our programme. So this year we're graduating the first cohort of health coaches who are nurses, and they will be eligible, once they've accrued the coaching hours they need, they'll be eligible to apply for the US National Board certification exam to become certified health coaches. So we can stand over health coaching as an intervention. One of my graduates implemented it in the occupational health department, and a single case study, because it was a feasibility, how would this work in occupational health, and saw almost a 5% reduction at 7 months in her clients. Notoriously difficult to achieve weight loss in healthcare practice. So what do we need to do? Well, there's a lot of research that needs to be done. We've got to be very careful about how we design health coaching interventions. There's a lot of variability in the literature, a lot of heterogeneity, which makes it very difficult to perform meta-analysis to say whether it works or not. So we need to make sure our coaches are trained properly, they're certified properly, send them to me, I'll train them, and then they can go and get certification, and I'll even supervise them doing their research in the particular population that they want to implement coaching in. We need to look at cost effectiveness and cost utility. I was listening yesterday, Rochelle. I know a bit more about that now. But we also need to, when we implement interventions, we need to have a tool for measuring the fidelity to the intervention. Is the intervention what we designed it to be, the one that's been implemented? Are people implementing it properly according to the core components of health coaching? And then technology. There's loads of avenues to join up thinking here in digital approaches. Monitoring in health coaching is really important, so accountability is important. Chosen by the clients in coaching, what would they choose to track, what outcome are they looking for, and then using digital approaches. There are coaching platforms already developed. I've used some of them. you know, if somebody was a digital expert, we probably could work together on designing something better. But not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. So who wants to light some fires?
Thank you, Helen. Yet again, some really inspiring words and thoughts about how we can really change our practice and how we can alter how we practice medicine and how we practice healthcare across the board. And then how can we take that forward into technology? So real challenges and thoughts, but also interesting ideas there. We have time for one question. Does anyone have a question from the floor? We have a question over here.
Just making sure it was just me. So in the US, they, well, number one, in Ireland, we seem to think that diabetes education must and only be provided by a registered nurse or a dietitian. And in the US, for decades now, you could apply to be a certified diabetes educator if you had any health discipline.
Mm-hmm.
What is the thinking here? Are we loosening that grip on the nurse and the dietitian, or is it still because I mean coaching is awesome. I fully 100%. This is what we should be doing. So is there that loosening on the grip between the dietetics and the nursing?
Yeah, well,
Sorry, just to repeat the question for those online. The question is, does, I guess, diabetes always need to be led by nurses, and is there a loosening of that in the Irish Health Service?
Yeah, my main problem was I came to this too early, I think, in that I started looking at this in 2006 and onwards. And so I talked the head of people about health coaching and how it could transform how we do this. And I agree with you. It doesn't have to be a healthcare practitioner. It's not all healthcare practitioners who come in our programme. And they're all off doing wonderful things in the population that they've decided to work with. So I have a vision of what the model could look like, and I shared that with the HSE, and in fact I worked on an application for an advanced nurse practitioner in diabetes health coaching last year. I think it went in, but it was rejected. But my idea was that you would have a nurse practitioner who would lead a team of health coaches who don't all have to be professionals. I might get shot by my colleagues here, but they don't, because we need huge numbers. So, and we don't have enough nurses in the acute care sector. So why would we be trying to draw them out? So yeah, right, absolutely. The diabetes prevention program in the US is delivered by health coaches. The diabetes prevention program in the UK is delivered by health coaches. I've just seen a PhD published in Galway. I tried to talk to the person who was the supervisor of that, who gets all the money for health behaviour change research in Ireland, about coaching 10 years ago. And now they've found in that PhD where they reviewed interventions for diabetes prevention, guess what came out as an effective intervention? Health coaching. So, so look, I think I'm waiting for this change. I keep waiting for people to come and say, look, we need health coaching. So it hasn't happened yet, but I hope it will. But I might be retired by the time it happens. Anyway, thank you, Anna. Thank you very much.
Dr. McGloin, when she gave her talk last year, 2 years ago, was talking about health coaching, and I said to her, gosh, we need some of that in palliative care. And this morning when she walked in and I was remembering the talk, I was like, gosh, we need some of that in palliative care. She said, you said that 2 years ago, so there's a message in that somewhere. No, that was very interesting, thank you. Our next talker was actually the person who's just been asking questions. It's Gráinne Flynn. Gráinne Flynn is a lady, a person with diabetes type 1, and through her experience created a number of patient care groups and has created a group called Thrivabetes. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And this is a community organisation aimed at bringing people with type 1 diabetes together and helping them thrive. And through her experience in this, Gráinne has gone on to do some studies in Limerick University to enable her to be part of policy development in health provision. So with no further ado, here is Gráinne.
I'm actually a novice at this, so I'm looking at this little clicker thinking, how does it work?
So up, down, right.
Great. Thank you so much. technology crisis averted. So first of all, thank you to Conrad and Rochelle for inviting me to share my diabetes story from an innovation and awareness perspective today. As Anna said in that lovely introduction, I am the co-founder of the Thrive-A-Beatus conference and community with my friend Christine Meehan. And what Thrive-A-Beatus is, it's an organization that brings people with diabetes together, fostering peer support and empowerment through sharing our lived experiences. But I've also been volunteering with Diabetes Ireland since 2007 in our Clare Diabetes support groups and in advocating for better diabetes services both nationally and locally. Outside of diabetes, my professional background was in office administration before children, BC, and after a stint of 16 years as a stay-at-home parent, I am now currently a fourth-year undergrad student at the University of Limerick doing a BA in public administration with a view to going into health advocacy professionally. So I'm also a person with diabetes. I advocate for the remove of the word patient 100%. My diabetes journey spans 30 years. And I'm going to take you through what I consider the most important innovations for me and how I access them. This story is very technology heavy, but not all of the innovations are technologies. They are all equally important in terms of empowering people to manage their diabetes. I'm going to talk about moving to better insulins by way of insulin pens. I'll cover diabetes education, yay Helen. I will talk about my insulin pump, my glucose technology, and finally closed loop systems. So every diabetes story starts with diagnosis, and mine started in April 1993 when I was 20. And this had a huge impact on my life, but not what I'm here to talk about today. My diabetes care in the 90s involved injecting a fixed amount of 2 types of insulin twice a day at the same time every day. I had to eat roughly the same amount of food at the same time every day. I checked my glucose levels twice a day, and I know people with diabetes in the room are probably horrified by that, but that was the instruction. I also knew how to recognize and treat a low blood sugar. I was a model patient. I did what I was told to do by my diabetes team, well, mostly. But I had no idea why I was doing any of it, except that it had something to do with keeping me alive. I did diabetes this way for 7 years, until my consultant told me at one of my clinic appointments that this insulin regime was archaic and suggested an alternative. The only thing I remember that he told me about this new insulin was that I needed to inject myself now 4 times a day instead of twice. And I thought, are you kidding me? Why is it better for me to stab myself with a sharp needle 4 times a day instead of twice? But my 27-year-old self didn't feel comfortable saying that out loud. I said that in my head. I did, however, have the wherewithal to say I wasn't really sure and I'd like to think about it. And the reason I hesitate was, well, number one, he didn't sell me on it. But number 2, I had just recently discovered a tool that I still use to this day for finding diabetes information, the internet. So the idea of using the internet to find information was introduced to me by my now husband, Phil, who is an early technology adopter. And so when he first started asking me questions about my diabetes that I didn't know the answers to, boy, was I glad I could go to the internet and look it up. So this was the first place I found information about my diabetes that I didn't know I was missing.
So I left the clinic that day and I did an online search about why these new insulins might be better for me. And I started multiple daily injections, or MDI as it's called now, in November 2000. And the reason I include this innovation is that MDI is actually what most people with type 1 diabetes use around the world today, and especially in Ireland. So the next innovation that I'm going to talk about that made a huge difference in my life is not technology-based. But it is important because it allowed me to problem solve my own diabetes. And my diabetes education was prompted by two big life changes. The first was we moved to the US in 2002. And the second was that in 2003, we decided to plan starting our family. So my new American endocrinologist sent me straight to a certified diabetes educator, where I learned how to adjust my insulin for what I was eating, for activity, but for some of what we now know are 42 of the factors that affect glucose levels. I now had the information I needed to figure out why my high and low glucose levels were happening and could take some actions to try and prevent them. So in 2005, we moved back to Ireland, and in terms of diabetes care, we actually moved back in time, which brings me to this next innovation, which is also not technology-based, but it might actually surprise a few people. Oops, sorry. Oh, here I am. Access to diabetes specialists might seem like it's something that we figured out, but we've already heard today that we have not. We just don't have enough of them. And I struggled to find specialist care that was right for me for almost 2 years after moving home. At this point, my diabetes management was sliding, probably due to the stress of moving again, building a house, and having our second baby. I was doing everything I knew to do from before, but it wasn't working, and I needed more help in terms of medical support than I was getting. So a pivotal moment in this journey was a clinic experience that resulted in me sobbing in my car afterwards. But that was quickly followed by a moment of defiance. I decided that this was not going to be the way it was going to be for me. I had 2 children and I wanted to live. I decided that maybe the way to solve this problem was to find other people with diabetes and ask them where they went for their care. So I joined Diabetes Ireland, and within 6 months we had set up our Clear Diabetes support groups, and I had a new, more supportive endocrinologist. So peer support is one of the most important tools in my diabetes care, because up until this point, I thought my diabetes was my responsibility and my burden to bear. And I didn't realize how isolated and alone that made me feel until I started to meet other people living with it. So we empower each other through crowdsourcing information, but we're also a group of people with shared lived experiences. And both my online and my offline diabetes communities feature strongly in helping me find and research the diabetes technologies that I've adopted over the last 13 years. And here's where we launch into the tech revolution. So I got my first insulin pump in June 2010, but this process actually started in 2008. Shortly after finding my new supportive endocrinologist, she suggested an insulin pump as a treatment option for me. And I didn't really know anything about them, so off I went to the internet again, looking through websites and blogs from other users to get information. And by the time I went back to my next clinic appointment, I had decided that it would be worth trying. But she told me that she actually couldn't offer it to me because she didn't get the funding that she needed to provide them in her practice. So then I went to a pump user, which was actually Christine, in our diabetes support group, and I found a provider who could offer it to me. Pumps started out as simple insulin delivery devices. They were programmed to deliver set amounts of insulin at different times throughout the day. And I adjusted this manually if my routine changed. So the pump did increase my quality of life hugely with more flexible and precise dosing. But I was still on a blood sugar trampoline in terms of my daily glucose levels. I was making all of these dosing decisions based on 7 or more, because that's what I was doing now, finger stick checks per day. So this next innovation is now globally recognized as having revolutionized diabetes care. And it's one of 2 types of smart glucose monitoring, which is a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM for short, which I started using in 2015. I had been following their development online again. So by the time they arrived in Ireland in 2014, I was chomping at the bit to get my hands on one. Thankfully, this was not the challenge back then, as it is now. And my delay was due to the only employee that the company had in Ireland at the time taking a sabbatical, and my endocrinologist relocating to Cork. So a CGM is a device worn on the body. Mine happens to be worn on my arm a lot, and it checks glucose levels every 5 minutes. So this device gives me the equivalent of 288 finger stick checks per day. But wait, there's more. It also gives me a prediction of where my glucose levels are heading. So now I felt like using an insulin pump with finger stick checks was like doing diabetes in the dark. So now I could be proactive instead of reactive with my diabetes. But these 2 devices, the insulin pump and the CGM, function independently back then. So I was constantly watching my glucose trend line and making the adjustments manually on the pump. And then there were the high and low glucose alarms, which are a safety feature that I would not choose to live without. But oh my God, they went off so much during the night, keeping me awake. So I'm really not sure how long I could have continued doing diabetes that way. It was exhausting. So that's why when in 2018, when 2 things happened that I actually decided to go off-label. So the first thing that happened was that my second insulin pump was coming to the end of its 4-year warranty and in need of replacement. My pump company had announced that it was exiting the market, so I had 2 other insulin pumps to choose from that were provided in Ireland at the time. One pump hadn't been updated in quite some time, and the other pump had just been replaced the previous year in the UK by a newer model. And there was rumours that this pump would come to Ireland any day now. So I didn't want to get locked into another 4-year warranty with a pump that was already outdated. The second thing that happened was a Australian blogger, thank you, who I'm a huge fan of, announced that she had set up her own DIY APS system, which is do-it-yourself artificial pancreas system. So first of all, what is, and I'm sorry, I only have 5 minutes left, but I think I'm good for time. I'll have to speed through this. So first of all, what is the APS of the DIY APS? It's also known as closed loop system, and it's where a computer algorithm takes the data from my insulin pump and CGM, and then it instructs my insulin pump to adjust insulin delivery automatically. The DIY part of the story started in 2013, when people living with diabetes were frustrated at the slow pace of innovation by the industry. So these people from the 4 corners of the US connected through Twitter, and they pooled their knowledge and their problem-solving skills and created the DIY APS algorithm and hardware. And once they had created very detailed documentation on how people could build their own systems safely and successfully, they made it open source and completely disrupted the industry. I had been following this community since it had started, but to be honest, I didn't really understand how it worked and knew very little about computer programming. But with the lack of pump choices in Ireland in 2018, I decided to look again and do some more research. And I found out the DIY APS was way ahead of any insulin pump that was available commercially. And it was not that complicated. So Phil and I set up my DIY APS in December 2018, and it was amazing. It took so much of the manual labor out of diabetes management, giving me back my sanity. I was no longer thinking about diabetes from the moment I woke up in the morning till when I fell asleep, and even beyond that. And I used this system for 4 years, an entire pump warranty. So why did I leave? Well, the first commercial advanced closed-loop system became available in Ireland in December 2020, but it wasn't quite where my DIY solution was. However, in February 2022, a second system came into Ireland, and it seemed like it was a good fit for me, so I upgraded to this last July. And the reason I left DIY APS is because now I have everything in one package. I don't have to stay within 10 feet of my phone at all times. I don't have to carry around the little translator device, and I don't have to spend time updating the software. The downside is I don't have as much control over the pump settings, but overall I'm happy that my health outcomes have stayed the same as they did when I was on a DIY. So this is where my technology innovation story goes on pause, because it's definitely not done. And the next big innovation I have my eye on is the iLet Bionic Pancreas, solving another diabetes problem, which is the carb counting guesstimation game. This device was approved by the FDA in the US just a couple weeks ago, and it hopes to launch commercially soon. And then for our insulin pen users, which is the majority of my community, we now finally have smart insulin pens so that people can actually collect their insulin data in the same place as their glucose data. So there's a theme running through my talk here today and my story. It's that the innovation doesn't just end with or only include the gadget or the technology. And I think I fully just 100% agree with Martin on the whole collaboration process. The innovation process needs to include how we access it. And innovation becoming part of our care depends on the other stakeholders in our care. So it also needs to involve our healthcare professionals who need to understand the clinical benefits, but also need the skills to support it. And because all innovation in healthcare requires funding, it needs to include our policymakers who need to understand the public health benefits of investing in innovation. I also want to challenge you to think beyond person-centered. I mean, person-centered is important, but I believe you need to involve whole communities. My peer support community on social media, the tools that enabled the DIY movement, can all be part of this innovation collaboration process. And for me, successful innovation is about more than just the technology. Thank you. Yes.
So thank you very much for that talk. I think another inspiration. I mean, wow, look at that story. We have a creation of our own healthcare by ourselves. I think that's cool, you know. That's the mecca, isn't it? So I have questions, but I'm going to put it out to the audience. Are there questions from the audience? Anybody have a question?
I've stunned them.
Oh, Mick.
Thank you.
So I suppose some of the stuff we talked about earlier on about, you know, the sort of disruptive technology and the growth of that, and how we deliver healthcare provision, and whether we move towards like telemedicine or remote monitoring and stuff. And I just thought it's interesting in terms of that sort of, how do we keep the personal piece, and maybe it's back to the coaching earlier on, and how do we keep that aspect of it engaged as well as the technology aspect, you know, and as a patient, what is your sort of, how do you perceive that, and what has been your sort of experience of that?
So I just have to kind of repeat the question. I think what you're asking is, how do we keep the person sort of relationship aspect as well as the technology in the healthcare?
That obviously has a big impact as well, you know, so how do you keep technology and that sort of pastoral piece, if you want?
So how do we keep the technology and the pastoral piece, the coaching bit, together for patient care?
So I thought you were going somewhere else with that question, but I think that's the easiest problem to solve. And I'm going to quote the motto of the People with Disabilities patient movement, which we've adopted in our diabetes community, and it's nothing about us without us. So if you involve us in everything from the very, very beginning, and not just, you know, one or two patients to tick that box, but communities, or I hate that word, but people with diabetes or chronic illness communities, then you will have no problem solving that. That's my take on it. Now, I mean, maybe from your perspective, you might see other problems that are there, but I think that's the easiest one to solve.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting at is, you know, with the rollout of technology, we do not want to lose the personal contact piece, you know, because we've certainly seen over COVID and stuff, not all of it has been, you know, it has delivered a lot of value, but there's problems with it too in terms of bringing people together.
So I think the question is around isolation and technology. How do we keep communities and people together and utilise technology?
Well, I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer this, but I feel like in diabetes care anyway, the technology has to be worn by the person, and you won't get that engagement if we don't agree to it, and we won't agree to it if it's not going to work for us. So I think you can't think about the technology without thinking about the person first, which is person-centered.
And then your care groups, you've created these support groups,
yeah,
where you talk together, and I think maybe that also is part of the community aspect.
Yes. Yeah, we crowdsource our own issues with diabetes because somebody has already lived an issue or overcome a challenge. You know, walk into a support group with a question in your mind, and you've got 6 people who can actually give you possible solutions, and you just pick the one that you think is right for you. Or, well, what we do, the majority of what we do is signpost to where you can get information to solve that problem.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure, like you have tons of other questions, but we can't have any more questions because we're already we're running quite late. So we're going to take...
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that was really inspirational. I think, Gráinne, you've demonstrated why it's so important to listen to the people experiencing our illnesses and to work together to find the solutions and talk together as a community. So thank you so much. So we're going to go and talk together as a community and eat and drink and go to loo and be back in 20 minutes. So I'd like us back at 11:50 and we will start promptly with or without you. So look forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, so I set up the Neymar.
Sorry? Yeah, there's the monitor, the big monitor in front of you there.
Is that touchscreen now?
No, no. You want which your name, sir?
You're right. Yeah.
I have to tell you, I'm just a face. The real Calvert and the place is Michelle. So if you ask her to buy I will pretty it would make sense, yeah. There's a round table here just before lunch. Two maybe after that, yeah. About Taskmaster. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I always feel a bit mean being a bit of a taskmaster for getting us back, but when it comes to lunchtime, you'll appreciate it. Okay, we're after our morning of challenge, innovation, a real morning of ideas that embolden us to step up to the plate and take action and invite us to be innovative, interactive, and unify as a community of academics, healthcare professionals, and most importantly, people who have illnesses. After that morning, we're going to learn some more this afternoon, look at digital side of things, look at preventative medicine, and a whole smorgasbord of more interesting topics with which to be challenged. We're going to be we're starting with Dr. S. Conley. Susan Conley is a cardiologist. She graduated from Ireland, but her main in cardiology. Her main interest is in preventable cardiology. So in other words, let's keep that healthy heart and keep our heart healthy and prevent disease. I'll put my teeth in. They got involved in a croissant and I left them outside. She was previously a lead for several programs in the UK and across Ireland with regards to cardiac and heart health, and she was a consultant clinician in Enniskillen and is now in Galway University, and will tell you more about her role there. I look forward to hearing your talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invite to speak today, and thank you for the introduction. I'm going to talk about delivering a preventive cardiology program through a virtual platform. So I went to London from the Mater in Dublin about 20 years ago, and I went for 2 years on a 2-year scholarship, and I stayed for 18, as you do. And I went to work on the EuroAction project. EuroAction was the largest randomised controlled trial ever of a preventive cardiology programme. It was nurse-led, multidisciplinary, and it was founded on the principles of evidence-based behaviour change strategies, and it was completely patient-centred. And it seems very obvious now thing to do, but actually this is quite a long time ago. We published the results in the Lancet, and we showed this nurse-led programme improved medical risk factors, lifestyle risk factors in everyday clinical practice, and these results were sustained at 1 year. This is the assessment, and each of the patients going into the programme started with this very detailed assessment. But we just didn't assess the patient, we also invited the partner for the same assessment. Why is that? Well, we know that risk factors cluster in families, a source of mating like tends to marry like, and people are more likely to change. And we actually showed this if the family changed together. And we actually found that 1/4 of the partners assessed were actually at higher cardiovascular risk than the index patient. They saw three practitioners, a nurse, a dietitian, and a physical activity specialist, and there was a strong emphasis on measuring, objective measuring. Then a tailored intervention and goal was set for the patient based on the patient's wishes, their goals, and what they wanted to change. And barriers and motivators to change were discussed, and then they would enter a 12-week programme. When we finished the EuroAction trial, we wanted to implement it in the NHS, and in the EuroAction trial we had a separate programme in the hospital and a separate one in primary care for individuals who hadn't developed disease but who were at high multifactorial risk. But in many ways the distinction between primary and secondary prevention is academic. And we instead developed a pan-vascular prevention program called MyAction, and we located it in the community, as that was where medicine was headed at that time in the UK, to bring care closer to the patient. So I ran MyAction in NHS Westminster, and it was this 12-week program based on the principles of EuroAction, with patient and partner attending. I show you a picture of the exercise class, which was deliberately equipment-free, so the patients could replicate this in their everyday life. We MDT'd with the team every week. There was medical prescribing, liaison with primary care, and an emphasis on self-efficacy and self-management. And we published the results of the London MyAction programme in Heart in 2017, and this showed that the results we achieved in the EuroAction trial were replicated in the MyAction London programme, so in your typical NHS daily practice. We also worked with CRE, a heart charity in Galway, and we brought the programme to the west of Ireland called MyAction, CRE MyAction. And we published those results as well, and the programme worked extremely well in the Galway population, better than the London population. It was a more homogenous population, where in London we had a high proportion of patients of different ethnicities participating, different languages and cultural issues. And we also then ran the patients, looked at the results in patients with type 2 diabetes and found the same evidence of benefit. And when we look at outcomes, we look at them right across the domains of smoking, diet, the Mediterranean diet score, waist circumference, weight, physical activity, functional capacity test, blood pressure, lipids, HbA1c, medications, hospital anxiety and depression score, and quality of life. And then in 2017, I moved to Northern Ireland, and the cardiac rehabilitation programme was running in Derry, Omagh and Enniskillen, and this is where I was based. And this is an audit that was published by the BHF the December I arrived, and this is my trust, and these are 6 KPIs, very low bar KPIs, I will add. And the national audit showed that our trust was achieving 0 or 1 of these indicators. It was a failing programme. And it was a failing programme because it was a typical of a prevention programme. It was under-resourced and had a team working in isolation with inadequate consultant input. I went to the Department of Health and I leveraged 1.25 million over 2 years, and we launched the EuroAction MyAction programme in these 3 centres in Northern Ireland, and we called it Our Hearts, Our Minds, and we launched it in April 2019, and it was fantastic. And a year to the day, COVID hit, and we were shut down because we were running in local leisure centres, which were all closed, and we were a fully face-to-face programme. And before, I'd been thinking, I must do something digital. And of course, the biggest innovator in the last 20 years is COVID, because it made us do it. So I thought, we were on year-to-year funding. I thought, if I don't pivot quickly, we're not going to have any results for next year. We're not going to be able to meet the needs of our patients. So we put it online in 6 weeks. It was a tremendous amount of work. And I don't think we could have done it without the adrenaline posed by COVID. So we now, and it all seems very obvious and intuitive what we did, but at the time I hadn't even heard of Zoom calls. It's unbelievable now. So we offered initial assessment through telephone or video consultation. We held group education sessions, weekly coaching consultations. We filmed our educational talks and put them online. We continued to prescribe, and I suppose the most novel thing we did was we adopted Fitbit as wearable technology. And we offered Fitbits to the patients. They didn't have to pay for them. They did get to keep them, but they had to sign a contract to say they would use them. So we didn't want them selling them on eBay. So if they used them for the duration of the programme, they got to keep them. We quickly realised if we were doing assessments virtually, we needed measurement and we needed the patients to be measuring. So we gave them home blood pressure monitors. We gave them tape measures to measure their waist circumference. And the patients were now self-reporting their outcomes, which our team struggled with. Our dietitians, I don't know if there's any dietitians in the audience, they're very precise individuals, which is one of their strengths. But they struggled initially with patients self-reporting their measurements. But it was all we had, and in many ways, we were looking for evidence of change, and it worked fine. We couldn't obviously do our walk test, so we used the DASI, which is a questionnaire, and it's only semi-accurate. But we started to give active PAL, which I'll come back to, and we still had our bloods done. We had phlebotomy centres in primary care. So this is an active PAL, which is an accelerometer. It's research grade, and it's blinded. So, and there's very little setup. The patient literally sticks it to their thigh. And we would post it out to patients, and 80% of our patients took an accelerometer. And you get an analysis of the patient's physical activity. Not just how vigorously active they are, but also their sedentary time. And as we all know, sitting is the new smoking. And this is the results from a farmer. And you look and you see 10,000 steps per day. That looks pretty active. But look at his moderate to vigorous active minutes, 4 minutes. So this farmer, no offense to the farmer, is probably just tootling around the yard and taking steps, but not doing consistent physical activity in 10-minute bouts, which has the cardiovascular benefits. So you can see how you can use this type of information and share it with the patient to help motivate and change their behaviour. This was the program structure, as I said, the group education sessions, the coaching phone calls, the Fitbit smartwatch, our asynchronous education with our videos online, which are still online, and I actually show our patients in Galway. And then we had continued to optimise medication, as that is equally as important as the lifestyle. So why Fitbit? Well, it had a sweet spot in terms of cost. It had an accelerometer. It has reasonable accuracy, but it's not a medical grade device. And interestingly, trackers are now recommended in the ESC CVD prevention guidelines, but we started using it before that. Fitbit also has PPG in it, photoplethysmography, which you can use to assess heart rhythm and blood pressure, although it's not available on Fitbit yet. And I had tweeted Fitbit, so I had a conversation with their health solutions team, who are actually based in Dublin. And they were like, well, we have a corporate dashboard for team challenges. And we said, well, actually, we could take that corporate dashboard and put our patients on it. So we got our patients to synchronize to the dashboard. Now, obviously, we had to put this through information governance, and the patients were informed and so on. And this is our pilot group who started that June. This is the 30 minutes a day. Now, that's a blanket recommendation. It's not every patient's goal. And this was their physical activity when they synchronized. It was pretty low. But these patients had just had a heart attack, and they were anxious. You can see then their physical activity exponentially takes off. We had our first group education session led by the physiotherapist, and we thought, God, this is amazing. We've cracked this physical activity thing. And then that weekend, they did absolutely nothing again. But that was the weather. That weekend in Northern Ireland, I have a colleague called Harry. I take him out no matter the weather, and we did not go out that weekend. But this is important because this is a barrier to exercise. This is real time, real life. And we have to work now with patients to overcome the barrier of weather to exercise, because then you'd never exercise in Northern Ireland or indeed Galway. And this is remote heart rhythm monitoring. So a lot of our patients on the programme have palpitations, they're anxious. 9 times out of 10, it's anxiety-induced palpitations. There's no arrhythmia, but you don't want to miss an arrhythmia. So in pre-COVID times, we would have brought them into hospital, put a monitor on. They bring back the monitor, we analyse it. 9 times out of 10, you don't find anything, because the minute they put the monitor on, the palpitations go away. So now we were able to offer them an app called FibriCheck. FibriCheck uses the PPG in the camera of your smartphone, and it can detect atrial fibrillation or irregular rhythm. The patients could do it themselves in the comfort of their own home. And we had a contract with FibriCheck, so we could push the patients a QR code so they didn't have to pay for it. I had access to a dashboard where I could see the results. And we were also able to give it to patients via their Fitbit, as it has PPG in it. And PPG detection of AF is recommended in the ESC AF guidelines. This is Eric, who had heart bypass surgery. And this is Eric. He had palpitations afterwards, and Eric is checking his heart rhythm in the comfort of his own home. And the result appears for me instantly on the dashboard. And this for me was just mind-blowing, a revelation. The patients just loved it, as you could understand. The app, the Fitbit app, we had two-way communication with the team. This is one of our patients exercising on the Peace Bridge in Derry. We were able to push personalised notifications based on what we saw on the dashboard. They were able to send us food diaries, which our dietitian reviewed. They were able to log their weight, and this is our first patient on the dashboard. On the app, and you can see his weight coming steadily down. And then we looked at the results. Now, we had 600 patients in the first year we did it virtually, and we had a nice quasi-scientific comparison because we delivered it for a year face-to-face the previous year. So we compared the two, and what astonished me was the results were the same, if not better. Now, this was based on self-report, of course, but still, weight went down, waist circumference went down, Mediterranean diet score went up. We used a validated questionnaire. And our blood pressure achievement of target was better. And I think it's because patients had their own monitor. They knew their numbers. They weren't saying, oh, my GP said it was fine. They could tell you their blood pressure. And the LDL cholesterol control went up as well. And this is our physical activity data. So it was quite interesting. 15% of patients, or about 13% of patients, had a device at baseline. This was in 2020. I'd say the proportion would be higher now. Half of them were Fitbits, half of them were other devices, Huawei, Apple, Samsung, whatever. And only a third of patients accepted a device, but 90% had access to a tablet Wi-Fi. So there was 40% of patients who had the capability of taking a Fitbit but didn't. So there is nervousness around the technology, but we were doing this virtually, and I think if we had the patient in front of us where we could help them set it up, I think we'd see a higher take-up, and we'll be starting this now in Galway. And we were happy to see that the anxiety and depression, because you can make the patients, you think you're doing a great job, but if the patient-reported outcomes aren't improving, you're not doing a good job. But anxiety and depression scores came down the same as the face-to-face. So there was pros and cons. Obviously, it kept staff and patients safe, mitigating exposure. A lot of patients in Fermanagh was quite rural, saved them travelling if they were working. Families could join in from London. We had somebody joining from Italy, from the US. And you get more real-time, real-life data, because whenever a patient has to self-report, they tend to over-report. Now you'd objective real-time data. But of course, there's a digital divide. It'll disenfranchise the less technical. Age isn't always an indicator. We had 90-year-old on the dashboard. We had 40-year-olds who didn't want the device. There was a lot of IT glitches, you're on mute and so on. And it was quite admin heavy, all the scheduling. We did a lot of patient involvement and feedback. We had a contract with SurveyMonkey, so we had a rolling survey that we could adjust, and we modified the program based on the feedback we got from patients. And at the end of the first year, we presented the data at the ESC, and Fitbit came back to us and said, your results are great. And our results were amazing. But it wasn't the Fitbit that achieved those results, which I was at pains to tell them. It was the program, and the Fitbit was a vehicle for delivering the program, but it didn't replace the program being delivered by the care team. But we have developed a program with Fitbit and an AI company called Connected Life, and it's called Charlie. And the dashboard is way more all singing and all dancing than the original corporate dashboard. And now we can see everything on it: diet, physical activity, blood pressure, lipids, patient-reported outcomes. The clinician can log in, communicate with the patient via the patient-facing app, and obviously using the Fitbit. And wearable technology is developing at pace. As I said, blood pressure is the holy grail, and actually there's another smartwatch that now has blood pressure on it. Fitbit doesn't yet, Apple doesn't yet, but it will, I'd say, in the next year or so. And then I moved to the Republic of Ireland last September. Why did I move? Because of this unprecedented investment by the HSE in chronic disease management and prevention in Ireland. So 900 posts created in the community throughout Ireland with a focus on delivering care close to home, patient-centred, moving away from a disease-specific approach with an emphasis on empowering patients. It was like the job description was written for me. And there's this is the pyramid, and at the top you've got specialist hospital care. The second level is ambulatory hub care, and that's where I work. And then you have community specialist care, general practice, and living well. So the hubs, there's one hub per 150,000 of the population. The ultimate aim is there will be 30 hubs throughout Ireland. They're aligned to 3 networks. There's about 8 hubs up and running. In each hub, there is a hub team for diabetes, for respiratory disease, and cardiovascular disease. My hub team is an integrated consultant, which is me, 50-50 between hospital and community, 5 nurses, a physiotherapist, a physiologist, and a psychologist. And in this region, CHO2 West, there's 3 hubs, Mayo, East Galway, and Galway City, and this is the one I'm aligned to. But we are developing the 3 hubs in tandem as a regional approach. And the hubs take patients from the inpatient service. We have a consultant, CNS rapid access clinic, risk clinics, virtual clinics. We don't have diagnostics, and if there's any physiologists in the audience who want a job in Galway, come and see me. And then patients access, because it's one thing having a diagnosis, but you have to do the chronic disease management, and that has to include an emphasis on behaviour change, education, lifestyle change, and so on. So patients can access the cardiac rehabilitation programme, the heart failure management programme, the CNS clinics, and we're using virtual and remote technology. And then I'm just going to finish with the cardiac rehabilitation service. So there are 4 existing hospital-based cardiac rehabilitation services in the West. Now there's going to be 3 more with the hub, which means 7. And I was concerned about the potential for chaos. And each of the hospital services are doing different types of programs. So what we want to do is realign, reconfigure, and standardise our approach. And I'm very grateful to Salta Management because we have created a CNM 3 post to lead cardiac rehabilitation across the region. We're going to implement a standardised model of care as per the national model. We're going to have a centralised referral log, standardised assessment, audit of outcomes, and the emphasis will be patient-focused, patient choice. Patients will be given the option of where they want to go, and usually patients pick the place closest to them. But they will also be offered a choice in terms of mode of delivery. They can have centre-based, home-based, virtual, hybrid. It's up to them. And obviously we will be offering them the Charlie programme. We haven't quite started that. We've started cardiac rehabilitation in the community, and we'll be offering the virtual option in a month or 2. So it's a very exciting time. And I'm going to stop there.
Thank you so much. It's great to see this model of things actually working and being done in the healthcare service. It's also great to hear a bit of good news about what's happening in the HSE, isn't it? But I've got a lot of questions myself, but again, I will go to the audience. Is there any questions from the audience? We have Prof. Carly in the corner.
Hi, Susan. Fabulous work. I'm so looking forward to chatting to you. I think the investment is unprecedented, but the huge gap is the lack of digital supporting it. So well done. You're actually pioneering, but that seems to me the big blocker. Are you hopeful that the platform will come? Bernard Gloucester just published a memo, and it's great around the importance of e-health, but I'm not optimistic.
No, I think they dreamt this whole thing up and didn't consider digital at all. And we've come through COVID and we cannot go back to the old way. So we have to have a digital health strategy embedded in this. The patients want it, it works. But there's 1,000 barriers to kick out of the way in the meantime, not least the DPIA. I don't know if anyone has had the pleasure of writing a DPIA. They are head-wrecking, and I'm in the middle of writing 7. And no doubt another unit, another hub will be writing DPIAs. We should have national DPIAs and so on. So it's barrier after barrier, but you know, you just keep fighting. You just keep going.
What's a DPIA?
Sorry, a data protection impact assessment whenever you use anything for GDPR,
Okay.
which is only right because this is personal data and you have to keep it safe. But there's a lot of hoops to jump through. The document is 18 pages.
Oh my gosh, 7 of them. Can I ask you, with your trial data, you got the patients self-selected. They were ones who chose to wear.
Sorry, so the patients came in Northern Ireland after typically a heart attack. That's how they were recruited, and they were offered a device at their initial assessment.
And so did you do a comparison of the ones who chose not to and the ones who...
We did a very basic comparison, and the thing we really noted was just age. The average age of those who took a device was 64. The average age of those who didn't was 68. So there was a slight age gradient.
Interesting, thank you. Any other question? We have one more question. I'm going to go to the lady in the back with the red and black jumper. That's yourself, yeah?
Hi, thank you for that. That was really interesting. Keen just to pick up on the point you mentioned about what brought you to the Republic, and it was this huge investment and 900 jobs being allocated. I'm wondering now that you're here, how many of those 900 jobs have come to fruition? Where are the staff coming from? I'm sure you're delighted to know that we're training clinical measurement physiologists here in ATU Sligo, so they're on the way, and that professional cohort for you at least. But the headlines are huge when they announce big funding and big investment and big jobs, and there ain't nobody to fill those jobs, and I just wonder what your experience of it.
Yeah, it's a great question, and we filled the posts with the exception of the physiologist. We don't have dietitians in the cardiovascular staffing, which is ridiculous, but that's just the model. But we filled every post with the exception of the physiologist, and I have to say we have attracted fantastic nurses. But of course we've depleted the hospital, but we've also depleted the private hospitals, and I don't feel too bad about that. And you know, in many ways, CCU nurses, they've done their time, they've done the hard graft in CCU, you know, they've done the shift work. It's time for them to move on to where they can deliver this specialist care in the hub, and younger nurses go into CCU and train up. So I don't have a great difficulty with that. I do have a problem with the lack of physiologists because we can't open to GPs until we have a physiologist. I cannot do diagnostics. We are using Cardiostat, which is an adhesive ECG rhythm strip that doesn't require a physiologist, but we need echo. It's a huge problem.
So we hear some success and some challenges in this journey so far. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're hearing about progress of digitalisation and healthcare and prevention of healthcare in the talk so far, and we're moving on to talk more about digital healthcare. Richard Holmes is coming to talk to us. He has been a nurse on the ground for 20 years. He holds a Master's in Health Science and Nurse Education and is currently a PhD candidate. He has a focus on e-health and nursing informatics and has developed a suite of new digital health programs. He has an interest in quality improvement, health analytics, and digital health adoption, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about this now. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So firstly, I just want to thank Conrad and Mick and Rochelle and the ATU for allowing me the opportunity to present today. And my presentation outlines a methodological protocol for my own PhD research with DCU. And just it's quite fitting probably following Martin's talk when he talked about network-centric healthcare and using data and information in healthcare effectively. And I'm going to just build on some of those points. And equally, where Gráinne talked about the importance to her of her own individual health journey over 30 years and her thoughts and emotions in that journey with diabetes care. And then, of course, Helen talked about a seminal moment in her PhD research when it was in tatters. So hopefully after this, my PhD research won't be in tatters. So firstly, this research is about children with disability. There's limited empirical research about understanding a child's journey through the health and disability services they use from a child's and family member's viewpoint. And research aimed at studying this journey and understanding the uses of health information and the sharing and exchange of health data and information can help to provide high quality care in this area. But it can also help in the planning and management of services and the current and evolving digital transformations in healthcare. And since about 2017 and before, HICWA have been highlighting the issues around health information, and there's a number of more recent publications around key considerations for health information in that landscape. And they say that to date there's been an ineffective approach in the collection, sharing and use of health information in Ireland, where health information systems are underdeveloped, immature and lagging behind other European countries. So the background and context to this study is that integrated, connected and responsive services to enhance the well-being, lives and choices of children with disabilities are of paramount importance and aligned with the UN Convention of Rights for Persons with Disabilities. And in 2022, the Department of Health Disability Action Plan highlighted through a survey on engagement with people and families with disabilities of over 600 people the degree of dissatisfaction with services for children's disability services. And there's a historical context to this where children's disability services and disability services in general have been under-resourced and underfunded in Ireland for a long period of time. And some quotes from the people engagement was that the overall service for children with disabilities has been under-resourced for years. Some services lost during the recession were never replaced, and the area needs adequate funding to offer the service that has been promised to children and families for years. And in 2022, it was reported that over 1/3 of the approved posts in the new Children's Disability Network teams were unfilled, and this equated to approximately 700 vacancies across the 91 Children's Disability Network teams. So that theme of under-resourcing, underfunding, and not having the adequate personnel on the ground is continuing at present. So general information about the Children Journey project. This is about capturing health information and learning the determinants and requirements of e-health in a network team for children with disability. The supervision team, I'm very lucky to have Dr. Pamela Hussey, Dr. Katrina Murphy and Professor Anthony Staines in DCU. Ethical approval was granted from DCU and from the Galway Rec Committee over the last 6 months. And the partner site is the Children's Disability Network Team 3, which is, as Martin mentioned, in the new regional areas of the HSE, where there's a hope that we'll have more integrated care and services. So what is a CDNT? A Children's Disability Network Team provides specialised support and services for children who have disability and complex needs associated with their disability. And the CDNT is supposed to support well-being for children through participation in family and community life and to support a child's development. This works best, obviously, if everybody works together as a team around the child, where the team share information and knowledge, so pointing to that information landscape again, and skills with the child and family to support children's development. And this helps, or should help, children and young people develop and learn and take part in their everyday activities. So the CDNT is made up of between 20 and 25 professionals or specialities. This can include social worker, psychologists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, physicians, consultants, and nurses. And of course, in the centre of that should be the children and their family being supported by integrated care for their disability. And there's wide-ranging strategic policy literature at EU and national level that indicates that there should be an inclusive and engaging service for children with disabilities. But the literature would suggest as well that that children with disabilities want to be involved in research and in making decisions about their own care. So the rationale for this study would be around that we need to consider the challenges for integrated care, as has been mentioned in previous talks today, and therefore how the CDNT will function and the challenges for the disability network teams. And then to consider, in keeping with the conference theme, where is the evidence coming from? So in order to support participation where everybody works together to share their knowledge and the information for clinical decision making across that diverse setting in the CDNT with all those different professionals, there is a need for some kind of electronic records for the integration of care. So these records and the records that have been proposed at the moment are the ICCMS, so the Integrated Community Case Management System, the CDNT IMS, so a particular information management system for Children's Disability Network teams, and then in the Health Information Bill, which was the general scheme was published in May 2023, they're proposing the shared care record and the patient summary record as the first rollouts building towards a full EHR. And the Health Information Bill points towards having a fit-for-purpose national health information system, and the provisions in that bill should be designed in such a way to support integrated care between home, between community and between hospital settings, but also to empower patients and to include them through access to their own health information. So the systems that are being rolled out at the moment are hopefully going to add towards integrated care in some way. But making the healthcare records that are being developed meaningful is only really going to be possible if it's linked to an authoritative clinical knowledge. So talking about where that information and data is coming from, what it means to people, and how it can be accessed and used for decision making in clinical care. So that authoritative clinical knowledge is needed to address different terminologies and languages that are used, and also the problem of semantic interoperability. So the goal of the study is to identify the key contextual and interventional properties for children with complex disability within the developing CDNT structures to support the readiness for implementing integrated care with these evolving information management systems. The focus is on the collection, use and sharing of health and social care information, and thus understanding the information needs of clients and families living with disability. So the objectives were to establish a co-participatory approach with the CDNT, and the CDNT 3 West in Mayo have been hugely supportive, and I've been working with the professionals in that team for about the last 6 months in terms of exploring and framing how this study can go forward. To embed a coordinated ongoing service user engagement approach regarding the child's context of care, the integration of care, and how data is collected and information is shared within the service. And then to consider a patient journey map and to develop and refine that patient journey map, and perhaps later, if we ever get there, to look at an information model and to explore an ontology development for the process of supporting electronic records. So the methodology proposes a single embedded case study design, and here the diagram kind of shows how the context would be the CDNT, a child with complex disability within the CDNT, looking at patient and family engagement, and taking a co-participatory approach. So the methods will be to interview children with complex disability, if possible, and their family members, parents and siblings, if required or if appropriate, to look at a documentary chart review and analysis, if required, to fill some gaps in that journey or to understand the touch points of that journey, and overall to use this patient journey mapping approach to understand that journey across a period of time for a child with complex disability. So patient journey mapping has been increasingly used in the last number of years in the healthcare context, looking at patient journey phases, looking at the people that, sorry for the word patients, in this case children, have contact with in their healthcare, so between 20 and 25 professionals children could be engaging with in different settings, at home, in the community and in hospital settings, looking at perhaps emotions within that journey, and the journey mapping tool can be used to visualize and identify patient experience in that journey and in that process. There's been some work in Cork University by Dr. Stephen McCarthy and his colleagues in using an integrated patient journey mapping tool to assist with developing IT solutions by using that patient journey mapping tool, and then looking at how IT solutions can be developed out of that when you consider how the data and information is gathered. So at present, that's the methodological approach with the diagrammatic explanation of it. However, there's an emerging problem, as some of you might have spotted, between using case study and participatory action research. So defining and bounding the case is often required in case study research, what it is and what it is not. So we know that this is a study with children with complex disability, and we've been very lucky through working with the CDNT that children have been identified, 2 children have been identified with complex disability that are willing to work in the context of this research with me and with the CDNT. But in terms of bounding the case, looking at that patient journey, where does it start, where does it stop, what are the important aspects of that patient journey, and what exactly is going to be studied. Is it a defined place and a defined time? Or is this really a person-centered study? So should it address what is important for the child and family in a participatory paradigm, looking at establishing meaningful relationship with the child and family and understanding what is important for them? And the literature suggests that people with disability advocate for the use of empowering research and emancipatory research and want to be involved in things that are important to them and to uncover how issues important to them can be addressed in policy and in change going forward in their healthcare. So the pull is towards a patient-centered approach, and I suppose the key point is the research goal to drive the data to be collected in this study, as in to look at a journey and to see how that can meet information needs and perhaps build an information model and an ontology for electronic record development? Or should the child and family shape and influence the research and the data to be collected in order to describe their own journey and what the important parts of their journey is, how they perceive their own health data and information is being collected and used, and what the important parts of that are? And should that be done in a co-design, co-participatory approach right from the outset, which has been mentioned numerous times today in terms of a patient-centered approach? And I suppose the importance of maybe the pull towards that approach and looking at the co-participatory, co-design, if you like, action research approach is that more than likely will maximize the new knowledge and the impact for children with disability in the long term in terms of how electronic and digital is going to benefit them over the longer period of time. So some literature considered in an empowering approach, and I'm not going to read through this, but there's a scoping review for action research being done by Casey et al. Recently, looking at the context, the quality of relationships, the quality of the action process, and the outcomes. And then there's a lot of co-design research coming out of Australia and New Zealand in terms of how we can look at establishing shared goals, learning about understanding people with disabilities experiences, and understanding requirements and the rights of people with disabilities, and making improvements for those people in a co-design approach with them, as opposed to looking from the outside. So some references, and that's it. Thanks. Short and sweet.
Short and sweet, but really interesting and really challenging, and we can see how difficult it is to design and also just define what exactly we want to do.
Yeah.
So really interesting to see that on the floor. Is there anybody from the floor? Can we have some questions from the audience? Rochelle?
Thanks, Richard. And as you know, we've had a few conversations. I suppose I'm a carer of a special needs child, so I went to that interaction with the Children's Network, and while there are some good points, there are also some negative points in terms of, I think initially it is the resources. I mean, the resources are not there. There's a lot of posts to be filled. There's a few people in the audience, I'd say, involved in this as well. And across the CHOs, I think it's quite evident that they're not able to fill the posts to man these networks at the moment. I think there's over 100 children waiting to be psychologically assessed in CHO1. Some people might have that stat or even more, but even just to get that actual diagnosis. So I suppose it's interesting how you're progressing that methodology with that tug of war between the two, but infrastructurally, we have so many questions to answer before we even get to the person-centered approach. So while you're inclined to be pulled more that way, I'd also suggest that the infrastructure, the resources, the capacity, all of those issues are still unresolved. They're still not working in tandem. And you know, whether there's whether there's more funding, whether we need more recruitment, whether we need more training, whether it's all of the above, but that piece of the puzzle needs to be sorted, I suppose, before we even start to understand what person-centered or preferences are in a system that actually works. Because if you're getting the person-centered approach in a system that's broken, it's going to be difficult to create a sustainable model going forward, given we have to fix the breakages first.
Sure, yeah. No.
So I hope the whole audience heard that. Basically, there's a lot of problems with the system that need to be fixed, and it's trying to get the balance. I guess maybe you can summarise it better than me.
No, absolutely. That's been my own experience of working with the CDNT. Obviously, I've been lucky enough to access the team and to work with them. But the problems are in CDNT3, as they are in other CDNTs, under-resourced, posts not being filled, actually even allowing a researcher in to work with them without it being a burden, and then addressing the complex issues of the new teams, the integration, before you get to looking at that. Yeah, so it is a really important point. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I was just wondering, in terms of the digital side of things, you're intending to create digital...
I suppose the idea before you get to digital is to look at how health information and data is captured, and maybe where some existing device points are. So before you get to that point, it's a little bit like peeling it back, just in a different way to what Rochelle is saying, but peeling it back to the actual journey map first. So you could look at it as a use case, if you like, to see where the data and information is captured, and then how that can be adequately represented in an electronic record and shared meaningfully across different platforms.
Okay, so the record would be for the patient and the health clinicians?
Well, I mean, the goal is, I suppose, as Martin has said, is that a record is available on a phone for everybody to make their lives better and more accessible, and particularly children with disability, having to travel around the country for different referrals, all of the challenges that exist already for them. So the goal is to have a working electronic record, not a broken electronic record on top of an already difficult system.
And is there a model for this in other healthcare services?
Martin might answer that better than me.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was really interesting.
Okay,
and I think... I think you're looking at a mountain and you're taking your first steps up it, and I think that's really cool to see, and we look forward to hearing where you go with that research in future conferences. So now we're coming to a presentation by Professors Joan Condell and Joanne Rhodes. They said to me, don't read all this information out, there's far too much. So I've tried to summarise it, but I'm hoping I can read my own writing. So Professor Joan Condell is based in the Ulster University School of Computing, Engineering and Intelligent Systems. It has an interest in data analytics, wearables and ambient AI. She published, this is a bit awe-inspiring, but again a mountain, 250 plus papers and secured over 56 million in grant funding. She is also has received awards for innovation and is a CEO of Action Sense Limited. Similarly qualified and aspiring is Professor Rhodes, who was originally a cellular pharmacological person, and she is Chief Executive at Health Innovation Research Alliance Northern Ireland, known as TRANI, which seeks to support and accelerate collaborative health research and innovation, with moving sort of ideas and technology from lab to clinic to patient to home, which is a real aspiration. She has had much success in facilitating academic industry partnership, and has recently delivered a 16 million Pfizer US UK, this is where I need to move to theirs, collaborative consortium commercialisation of small molecule and gene therapy programs as Chief of Staff at Merck UK and R&D. So thank you, we welcome you to talk.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, and thanks to Conrad and Richo and partners at ATU for the opportunity to speak. Okay. So this is taking a slightly different direction. So as you've heard, my background's actually I'm a pharmacologist and in pharma research, but over the course of my 25-year career in health and life sciences, have really pivoted away from creating new medicines and R&D in new medicines to really thinking about what Martin alluded to in the keynote around how do we adopt the technology that we already have and make it work for patients and for people. But I've taken a slightly different approach. So I moved to Northern Ireland in 2020 to set up the Health Innovation Research Alliance Northern Ireland. So it's a not-for-profit alliance of the two universities, Queen's and Ulster, health institutions and research institutions, of which there's 17, and the 250 life sciences businesses in Northern Ireland. And we work to unlock growth and collaboration for health and prosperity. So it sounds very grand. There's actually 2 of us and some interns. But what we seek to do is become a connector and a super connector, build relationships and build trust. So we advocate, we're a front door to promote capabilities. So if people want to work in Northern Ireland in health and life sciences, please use us as a front door. We can hopefully connect you to collaborate, encourage cross-sector partnerships, and also integrate. So try and align the strengths and capabilities in research and our businesses in Northern Ireland with the vision of how to transform health. So this is not new to anybody. So we're really kind of eyes, ears, we frame problems and we seek out unique audiences. So whether it's the academic audience, whether it's the public or patients, whether it's government, and I spend a huge amount of my time actually with government to try and help them understand how they can develop opportunities, infrastructure and policy to try and change this. So we work across academia, industry, the clinic and the government. And I think the key thing that I feel in the clinical space or in the population space is it's around framing those relevant challenges. So whether it's the patient problem that we heard earlier around, solving your diabetes, how can we actually make that relevant to patients? And I think, that really chimes with what Richard was talking about and what Susan spoke about earlier around how do we get people to engage with things that are going to be meaningful within their lives, and then the adoption piece falls away. We have a larger remit around developing talent and skills for industry, but again, we just signpost. We can't do all of that, but it's supporting infrastructure and the bringing together those stakeholders to integrate knowledge and share opportunities. Just to give you a very snapshot view of the North, I have to slip that in there. I think that's part of my remit as well. Health and life sciences is the fastest growing sector in Northern Ireland. So there's 250 SMEs. We've got global industry there. So we've got Terumo and Teva, Stryker as well, who do some manufacturing in the north. But we've also got really great indigenous global companies. So Randox and Almac, who deliver in vitro diagnostics and work with global pharma as well, which is quite unique actually within the UK in general, in that we've got the largest genomics company and diagnostics company in the UK. But we haven't really necessarily got our message out there. For me, it's about how do we engage with those groups better and bring their knowledge of commercialisation and the patient need right the way through the ecosystem. There is a once-in-a-generation infrastructure investment in Northern Ireland, around £200 million of city and growth deals. That's very much infrastructure. And so for me, it's crucially important that we do invest in improving clinical trials, manufacturing 4.0, precision medicine and health analytics. There's also other ones around tourism, and so that there are additional investments there, but in life sciences there's around 200 million. How do we make sure we grow the people to meet that? And again, to Susan's point about, we need people who are conversant across that space, so we try and reflect that. Investment-wise, about 75% of the academic spin-outs are in health and life sciences in the north. So it really is a growing sector, and Ulster and Queen's are top 5 in the UK for bioscience and entrepreneurship. So we have the opportunity to leverage funding from potentially shared island funds in the future, cross-border funds, but also UKRI, and then engaging global funds as well. So hopefully 2 or 3 bites of the cherry. And so looking to share how we can do that as well. And then I guess the final piece in e-healthcare records is we've got a Goldilocks population of about 1.9 million. There's an e-healthcare record at the moment, but it's not very interoperable. But from September 2023, the first of our 5 trusts, the South Eastern Trust, is going to launch Encompass, which is an Epic-based system. For me, that's very much the foundation. The bit that we need to work on now is, okay, the data may well be present or will be available. There are a number of things in government to allow us to use that in research and industry for commercialisation that still need to be unlocked. But also there's a need to understand how are we going to integrate that data for better patient benefit. And I think we're only at the foothills of beginning to learn that. And I've learned a lot this morning already from others. I guess I've just got one more key slide. So what do I try and do in my daily life? And it's to build relationships. And I think a lot of the things we've talked about that are not really exciting are governance, metrics, building trust, spending time are the things that I found over the last 3 years. They do take time to build, but those are the things when you bring people along with you, that's how you begin to change them. And that's where we need patients as part of that journey. And you'll hear a lot more from Joan about some of the work that we've done together. So I won't produce any spoilers around that and leave that to Joan and her work. But for me, we really look at 1, 2, 3. So number 1 is building health and economy as innovation partners. So we know health equals wealth from the pandemic. But we're sort of going backwards again in that we've gone back to the old ways. So we need to invest in our strengths, learn from others and really develop that. And so I spend a lot of time trying to influence our health and economy in the north and health and social care about how we work together. And I would say at the moment we're at the point where the language is changing. We don't yet have that fantastic investment that Susan mentioned. But there is definitely a recognition of that need to change and to break down the silos much more. And we have already begun to do that just through using that Harani name and some of our stakeholders to leverage people in the right people in the room. The other piece I alluded to is that we've got Indigenous industry here. And I think this is a problem in the Republic as well. I'm an ex-Pfizer employee. They're very good at sort of setting up in places, but actually their view of commercialisation is hugely valuable. How do we get that out into education, into the local area, into opportunities so that we can learn how they do it, and actually they can give back. They've already capitalised on the staff opportunities and tax and economic opportunities, so how do we leverage that better? I think that's a really important piece. Get them to help nurture local innovation, and I think Galway's a fantastic example of that, how some of those companies have come together with the academics to develop new programmes such as in the BioInnovate programme, etc. And then leading on to what Joan's going to talk about, prototyping and community test beds. So thinking about how we can really pull that through for the patient. And then the other piece is around, so in the north we've got dual UK and EU market access. You still have that here at the EU market access, but how can we learn to collaborate cross-border? I think there's a lot to learn to build 2 health systems together, even without getting political or anything around that. There's a huge amount of opportunity, and we're seeing that push there. Thinking about spin-out seed funds, but also how we can develop cross-border collaborations with the clusters. I know there's been an investment in digital health clusters and connected health clusters in the Republic. How can we make sure that we leverage that? Because the real place-based knowledge is hugely important, but actually if we connect them, we can further leverage who's at the cutting edge in all of these places and build those and bring the other stakeholders along with us. And as I said, mentioned the 2 or 3 bites of the cherry to bring the best of the UK, the Union and Ireland, and actually engage globally. One thing I guess that's not mentioned there, and we found hugely rewarding, the Irish do it really well, and it's been a real wake-up call for me, is around the diaspora and the opportunity of people who left many years ago wanting to come and give back. And I think that's something that we need to do better in the north and learn from the south to do that. But also, I think, as cohesively as the island of Ireland, I think that's a real opportunity that's underexplored at the moment. So I just wanted to highlight, we published last year the Health and Wealth in Northern Ireland Capitalising on the Opportunities, which speaks to that health and economy partnership. It's there to download as well with a QR code, but that gives 10 steps, 10 implementation steps. So less about the vision and more about how our health systems can think about unlocking their data and their skills and framing the problem better for developing better healthcare systems and also capitalising on the opportunity of prosperity. Again, actually, I did say no spoilers, but I'd forgotten I'd put this slide in here. So this is an overview of, I guess, what Joan's done. The only bit that I wanted to draw attention to is up there in the top right for you guys. And I think it's an overwhelming view that we've got, is that challenging our assumptions. So human behaviour, people's lifestyle, eats health tech for breakfast. You know, we really need to empower patients and think about, you know, their mastery of their condition so that they feel that they are having an impact. And I think to take away the doing health to people rather than people actually finding their journey. And I thought the piece that Richard mentioned around almost people designing their own health journey, I think is hugely valuable. And it's gamification of health, which I know is quite a hot topic at the moment. So that's something I'd be really interested to explore more about, how people find their better health. But that's going to be a challenge, is how we then embed that in a national healthcare system. I'm going to hand over to Joan now.
Okay, right, we'll start with this slide actually. So Joanne's been fantastic for me. I've been doing a lot of European work in the last 6 years. At one point I had 24 European projects, which I know it's too many, but I just kept going, and the projects kept coming. But I built fantastic networks across Europe, and unfortunately Brexit happened. I still have those networks to call on for certain things, but we can't work in applied research anymore together, which is hugely disappointing. So I've had to focus regionally, which I think is what Boris wanted us to do in the UK. So I applied for some of his levelling up money. In late 2021, we got $750,000 to run a 6-month pilot test bed in the community. So I'm going to speak to that now. But we've been doing lots of work. Joanne showed an earlier slide across the quadruple helix, and Martin spoke to it as well. So I work with councils, communities, charities, citizens. I call them community people, or people in the community now. I don't like to call them patients either, but I'm not a clinician. I'm from computing. So I have a tendency to call them patients, but I try to call them people in the community, if that's not degrading. I hope it isn't. But anyway, sometimes you can over-focus on the words. So I work with Queen's, I work with Harani, I work with Belfast City Council. We're now working with Newry and Down Council and Durham Strabane Council. So I'm open to working with anybody. I love collaborating cross-discipline. It's where my sweet spot is, and I get most of my creativity. So the project I'm going to speak to is this Levelling Up funded one, and I should have a logo there for it, and I don't. eCarewell. So we wanted to put technology in carers' homes. As Joanne said, we wanted to use technology that we already have. Companies have developed tech. Martin speaks to this frequently as well. We don't need to recreate this, it's there. Universities aren't very good at working with companies. They say they are, but actually they try to grab their IP and not steal it, but claim some of it for them if they've looked at it or read it or done anything with it at all. I'm not interested in that. I just want to work with them to bring the sector on. So we worked with the North West Regional College as well, the Dial Centre. So the core of what we wanted to do was understand how technologies can meet the needs of carers in Northern Ireland. Coming out of COVID, there was a huge need for carers, a massive burden of care, and it's mental and physical health, not just physical health. So we worked with community groups. I started to work with community groups doing COVID work, EU COVID work, believe it or not, when we were in COVID, and I seen the work they were doing on the ground. It was just amazing. One of our community group leads, probably the best one that I've worked with ever, she would, at any time I had a chat with her, and I chatted to her most weeks in COVID, she would tell me all these stories about going and getting iPads off the council and knocking on doors and giving them to 14-year-old kids who had no device to do their homework on. She knew her community so well. Well, that's just, and that young guy thanked her so much. He stood and cried. As a teenage boy, you don't get teenage boys to cry very often. I have 3 of them. But it was amazing. I was just amazed by the work she'd done, and I continued to work with her, and I still work with her. So the first thing we did was a comprehensive assessment of carers' needs in Northern Ireland. We want to push technologies into the homes. I've worked with 20 Northern Ireland companies on this. And we will and have provided the carers with the technologies and the skills and the support they need to use them. So the first main aim was to understand the needs. This was just in the Derry and Strabane Council area, and to be brutally honest, at the start I struggled to get the council to really understand what I was trying to do. That's been a journey for me, and I'm in a much better place with that now. I mean, some of our other councils in Northern Ireland would give their right leg or arm to be in this, and but we have good partnerships there now. So the objectives are to identify any barriers preventing access to technology, identify the impact of the technologies and challenges affecting engagement. And a previous speaker talked about caring, just showing that you care, and that has been fantastic for me as well. Part of our challenge in computing is all of our good students are going to companies and been paid huge money, so we can't keep them to do research. I don't know if that's a challenge here or not. So what I have tried to do, and what I've had to do, I guess, is expand my team. I don't just employ computing anymore. I employ psychologists. I can employ sports scientists. I will find a way to employ people that I need to manage my projects with the skills that are needed. And they don't all have to sit and code Python every day or anything else. So in terms of recruitment technologies and impact then, we know and we have shown that technology can alleviate pressure. The biggest pressure, the two main key ones that we probably showed it in is cardiac and mental health, which I'll get to. There's a huge problem of loneliness and social isolation coming out of COVID. We did another test bed in Belfast funded by Catapult, which just focused on social isolation and loneliness, but in this one we were doing both physical and mental health. So we aimed for 170. These stats are from the first few months. We were constantly onboarding. So a key part here is we completely bypassed the Health Trust. We didn't work with Health Trust. I was never going to get this done if I tried to go through the Health Trust. I have a fantastic relationship with the clinical trial manager in the university, and she just adapts every week. She has to adapt my ethics. But she's very patient with me, and she knows what I'm trying to do. So we create our own community ethics. I have really good relationships with a lot of the Northern Ireland medtech companies. I put out a call to action. Some of the ones that came in with me at the start got up to 50 grand for their companies. The ones that ignored me and came in later could only get up to 5k because of our procurement rules. But we ended up with just over 130. We're still recruiting. So patients have to, sorry, there I go again. People in the community have to self-refer because we're not going through the Health Trust. I had to build up relationships with the community groups, with social workers that were connected to community groups. But that has been a real eye-opener for me as to what effect that can actually have on your communities. We're still, this project, the funding stopped for this in December, and I spent every penny, but I'm still supporting it through other European funds that I have unspent. I have just over 60 people who are still using technology every week. And I have a fantastic team that are supporting them. I have 3 psychology postgrads. They're not actually doing a course, they've finished the postgrad course, but they're amazing. So I've been teaching computing for over 20 years, and anybody that teaches computing in here, like Mike, will know that a lot of our students are somewhere on the spectrum. They tend to struggle with empathy. It's not something that comes naturally to them. I mean, I'm not a hugger. I never hug. If I give you a hug, you know I really mean it. And it's just the way I'm built, and it's the way a lot of us as engineers and computer scientists are built. We can't do anything about it. But my psychologist postgrads are totally different. So what we do here is one of my researchers created these for me, so I don't know the route here. I'll go through this and I'll get to the stages. So the mean average age is 55. Most of them are female. We struggle to get males, and we did get some males in. Males tend not to self-refer and recognise a need at all. Females will eventually, but they struggled as well, actually. And most of them were full-time employment, lived in the city as opposed to rural. Some of them were retired, so this is a process. So the first thing that happened was the president had to email me to get in to self-refer into the study. We then onboarded them. So we called the 3 psychology postgrads auditors. So basically they called the carer
Often they would go and meet them in a cafe. I had a purchase order out on cafes around the city. I had purchase orders out on taxis. So anything they needed to do to access the carers, to build up that relationship, I just said, yeah, whatever, pay whatever it needs. And they were amazing. So they bought them buns. If they didn't meet them in cafes, they would meet them in community groups, would bring a wee box of buns with them. I'm a great believer in food being the way to the heart quite often. So they did the onboarding. They then showed them, we had like it's almost like shopping basket of technologies that we could provide, but we didn't force them to use any one technology. So this was another key part of the project. They chose what they wanted to do. So this is part of my co-creation, if you like, co-design. I want them to lead it. I want them to tell me what they want, and I can get them other stuff if there's other stuff that they want. So we continue to support them, and they continue to engage with our team. I've pulled this project now back into Ulster, and Joanne would advise a lot in the background, but I needed to consolidate at one point because things got a bit chaotic. So most of the carers were totally unaware of their own needs, and I think a lot of people will identify with this. So they didn't place their well-being as their main importance. This project actually became like a support, a prop for a lot of people. They were able to talk about their feelings and that they actually do need time out. A lot of them minimised the role that they played in their family support network, and that regular contact was crucial for them. A lot of them were isolated. So 42% of the carers were identified as moderately to severely burdened in their caring role, which is quite a bit. 35% at baseline and 7% at midpoint. So we did an evaluation pre-post and pre-mid and post, sorry. I still haven't got the point of actually doing the final one because I don't want to stop. So I told the girls last week, right, we're going to do a final evaluation, but we're not stopping. And I know that doesn't make sense at all, but we're just going to do it anyway. So these are the companies that we've worked with. Top 5 are wearables, and we have 2 VR companies who use VR for rehabilitation, Incisive and Exert. We have some comms companies that we worked with. The sad thing is that one of these have actually gone into administration, but this is the way it is. In spin-out, I have done 2 spin-outs now, and I understand their life and the way they work. Physical activity, we had a lot of apps. We found that the apps weren't as well taken up apart from the Tech 10 one, the mindfulness app. It had fantastic uptake. This is on the benefits. I'll just skip through that. User stories is the best bit. So this is a lady actually who I met 2 weeks ago. We did a workshop in McGee with King's College London because I'm now doing some work with them, and she came in. I'd never met her before. This isn't her in the picture. This is all anonymised, and I was just amazed by how much support and she had got from the project and how her life had genuinely changed. So she's 75, she cares for her grandchild, most days white respite. The child is Down syndrome. Basically, the child's mother had a lot of struggles when the child was born. Her marriage broke up, and Granny said, I'll take him. I'll look after him. But it completely changed her life. And she uses the Tech 10 app. And basically, it allows her to take time out every single day. And she absolutely lives by it now. It's become a core part of her life. And that's just her identifying her needs. This is a husband and wife, 44-39, care for their 4 children with all have different needs. They had no external support. Highly burdened with low wellbeing scores. So we use burdens of care scores at the start and in the middle and at the end to assess how we're progressing. They chose Neurovalence, Be Secure and Civic Dollars. Neurovalence is a brain stimulation headpiece. Jason McKeown in Belfast set it up and runs it. And this has, again, changed their lives. One of the main things this family has done is they've actually reached out for support, and they're now getting constant support. So this is the caring piece. A lot of people don't actually feel that care, so they don't engage. I'm going to go on past this one. This was rehabilitation, and I've loads of quotes. I'll share these slides with Rachel, and she can send them out. The main thing for a lot of the carers was the different perspective and them recognising that they had to look after themselves. So awareness of their needs and well-being, improved sleep. Neurovalence allowed them to get proper sleep. One of the girls, and I have met a lot of these, I've done video interviews with a lot of them to hear their stories. One of the girls has been on antidepressant and sleep tablets for years. She has a disabled husband and 2 children with special needs, and she uses Neurovalence every single night when she gets the house settled, and she doesn't take sleeping tablets anymore. So, I mean, stories like that just make me go, wow. I have one at home myself. I haven't tried it, but I don't have the same struggles as she has. So they give themselves more time. They feel more positive about their role because they actually feel supported. They connect socially. We do a lot of, one of our community groups, the one I was referring to earlier, has now set up a carers cafe. She runs it every week, and the council have given her money to support that. And that's like, if you're free, it's like mother and toddler. I used to go to mother and toddler. I moved to a new area with my kids. My husband was shocked I actually went out to speak to people. But you have to engage, and that peer support is very, very important. She brings them together every single week. She buys them buns and gives them a bit of food. So, yeah, that was a bit of a ramble through that. That's only one. That's eCarewell. We've done many, many other projects, but the core of all of what I do is work with companies with high TRL technologies to put it in people's homes. Martin referred to Living Labs. So, in the universities, we've been a bit obsessed with creating labs in the uni. I want to do it at home. I want to do remote monitoring. I want to do AI with remote monitoring and do it really well. We got a prize through, it's just been announced officially today, Longitude Prize for Dementia, to create an AI model to try to predict, prevent and monitor agitation in dementia patients in the home. It's not a lot of money, but it's one I'm very passionately driven towards because of my own personal circumstances. So these things are really needed. There's no solution out there. Health system can't cope with what they need to do. And there are many, many barriers, but if we keep making little steps forward, we'll get there eventually, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you both. That was another inspiring talk with lots to take home and think about and mull over. We have time for a couple of questions, so we will start with Rochelle and then another question after that.
Thanks, Joan. I'm just wondering, so people self-selected into the programme. So how did you advertise, or what was the method of kind of...
So generally through community groups, and actually we had some social workers. We had a onesie for dermatology in this, believe it or not, in kids. So any means we can, as long as they're not referred officially through the health system, they handed out our leaflets, gave them my email address. It's all about building relationships again in Northern Ireland.
Any other questions? We've got a question at the back from the gentleman with the lanyard.
Hi, how you doing? Just in terms of your numbers there, I think you had 129 people on board, and then you had quite a large drop-off rate. So what do you attribute the drop-off rate?
We had some mortality. We had care situations that changed, so some of the people they were caring for were moved into care homes or moved into other institutions. I would say there is a sustainability problem in this, but it's something you constantly need to work at, which is why I haven't given the project up. I keep finding bits of money to keep supporting it. And for me, all I have to do is support those 3 psychology postgrads to keep doing the work. They absolutely love it. I just have to keep finding money to keep supporting them. There actually isn't a lot that I need to do outside of that. I mean, I want to keep putting more technologies into these people's homes. I want to build up a base of community people that will test stuff for us anytime. My ethics manager is very, very patient with me, but she's fantastic, yeah. So the other problem we had with recruitment was we ended up getting people that were educated, very educated, because they self-referred. Joanne and I both want to go back to the original plan and try to work out how we can get those deprived areas, those people who don't know what they need. We talked about this about at dinner last night as well, and we need to work out how to do that. I thought we could do that through community groups, but believe it or not, a lot of people in the community don't even engage with their community groups. So it's very difficult.
And how do you distinguish between the effect of your 3 wonderful psychologists with their sticky buns and the effect of the technology? I mean, people pick the technology they want, but they've also got that background similarity.
Yeah, so one thing we're not very good at in computing is qualitative analysis. So I've started to do a lot of qualitative analysis. So I do the quantitative alongside the qualitative. So the girls do the qualitative with me, and the computer scientists, the nerds, do the quantitative with me. We just do both in parallel. So eventually, I hope that they'll line up.
Okay.
But they're not aligned yet. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, both. That was really interesting. I think, I mean, if you look, we've had an interesting morning. We've looked at, and we're not ready for lunch yet, so don't disappear on me. So we've looked at the need for change. We've looked at innovation that is available, especially in the digital world. We've looked at the effect of innovation, such as coaching and utilising a digital model to apply that as well. We've looked at the involvement of patients and a role of digital technology there, but I use the word patient, the involvement of people in their own healthcare and managing it. And we've looked at how do we identify need and then utilising technology there. Now we're looking at how do we apply innovation and the challenges in terms of the cardiovascular and within the health service. So we're looking internally, externally, and around the place. How do we do this? How do we apply it? How do we improve health in Ireland? And then we've looked at another model of making it happen with a good example of one use of technology for carers, which I found really interesting, having come from that background recently. So now we're moving on to a roundtable where we can explore these ideas further in a discussion group. So if you give us a couple of minutes just to set it up, then the tight roundtable discussion will go on till 2:00 and will be facilitated or moderated by Mr. John Gaffney, who's part of Enterprise Ireland and the ATU. Just to note, in the afternoon, Celine Byrne and Joanne Regan-Moriarty, both winners as part of the Early Researchers Forum yesterday, will be presenting in the afternoon to do with exercise-related programmes and pulmonary support. Thank you. I feel like a sort of a school organiser right now. At the round table, we'll need Martin Curley, Joanne Rhodes, Joanne Condell, Chris McCabe, Gráinne Flynn, Michael McCann, and Susan Connolly, please. Thank you.
Sensation. Oh.
Okay, folks, my name is John Gaffney. I manage a digital health cluster on behalf of Enterprise Ireland and funded by ATU. I have an industry background and I'm actually in a transition at the moment, moving back to industry as a general manager for Europe with Avery Dennison Medical. So just very briefly, I think most of the panelists have been introduced already today, but just to do a very quick round reminder. So we have Professor Curley spoke this morning on our keynote speech from Maynooth University and the digital health leader. We had Gráinne Flynn talking from the advocacy perspective and the founder of Triabetes and Diabetes Care she spoke a lot about. We just had Professor Joanne Rhodes and Joan Condell, which were just introduced momentarily. We had Dr. Susan Connolly from the clinical background in preventive cardiology and working with ICT and digital health as well. We have Mick McCann here from ATU Letterkenny. Mick works in areas of computing, project management, data analysis, and entrepreneurship. And we have Professor Chris McCabe here, Professor of Health Economics at Queen's University Belfast. Recognised research leader in fields of health economics, health technology assessment, and will be speaking after lunch. The topic today is the value added of multidisciplinary research and innovation in evidence-based practice in healthcare in Ireland. So really, what are we talking about? We're talking about the quadruple helix that Martin referred to in his opening slides. And ultimately, what is the quadruple helix? It's academia, university, industry, government and community, and how that interacts from an innovation perspective. So I'm going to kick off with straight in on the technology side. Joan, Martin and Mick, I'll refer to you guys initially. So maybe Joan initially, to have a chat around AI and ChatGPT and all these new evolving technologies. What I'm interested here really is more the technology push. Martin spoke a lot about the adoption of digital health and the enablement of digital health. I just want to touch on the disruptive nature of technologies like AI and ChatGPT, but specifically around healthcare. What perspective do you have on that, on how it might disrupt, and your thoughts on that?
Okay, so there's a lot of bad media around it, I would say. It's endless. It's every day of the week. But I think AI can only help us, and Martin referred to it again this morning. I've just got a project funded for dementia where we're trying to use AI to detect, prevent and monitor agitation in dementia people in their own home. So the key in all of this is to keep people at home as long as we possibly can, and even if they have an incident, get them back home if we can. So AI can only be a positive thing for me. I don't have any problems with it at all. It needs to be used in the right way, so there's going to have to be some form of regulation. But the media just need to calm the whole thing down and let us get on with it. And we've also been doing AI for years, by the way, sorry.
Yeah, and in terms of healthcare specifically, or medtech sector, do you see any specific areas where it may, initially get bedded in and more adoption? For me, it's in the home, learning behaviour and reacting to behaviour, or even I think it was you spoke about your changes and your signs at home. The consultants or the clinicians in the hospital been able to react to that very, very quickly. Even just seeing that deterioration, or someone talked about someone having a stroke. I can't remember who it is. Sorry. Knowing that there's something coming and be able to react and learn from that really, really quickly. Joanne, you have a unique perspective from the pharmacovigilance background, and then seeing innovation in the north of Ireland. In terms of other disruptors, things like gene and cell therapy and precision medicine, do you see that coming in being very technology disruptive as well? And from an Irish or Northern Ireland perspective, what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, yeah, so that's really interesting actually. So, and I'm of two minds actually, because cell and gene therapy I think is really important, but some of these drugs and therapies are going to be life-changing. So how do you price that in? And also, from my prior work with rare disease, if you're developing a gene therapy for, let's say, a mitochondrial disease, is that thunder?
That's the thunder and lightning.
Okay.
We'll have a blackout in a few minutes.
Did I mention the pharma industry, did I? No. No. If you're developing rare disease gene therapies, etc., you might turn something that's fatal to a 2-year-old and very emotive. You might turn somebody that wasn't part of the healthcare system because unfortunately they died into somebody with very complex needs that's going to need care for 20, 30, 40 years. So the healthcare bill is not going to come down, even though you're going to cure some of these diseases. You'll just turn somebody that died into somebody that has complex needs. So obviously that's a success story, but we need to think about how we incorporate that. And for me, I'm just going to bring it back to technology. So you've got some very high-cost healthcare drugs, whether it's personalised cancer therapies or rare disease therapies that are coming from gene and cell therapy. But then there's the other end, which is cell therapy for wound healing, which we're probably all going to use in the future, in the next 20 years, when we've got some complex ulcers or things to do with diseases of aging, we're probably going to use those therapies. And so there really needs to be a balance about population health and what's going to do the most for the most people. And I think that's, and I don't want to preempt health economic colleagues as well, I think it's hugely important that we have health economics to think about the value, but it's not just in the next 5 years, it needs to think about the whole population value within our communities, within our homes, within healthcare systems as to where we invest, and that's hugely complicated.
Mike, I'm going to bring you in here on this topic and just get your perspective on both the AI and ChatGPT, etc.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the interesting things that there's a sort of theme running through a lot of the presentations today, in and around that sort of organic adoption of technology, driven by one of the sort of patient advocates spoke about discovering these diabetic models that were developed by patients themselves. The stuff that Joan's talking about in terms of delivering stuff out into the community to see what the adoption looks like. And I think we have to remember that there is a certain organic element until how society adopts technology, and we've seen that and how unpredictable it can actually be in terms of the stuff we've seen in around social media that nobody really predicted and nobody really seen it coming, and then when it arrives you just go, oh my God, that was obvious. And there are new obvious things that are just around the corner, and it's just trying to get our hands around that. And I think in terms of some of the topics of this discussion, where we talk about the coming together of different disciplines, and similar to what Joan was saying in terms of how we bring together qualitative and quantitative research, and I'm having a similar experience in terms of embedding strong thematic analysis and bringing this sort of more qualitative piece together along with technology to make sure that you're delivering real value to the human experience. And I think that's a big part of it. And I think there is a change happening certainly within academia and how we do that. And conferences like this are really informing that discussion. And a lot of what I heard even this morning, really backs that up from what I can see. Yeah.
Martin, I might bring you in here, and you spoke a lot this morning about obviously the Irish healthcare system and with digital health and technology, but from an Ireland incorporated perspective, our positioning with things like AI and machine learning, and there's a tech race out there. What are your thoughts on that and where we should be? Is that something we should invest in? What's the strategic driver of that? How would we enable and empower that? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I think there actually has been some strategic foresight, and IDA and Enterprise Ireland have been particularly active in trying to develop an AI ecosystem. And I remember when I saw ChatGPT, I had exactly the same feeling when I saw Mosaic for the first time. Mosaic was the first engine I thought, this is going to change everything. And I think Einstein talked about atomic, when the atom was split, it changed everything except the mindset. What is so important is we have to change our mindset as well. And that brilliant source, the Daily Mirror, I don't know if people saw their graphical representation. They asked 500 patients, well, as a researcher, they published a lovely graphic. They looked at the quality of responses of doctors and ChatGPT on common medical problems and also on empathy. And the patients or the people 3x preferred the response from ChatGPT. So we're not going to get rid of brilliant people like Susan, but the power together, it's going to be so complementary. So radiology, one of the big issues is radiologists are human. They miss stuff. I was a patient. They miss stuff of me, and I think the consequences could have been awful, but I was very lucky. But a very good radiologist with very good AI, you're going to get 99.99%. So it's about the complementary adoption, and as I mentioned earlier, moving from serial to parallel, automation and AI are going to be hugely powerful, and they're going to allow doctors and nurses operate at the top of their license on the patients that really need their specialist care, whereas everybody else using the coaching from Helen, we will hopefully stay healthy, and AI is going to support that. But it's an amazing opportunity to leap ahead. And I think in Ireland, we need we have a burning platform, and the house is on fire, so we've no choice, we have to adopt it.
But on the technology side or the industry side, do you think we need to research more, invest more from the government on those technologies, and be a global leader in the context of AI, ChatGPT, these technologies that are going to disrupt?
I think we do, but I think we waste an awful lot of money as well. Just use, the approach that Joan and Joanne and we use in the Living Labs. Just suck it and see. It is moving so fast. By the time you put in an SFI application, actually you're into the next generation technology. So typically, it can be actually small amounts of money, small amounts of tech with patients and doctors. We can move really fast. So we don't need €1 billion. We need a couple of million, and we can change healthcare in Ireland.
I'm going to bring in Susan and Grania here, just from the adoption of technology. Obviously, Susan, you do have a background working with Fitbit, with IT in general, but the perspective of the clinicians in general adopting ICT and the enablement of digital health. What's the general perspective among the clinical community around this? What are their thoughts?
It's still not mainstream. Obviously, medicine is highly technological. But this type of stuff I'm talking about, there's only a few of us sort of doing it.
or the early adopters, I suppose, because there are so many barriers. So the health service need to make it easier for us to use this technology, because we can transform patient care and address so many barriers like rurality and so on.
And is there anything specific you'd like to see come into play to help? I mean, from start of training of clinicians right through to access to IT. Is there any other things that you see that would be important and would enable better adoption?
It has to be embedded in the HSE. And from purchasing, when I wanted to purchase Fitbits and I wanted to purchase digital technology tools. Now, they've purchased them, but there was a lot of questions around it. We should have a national procurement policy for this stuff instead of me going off bartering with companies. And then we need staff embedded in the HSE who can write the TPIA so I don't have to, and so on.
Do you think there's still a fear ultimately of the technology,
yes.
or a lack of knowledge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Grania, I'm just going to bring you in there if that's okay. What I'm thinking of as well, in your perspective, is you talked about, researching information, Google and the internet in the early days of your story. Do you find it difficult with some of these more advanced technologies, and how embedded does the community get involved in researching this technology, and so you understand this yourselves? How do you embrace that?
So I feel like we still live in a world where the doctor knows best, as Martin spoke, but those of us who kind of feel like something not quite right here will actually have the wherewithal to investigate further, and the easiest tool we have is the one that's in our hands, our phone. So I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. If you could maybe rephrase the question for me.
Well, it's just some of the technologies now are getting quite advanced, and you really have to research them in detail. How does a layperson ultimately get behind that information, that data, and become expertise? And as a community, how do you adopt that technology information?
Okay, it goes back to the collaborative approach, community support, clinician support, and support from the healthcare. We need all those factors collaborating to support people to actually adopt the technology.
Chris, I'm going to bring you in here and touch a little bit on Martin's presentation this morning. So Martin showcased a lot of digital health companies in Ireland, and lots of pilots are going on within the HSE and lots of proof of concept. The whole area of adoption, the health economic side of this, and the buy-in and fundraising in digital health, it's still lagging quite significantly. What are your perspectives from an Ireland or Northern Ireland perspective on this, and what needs to change or enable it?
Thanks for that. Nice, easy question. So I think both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic, the systems we have are designed to deliver exactly what they deliver. And they're designed for a time of a sort of steady, highly predictable flow of incremental technologies that service an existing kind of production of health, primarily medically led, with nurses and therapists in clearly defined roles working up to those medics. And what we're seeing through technology is the democratization of knowledge, and that's cascading down, and the system is not built to take advantage of that. And the thing to remember about whenever you try and do something radical in a health system, the temptation of that move fast and break things, it's terribly appealing. Unfortunately, the things in healthcare are people. And you have to understand that there is an mostly appropriate risk aversion about breaking people's healthcare, okay? It's how confident we need to be that what will take the space of what you break, A, will be good, and B, will move into that space rapidly. You can understand both system decision makers and individual patients being quite risk averse in that space. So I think I can understand, coming from where we are, where we see all of the opportunity and the promise, the frustration is completely understandable. but we need to also recognise that there are perfectly legitimate counter reasons to be cautious. So how do we approach evidence? You know, perfection cannot be an argument against the useful, never mind the good. You know, how do we make the case, and how do we evolve the health system? So I think the stuff that was being done with the Fitbit, sorry, I've forgotten your name, but what you're doing was absolutely perfect approach of let's evolve and demonstrate, but we need to have mechanisms to do that at scale. And so I think a lot of what Joanne does at trying to bring the parties together so that we combine what used to be research with actual clinical adoption and implementation. You know, we need to take away that historic structural barrier to allow controlled but rapid diffusion and adoption with the ability to stop it. And this is, I think, the big worry. You know, things like large language models in AI, our ability to take them out of a system they've been implemented in, that's an interesting question. You know, having the AI supplement a radiographer or a radiologist, that's not a problem. We can stop that if it's problematic pretty quickly. Large language models driving actual clinical decision making, that's because if you've taken out the clinician to validate it, who tells you there's a problem? When do you see harm? How long? So actually, there is massive opportunity, and we all are quite rightly very excited. But there is also massive risk of harm here, and we have to not pretend there isn't. We have to say very explicitly what we're going to do with that. And then a second component of harm, I know this is a long answer, these things are mostly neither free nor cheap. And it's not money. It's somebody else's healthcare, and I'll show this in my presentation after lunch. If the person, the organization, the vendor wants cash, and the savings are in capital budgets within the health system, actually this is a net increase in the health system budget. Where's that coming from? It can be very large, and if it takes you a 5 to 10 year capital life cycle to convert the savings into money, that's really a problem for the health system. So I think we need to be excited about the opportunities, but we need to be realistic about the on-the-ground challenges. And, you know,
I'll let you come in there, Martin.
Okay, we'll have our first disagreement. So,
but not the last, I promise.
No, exactly. It's all friendly banter. I think the value at risk of not adopting these solutions. Alan Cage, he said, you know, I'm not scared of new ideas. I'm scared of the old ones. So take whole genome sequencing. In Ireland, we have 300,000 people with rare diseases. On average, it takes 10 years to diagnose that, and mostly there's a whole pharma regime for those 10 years. Now we can do that diagnosis 3 to 5 weeks for 300 or 400, you know, genome tests. So I think there's so much risk in not adopting these solutions, and they're incredibly cheap. So the coaching, if we, you know, the costs like diabetes, you know, if diabetes, we can't cure it, but we can reverse it. So that there's 10x costs, 100x costs when you get down to amputations and all that. So if we invest, and you know, the kind of technologies, and it's a fabulous case story in terms of digital pancreas, yes, there is a little bit of cost, but the lifetime cost of, say, a 780G from Medtronic compared to the cost of downstream amputations and all, and more particularly the emotional and impact to the patient, these are incredibly cheap. I think so.
I think you chose a great example.
Say again?
I think you chose a great example. Gene testing, next generation sequencing is a wonderful example for both the good and the bad. Okay? So, yeah, it's like $400, $500 now to do a sequence of genome. The clinical expertise to actually interpret that information is extremely large. If you're lucky and you're one of the 200-something diseases that there's actually a treatment for, you're looking at, and I'm completely for paying for these, but you're looking at between 1 and 1.5 million kind of opening gambit costs. There are 7,000 minimum, it's probably closer to 10 now, people tell me, genetic disorders. There's 800 gene therapies in clinical development right now. Now, do the maths. We can't afford them. We literally can't afford them. Until we actually figure out how to do genetic therapies, gene therapies that are coming in at the 1,000 to 2,000.
Okay, let's...
Just let me finish. But the upside is, with knowledge, we equip those families to know what is coming. And I think that is highly valuable. So dropping next-gen sequencing into the health system gives us information, but it also gives us a massive challenge. And we shouldn't pretend that it's not a massive challenge and it's just valuable information.
Okay, we can debate that, but let's just take digital respiratory, very good Department of Health study. It's 20 times cheaper to manage a person at home in a virtual ward than in a hospital. We have the highest amount of respiratory admissions in the Republic. We have, 25% higher mortality rates. Like, it is so cheap to actually adopt these. We need the NHS.
There's definitely low-hanging fruit that we should use, but the assumption that because they're all under the umbrella of innovation, that we assume every innovation is the respiratory or the amazing advances in diabetes care over the last 15 years. We can't responsibly do that. We have to look at each technology honestly and identify its risk and its benefits and make informed investment decisions, because they are investment decisions. It's not a cost, it's an investment.
And I think using the Living Lab methodology, it's perfect. It's an option. You manage it, and you would know that.
See this afternoon how we agree on that point.
Brilliant. Okay.
And John, you touched on that in your presentation just beforehand. That you didn't call it Living Labs, I think, but you had a different term or something similar. But you do have a similar ecosystem where you can test bed some of these technologies.
Yeah. So what I was talking about was traditionally the university set up Living Labs. So we've actually built houses, believe it or not, that our researchers now live in. Some of the things we've done in the past are bizarre.
That'll be popular here as well.
Yeah, but. I also work in housing. I'm speaking at the Energy Summit tomorrow in Belfast. So I do housing with health. I work with a housing executive to try to start putting in IoT and wearable sensors to also manage and monitor their tenants' health, because it's very, very important. We've lost my train of thought. Remind me. Living Labs, yeah. So, this is what I was going to say. We don't live in the perfect houses. We're not going to rebuild everybody's houses. So we have to put the technology at home, in people's houses, how they live. It has to adapt to their lifestyle and their choices. Like when I frequently talk to technology companies about putting technology into homes, especially with dementia, actually it's hugely challenging, because an old lady could have a mat in her living room, which is a tripping hazard, but because she's had it there for years and years and years, she will not move that mat, even though it may have cost £20 out of Tesco's. She just won't move it. So people, especially older people with dementia, like their homes the way they are. They don't want them to be changed, so our technology has to adapt to live the way they are. There's absolutely no point in setting up really, really expensive Living Labs in the uni. We get a lot of equipment, but we have robotics labs in McGee and other labs, and a lot of the time they just sit there and they're not used. So my preference is that the university sees it as a risk to put technology out to people, but I keep a huge register of where my tech is, where the kit is for my audits mainly, believe it or not, for finance, because I'm not really bothered. Probably shouldn't say that live, but it's not like 100,000 kit, so I don't see it as being expensive. So we have to put it out into the homes. There's absolutely no point in building multi-million-pound Living Labs in unis. That just doesn't make sense.
So I'm going to pivot a little bit, but similar tone for Joanne, Susan and Mick. Obviously here in the West, it's quite a rural community, and ATU branches, as do the hospital systems, in the same campuses in the same areas. How do we either enable that or use that to turn it on its head to an advantage from telemedicine, remote monitoring, this whole area of using digital to enable healthcare? Any thoughts on that?
Well, it's, certainly, the remote monitoring and the remote consultation model and how that is implemented in a way that still delivers the healthcare experience to the patients as well is important. And even if it's not even just the rural makeup here, it's even just the roads. Even though as the crow flies in Donegal, it might only be 20 miles, but it's an hour's journey because the twists and turns, and so. And talking about bringing somebody in for a consultation and having to come in, and if it's somebody like an old person, and how do they get home, and how do they discharge? It's a big challenge. So there are some very good test beds we have here, and in terms of how we provide that service on a cross-border model, and I suppose talking to somebody who's from ATU Donegal, and I'm from Derry myself, so I see this day and daily, like the natural hinterland there in terms of like. Derry is nearly as much part of Donegal as it is part of Derry City, and as it is a part of the north in that sense, and how do you manage that care provision in what is really a shared community, and I think that it's good to see when we have our colleagues who are working in the northern institutions and stuff, because we have to have a shared island approach to this. It's the only way forward, and technology is an enabler for that as well. So how we explore that and how we deliver those services is the challenge. I think one of the other themes that come out today is about people feeling cared for. I know Helen talked about it, and I know it was talked about in some of the other presentations, and it's how do you marry technology and that human aspect together, so you don't lose that bedside manner type thing that they used to talk about, and that's very, very important as well, and how do you do that in a remote consultation, so there's stuff there.
Susan, I saw you nodding your head there earlier. I just want to see if you had anything to add to that whole experience from a clinical perspective with that rural management of care.
Yeah, I mean, you've just talked about the roads in Fermanagh as well. Our patients just loved the technology and the not having to travel. So you can reserve your in-person consultations for those who really need them. It's a game changer. And even if you have a patient who isn't technical, you can have remote sites where the patient can go in and access the technology and have a healthcare provider show them how to access it. So it's the future. The only one thing I want to say about wearables and digital is there's a huge amount now on digital technology. A lot of it requires the patient to input. I think for this to work, as much of the data acquisition as possible needs to be passive. It's not relying on the patient to input their food diary. They can just take a picture of their meal, AI converts it into the nutrients, and that gets uploaded. Their blood pressure is collected continuously from PPG. Because the minute you ask patients to put in stuff, that's when the drop-off happens. And then the other thing I'll say, and I'm on my soapbox about this, there's so many remote monitoring apps for heart failure and diabetes and all of them. We have to bring in the lifestyle modification element, or we're missing a trick. Physical activity and diet underpin all modern chronic disease, including dementia, cancer, and so on. And we're missing a trick if we just have remote monitoring without the lifestyle modification element.
Can I just ask you, and Grania as well, a little bit about the clinician empathy with digital? That's one risk. It's always been a criticism at times sent to clinicians. Is it more danger that will worsen with digital health because there's a further distance away, or?
I don't think so. We did an awful lot of focus groups with our patients when we were developing Charlie, so we had the end users in mind. And they said to us, one patient said, "You're virtually holding my hand. We know you're monitoring me, and I love that. I feel safe. And you're there when I need you." So rather than having these scheduled consultations when they're actually fine and don't need me, the dashboard will alert you, and you can speak to them when they do need you.
One of the things I just wanted to bring in was one of the things we're looking at in the north. Again, it's starting with a policy change. We've got a fantastic chief pharmaceutical officer called Kathy Harrison, who's in the Department of Health, and she's looking at how community pharmacists will soon become prescribers, but actually how can we think about them as point of care diagnostics? We might have some of the wearables on people and in their homes, but equally some of the diagnostics are too expensive to do that. So how do we upskill our population? And I'm also thinking about GP surgeries, the receptionists or the porters or the facilities managers, because as we saw during COVID, misinformation spreads like wildfire. And so those people, I think it's really about an education of those people, because they're the people that chat to the patient in the waiting room, who can spread positive messaging and think about instilling critical thinking into these people. So I think we've got really strong communities in those areas, but we need to invest in those communities around education across the board. It's not just around health, but caring for your home, your family, your food, your lifestyle, and how digital can help with that. But I think community pharmacists play a really important role. As I said, there are point of care diagnostics that we can instill in that, and actually really think about how people turn to within a mile of their house to get their healthcare immediate needs serviced, and then obviously have the alerting systems or the structures in place so that people can either care for themselves at home, but if there's a problem, we then need to work out how we get them there. That's where you come back to your road. So for me, there's a real investment in communities and actually drawing it away from healthcare professionals into the lay people that make the country run.
And just while you have the floor, Joanne, the whole area of momentum that's growing with the All-Ireland approach and Peace Plus, etc., there's so much examples of it now. And in your presentation, I was conscious there's very much an openness to collaborate, as were the other speakers. But is there something specific or really targeted that you'd like to achieve in the next, say, 24 months that you would see as that's maybe the first major step, or something you'd like to achieve from an all-island collaboration, academic, otherwise, whatever it be?
Yeah. And thanks for the question. So I think there are a couple of things. So one thing that has already been invested in is healthcare clusters, so people who are based in or groups of people who understand their local place and some of their challenges. Now, obviously that needs to continue, but actually making sure that instead of trying to create new things, we just allow the connection. So this conference is a great example of how we're beginning to learn there, and I think that cross-border piece around learning from each other is really important. Already healthcare goes cross-border. In Donegal, cardiac patients get treated in Outnagavin in Northern Ireland for emergency care. Again, something I've taken away as a learning point over the last couple of days actually was that I don't know what happens to them when they go back to their GP and how they then get monitored and how that then gets split. So there's a really interesting piece there. If health moves cross-border, we need to think about how innovation's going to work cross-border. So for me, it's about So health is already doing that because it's a risk to life. We need to think about how we can capitalise on the research and then leading into the innovation and the commercialisation, how we can learn cross-border. So we've already got the All-Ireland Cancer Network. I think what we need to do for some of those cross-border pieces is what are the missions that underlie that. So Joan and I and various stakeholders across Northern Ireland and in the south as well, we're looking at Peace Plus. To try and unlock those cross-border home labs, as it were. I don't want to call them living labs. And so I think that's a really important step. So I really think the push is there. And then the other piece that we've already seen today, there's been an investment of ATU or from Ireland into the Northern Irish education system, and is that around training nurses and training healthcare professionals. I think that learning about the two healthcare systems, what isn't working in both of them is similar, but there's also differences. We need to think about how we can build together two failing systems into a system that's actually successful, and I think this is the beginning there. So just to finish the thought, the cross-border piece, I think, is really, we need to make sure that we bring those health and community stakeholders along with us. We're already ready to collaborate, but we need to make sure that we utilise the place-based groups already to bring those groups together.
Martin, can I just ask, in your work, did the whole...
I actually have quite a few comments building up here.
Sure,
Sorry. So first and foremost, I want to go back to Mick's comment about how we support remote consultations or monitoring. We don't need to ask that question, it's already happening. So St. Columkills in Loughlinstown, 50% of their diabetes consultations are done through Attend Anywhere. Yet my own clinic during COVID did their consultations over the telephone, but called them virtual consultations, and they were terrible. So I would advocate for, most of us are used to Zoom, and we can build up relationships. In the last 4 years, I have met so many new people in our diabetes community and built up friendships, but yet the first time I met a lot of them for the very first time in person was on the 6th of May at the Thrivabetes conference. But we were already well connected. So this idea of virtual consultations not being empathy, just forget that. That's ridiculous. So you can still build up that relationship. I forget where else I was going with this, but so the other thing I wanted to talk about was, so I wear all of this technology. I share the data with my clinic so they can pop in and view what's going on in my diabetes whenever they want. They don't, thankfully. I do it myself. But yet, only 50% of people with type 1 diabetes have glucose sensors in Ireland because there's a resistance to invest in rolling that out to everybody. And we've been fighting that in Diabetes Ireland and as people with diabetes for 5 years now. And that to me is just ridiculous. Apparently, we don't have enough clinical evidence on the benefits of this technology, and I really have some serious questions about what that clinical evidence they're using. We need to remember that we can't leave people behind, and it has to be for everybody. And so many of these conversations take place without patient representatives, and we have so much to contribute, especially in health economics. And I think that's the end of my rant. But if anybody else in the audience wants to throw something else in there.
We've had a row and a rant so far, so we're doing well. I'm just going to do a quick time check. Are we 5 minutes? Okay, good. Martin, I was just going to bring you in there on the collaboration with the North and all your activities with the HSE. Tell us a little bit about that, if any activity took place from a Northern Ireland collaboration perspective.
Well, I think, between Joan and Joanne, what a fantastic opportunity. So we're going to sit at lunch and look at how we can collaborate. We did work with Mike, I think it's Professor Mike O'Sullivan, and we actually had Mike Scott, we put a plan together, and they had some really good solutions, for example, around actually fast turnaround of beds, and we were trying to put that into Tullamore, but as usual, blockage. So I think what a fantastic time. I think let's not look back, look forward. There's so much I'm really looking forward, Chris, to talking with you and how we can help better quantify these, because the solutions are so compelling, 1,000%, 900%. The use of digital ultrasound, we've just done a study with Butterfly in the universe, 3,000% adoption. So, Susan, when we take AI-assisted echo tests, and we did one live, oncologist in the Beacon Hospital in Dublin who'd never done an echo test before. She actually did a live AI echo test on Dr. Dave Burke, who's been using it, and what they're finding is actually an AI-assisted echo test is at least as good, if not better, than actually somebody's been trained to do an echo test in 4 years. So such possibilities, but I think what an opportunity moving forward. I think Wayne Gretzky used to say, don't move to where the puck is, move to where the puck is going, and that's such a great opportunity for collaboration.
So anyone else want to come in on those last few topics here on the panel?
I'll just add to what Martin said. Joanne and I always want to collaborate, and one of my other rants that I have at the universities is they say they collaborate, but they work in silos like crazy. I mean, it's just
and
mad.
Very competitive.
And they compete with each other. So I constantly say to Joanne when we talk about certain characters that I'm trying to work with, and the Energy Summit tomorrow is a perfect example of that, actually. Anyway, I just keep walking my own path. I'm very, very independent, and that's one of my key strengths, actually. And it took me a long, long time to build that up, but I have built it up, and that's where I get my confidence from. But I always say I want to collaborate, not compete. And please don't think I'm trying to compete, because I'm not, and I'm genuinely not. I have so much work to do. My husband regularly reminds me that we've 5 kids at home, and and they still exist. I do spend a lot of time at home. This week is particularly crazy, but we have to collaborate. And we get so much from collaboration, especially cross-discipline. That's why I love cross-discipline work, because it gets me out of that engineering computing silo. And I think it's one of the most competitive, actually. And they tend to be white male. Sorry, Martin and Chris and Mike. But that's just the way it is. The university is very focused on sustainability, EDI and all those things, but for me that's built into everything I do, so stop spending extra money on it and give us that extra money to collaborate, cross stakeholders, cross everybody. They talk about it as if they do it, but they don't actually do it. And we want to do it.
I think there's a really big issue that universities can do, and it's a big issue and a small change. As an academic, I am rewarded for publications, research grants, and teaching. Collaboration, nowhere. Innovation, working with industry, real input. There's all sorts of words. But if you sit on those panels in a university for promotion and what you're asked to really consider, publications, research grants, and then a bit of education and a bit of impact story. And the tops of universities need to actually tell people like me, white male and stale, that we got to get out and get useful. I know there are some exceptions, but I've been in 6 different universities around the world so far, and every one of them has a fundamental problem of a gap between the lip service and the reality. And people do what they're paid to. And as an academic, I'm not paid or incentivized to do what the community actually needs me to do. And that's something that universities need to be made to change.
Just on that, I think there is a shift within academic institutes in that sense. That they're adopting the new DORA principles and stuff, and how they recognise research impact, and that's got to do with community engagement, levels of innovation, levels of engagement with industry, moving towards those different metrics that are more flexible. And I totally agree with you, by the way. I think that's absolutely vital that we shift that focus somewhat, rather than those more legacy, archaic ways that we measured stuff in terms of, and people will perform to how they're measured. That's just human nature. So I completely agree with you. But just to say that there is definitely a shift in that focus, and even in terms of our own research committee, as we've put together a new research policy for the ATU, bringing together the pre-existing institutes of technology, that is something that we are embedding on how we move forward. So
the challenge, Mick, is not just talking about it, which Chris is Queen's, I'm Ulster. We see it endlessly. I sit in Senate, I sit on a lot of committees. They talk about it, but the actual practical implementation, adoption, the actual working with all those stakeholders doesn't happen. They talk about it endlessly,
but I think
they don't
that's
do it.
A lot of that's down to academic community showing the leadership on that front and driving that and just
there's
being
not
brave.
Enough of them doing it,
Yeah, absolutely.
Topic for lunches. I'm going to have to call it there. It's only getting good now. We're out of time, I'm afraid. So thank you very much, and we'll see you back at.
Okay, guys. I don't know, 2:40 back in the room to hear Dr. McCabe talk about the incendiary ideas around further research in digital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. You don't generalise it, just use it to, He's damn good. She was good yesterday. Yes.
You make your ducks in a row, and you've been get yourself lumbered up from Just that was a good stretch.
Hi guys, welcome back. We are going to start off with a lively lecture that will prevent you having a postprandial slump. So we have Chris McCabe, who you know was exercising his verbal muscles in the group discussion. He is a health economist specialising in the field of health technology and assessment. And he said I was to cut to the chase and just say it's kept him out of trouble so far. So he's going to come to talk to us about developing novel health projects.
So, thank you very much. Hey, look, you haven't heard me yet. Hold it. Let's see what there is, whether it's worth that. So, when Rachel looked out, 6-7 months ago, and said, "Can you give me a title?" So I sent a title, and she said, "Nah. Can you put it in English?" And said, "This is the closest to English I can come up with." So I'm going to talk to you about embedding health innovation into practice, the future of life sciences due diligence. So what I mean by that is we are moving into a world where we are adopting technologies of all sorts into routine practice with relatively immature evidence base. And so we are going to be doing due diligence activities on market, in use. It's part of the future of routine healthcare, and that has implications for how we think and do healthcare and how we think and do innovation. Okay, so what do I want to talk about? I'm going to be such an academic. I'm going to start off with definitions. Define your terms, writing an essay, define your terms. Then I'm going to relate this concept of due diligence to this thing called cost effectiveness, which is what most people think health economics is. So I'm going to relate that. I'm going to talk to you, take a little time to explain a central concept called the cost effectiveness threshold. So when in the UK people say NICE has a cost effectiveness threshold, it's willing to pay £30,000 per quality adjusted life year gained, and everybody says, but my life is worth more than that. So I'm going to explain where this figure comes from as a concept and why actually it's a really ethical thing to do. And that's where people really do get offended and find it ethically challenging that I say putting an explicit figure on the value of someone's life is actually the ethical thing to do. So that should start to give people a reason to limber up their intellectual muscles and maybe get a little argumentative. So that'll be fun. And then I'm going to flip into what that means when we talk about regulation of new life sciences innovations and the importance of uncertainty as it relates to regulation and as it relates to this thing called cost effectiveness. And then I'll finally get to the topic of the title of my talk, which is the future of due diligence. And I'm going to introduce you to a framework which we call research-oriented market access, or ROMA. And then I'll probably grab my bag and make a run for it. No, honestly, these are really good. So, due diligence. So, there's two definitions of due diligence that are relevant in the healthcare space. The first is the routine one. It's kind of our everyday public definition of due diligence that might be in the courts and, the care that a reasonable person exercises to avoid harm to other persons or their property. So inherent in that is we actually have a degree of a duty of care to our fellow citizens, okay? What we do impacts on other people. The second one is the way business thinks about it. And it's the process in which investors evaluate the value of a potential asset, as well as its risks and the risk mitigation strategy provided by the inventors. Now, one of the fundamental sort of tenets for me as a health economist is that healthcare is an investment. Sorry. Healthcare is an investment. I'm not used to needing microphones.
It's for online.
Sorry? Oh, it's for the people. I apologise. So, healthcare is an investment. And so, when we think about due diligence in healthcare, it's also relevant to think about the investment definition of due diligence, which is about risk and it's about uncertainty. Okay, so park those two definitions. We'll be coming back to them. Now I want to introduce you to a really simple illustration of a health system, okay? And the decision rules that health economics suggests should apply to whether we pay for a new technology or not. So in this little health system, we've got a value proposition that I'm going to put to you. And that value proposition is that a technology that produces more health per $1,000 spent is better value than one which produces less health per $1,000 spent. Does anyone have a problem with that value proposition? Seems reasonable. Okay. The second value proposition, or statement of the world, is that there's a budget for health. We're not going to spend everything we have on health. There's a semi-fixed budget that's available to fund healthcare, whether that's brought together through insurance premiums or through social insurance or tax. There's a pool of money to pay for health. And it's finite.
It's the GNP. That's your oven.
Except you would all die because you couldn't have any food. You know, those social determinants of health thing? Inconvenient but true, you know. Economics is the dismal science, and health economics is the only component of the dismal science that brings together death and taxes. You know, I am as miserable an economist as you can find, and that's saying something. So in this healthcare system, we have a set of treatments that are available, and I've ranked them by how much health they produce. And on the right-hand end here, we have the least valuable technology. And then we have things that aren't provided. New technologies coming to the market that want attention. And what I want from them is that they are better than that. Would everyone agree that the principle should be that a technology should produce more health per $1,000 spent than the least valuable one that you have? Because that's the one you're going to displace. Yeah, is that reasonable? Is that how we spend our own money? I think it is. So, as an economist, I'd say that's essentially an estimate of something we call the opportunity cost. Now, cost effectiveness threshold is the inverse. This is health per $1,000 spent. The cost effectiveness threshold is thousands of dollars per unit of health. So it's just the inverse of that. You flip it round. So this actually is the cost effectiveness threshold. And what we want is a technology that produces more health than it displaces. Because what happens when we adopt a new technology is somebody's healthcare goes missing. Okay? We don't know who they are, but somebody's healthcare. So it's not money, it's somebody else's healthcare. So this is an ethical act. You are moving health between members of the population you serve. Okay? And what using a cost effectiveness threshold, that cost per QALY, allows us to do is be confident that actually, oh, my animation's dropped it down, the total health produced from the budget is increased, which is a good basis for saying, well, actually, that's ethically defensible because we've rearranged how we spend the money, but the population as a whole is better off. We've produced more health. Okay? And that's what the cost effectiveness threshold is. It's not saying that your health isn't worth 30,000. It's saying it's not ethical or fair to ask other people to give up more health than you will gain from us paying for this technology. So this is a profoundly ethical endeavour, and I would say that cost effectiveness thresholds are actually quite legitimate and defensible from an ethical perspective. Right, there you go. I thought I'd drop this slide, ignore this. Should be gone away. Okay, now I'm going to talk to you about regulation. This is the conventional regulation, what happened. It's, we have discovery, and then we have phase 1, small studies, phase 2, slightly bigger studies, phase 3, very big studies. They go into regulatory review, and you get manufacturing quality approved, and then it goes onto the market. And they may do phase 4 studies. And the attenuation rate is really pretty brutal. And actually, for stuff coming out of universities, this is an overestimate. What proportion of innovations spun out of universities, licensed out of universities, make it into patients in routine practice? Well, it's 97% don't. Okay, so this is hard. Okay, and it's expensive. And as it's got more and more expensive, regulators have looked for ways to reduce these costs. And one of the ways they've reduced the costs is to move to various forms of conditional approval. Both, from regulators, it's we will allow you into the market and you can collect evidence on market. So that means we are more uncertain about the true effectiveness and the true safety of technologies when they are launched than we used to be. Because frequently we only have phase 1 and 2 studies. We don't have phase 3 studies. So just to take you back, This is what we're giving up. Evidence on thousands of people. But we're also getting access to patients a lot more quickly, and in principle, we should be able to get access to them a lot more cheaply, because the prices should go down if the costs of R&D had anything to do with the price that companies charge for their medicines or devices or anything else, but of course they don't. You know, companies quite rightly, as profit-maximising entities, charge what the market will bear. So, one of the objectives of conditional licensing was always nonsense. But they went through it anyway. Okay, so we got conditional approvals. So in Canada, they have notice of compliance with conditions. The FDA has, last time I looked, I think it's 4 mechanisms. They have expedited review, accelerated approval, breakthrough designation, and the 21st Century Cures Act, which all lower the evidentiary hurdle for things coming to the market. The EMA has a thing called conditional marketing authorization, which is a fantastic piece of regulation because it's so flexible. They can do everything the US can do with their 4 separate laws within their one regulation. There's some really smart lawyers in the EMA. And in response to that, we are seeing payers like NICE having to deal with this added uncertainty. And so we're getting managed access agreements. We're getting things around the use of real-world evidence, so real-world data. The administrative health data that is used, that is generated through the creation of care with that technology. Okay? And now, most recently this year, the latest fashion in regulation is international mutual recognition. So if the FDA approves something, the MHRA essentially will take that and say, okay, we agree. The FDA will take EMA, MHRA in the UK will take FDA or EMA. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was studying the philosophy of science, the definition of science was transparency and reproducibility. So we are also increasing risk because we are not getting multiple people's views on the quality of the evidence. So again, the things that are coming into health system or onto the market and being adopted or not into health systems are increasingly risky. We're increasingly uncertain and therefore there is elevated of risk. How on earth do health systems deal with this? So, payers have to answer really quite difficult questions. What's the value of a product? And that is made up of the clinical impact and the budget impact and the health impact. So a given change in your clinical condition is not universally linked to the impact on your experienced health. And we've heard the importance of listening to the patients and understanding from them what clinical changes actually change their health, their experience of their day-to-day lives and their ability to fulfill their ambitions with their lives. So they need to understand that, and it's really important that they hear from patients for that activity. They have to think about how confident they are about the evidence. So what's the quality of it? What's the coverage? You know, have they got that sort of evidence on a representative set of patients? And availability. Do they get to see summary statistics? Have they just got a conference abstract? Surely they're not constrained to making an approval decision on the contents of a press release. Well, in reality, they increasingly are. So they need to think about that. And then they need to think about, can we increase our confidence about the decisions, which means can we decrease the risk, the uncertainty in the evidence base? And so they think about, can we use the routine data we generate through use to confirm or reject the claimed value proposition? And we are seeing increasing investment in establishing real-world data capture mechanisms establishment of registries, etc., to improve the knowledge base. Uncertainty matters. This is really a summary slide because we're seeing lots of this now. Immature evidence leads to high uncertainty. We have small N trials. If you've got a rare disease, we've got technologies on market that have been approved on the basis of 6 people being treated with them and followed up for 8 weeks. And a price tag of $1.3 million. That's highly uncertain. Some of them aren't even randomized. In fact, lots of them increasingly are randomized. We may have long follow-up times to understand how the biological and clinical change translates into the things we're really interested in, life expectancy, disability avoided, etc., that make it impossible or push it outside of the commercial life cycle of the technology. It's too long for the patent. What do we do with that? As we see this big push for the 7,000 rare diseases to all have their own therapy, well, they're rare. They're incredibly rare. So they're going to have small trials. We've got no option. These are going to be very uncertain. More uncertainty means the risk of making the wrong decision is increased. What do I mean, the risk of making the wrong decision? So think back to that it's not money, it's somebody else's healthcare. What's the risk that when I take that money away from someone's healthcare, it doesn't produce more health in this new application? And I have harmed them more than I've benefited these people. Because that's kind of a hard thing to justify ethically. And you should think about that risk. And decision makers, payers, try to think about this now. The more uncertain the product, the bigger the risk of making the wrong decision. And that risk has a value. And it uses this idea of the cost-effectiveness threshold. So if the expectation that you will make the wrong decision is 25%, and the cost of a QALY is, I don't know, let's call it 100,000 just to make the maths easy for me, then the expected cost of making the wrong decision is 25,000. So we can put a value on the risk of making the wrong decision and use that to decide whether we should do more research on market or whether we have enough evidence to carry on and make a definitive decision with the evidence we got at the time of market. And the other thing we have to think about is adoption and diffusion. So I talk about there being 4 clients for health technology. There's the regulator, there's the payer, there's the clinician, and there's the person who will use that technology or receive that technology. And all 4 of them have to agree that this technology delivers what they value. And I think earlier, the struggles with the HSE, to some degree it's clinicians or some clinicians or other decision makers, it didn't deliver what they wanted. It was going to disrupt their objectives for the healthcare system. You need to think about that. So, we have to think about uncertainty, we have to think about evidence, we have to think about the risk of making the wrong decision, and we have to think about, even if we make the right decision at the payer level, is it going to be adopted and will it diffuse? Because if it isn't adopted and doesn't diffuse, we won't get any evidence. So we have to satisfy and understand and satisfy all 4 clients in order for on-market evidence generation to actually be a mechanism for managing the risk. And we need to always remember, until we get a paid invoice, nobody benefits. The investors don't make a return, the company goes bankrupt, clinicians don't get to use something that's better for their patients, and the patients don't do better. So we have to think about this early, like really, really early. I think most of that I've covered, so I'm just going to skip to the next one. So, the solution, or our proposed framework for this, is what we call research-oriented market access. And you'll see it starts long before somebody assesses it. And you start to think what each of your 4 clients are going to need. So yeah, the regulators, you can think about what they need. The payers, you can think about what they need, but you need to understand adoption and diffusion, and then reverse engineer what data you start collecting here. If you start collecting data, or plan to collect data here, on whether it fits in the clinical workflow, or whether it does what patients want you to do, you could be in a lot of trouble. So, there was a first conditional approval in Canada for a pediatric oncology drug, 2011. They gave them until 2016 to deliver the updated evidence base. In 2016, the company had already folded. The technology had been used once. The company couldn't believe it. They came to market with a conditional regulatory and they priced as though they had full regulatory approval. And they didn't budge, so nobody paid. That was Canada in 2011. 2 years ago, one of the first gene therapies into the European market also folded. The company folded because they thought they'd got regulatory approval and they refused to budge on price. So it went bankrupt. Novartis, their first gene therapy for SCID, did exactly the same. They didn't fold the company, they just sold it, spun it out. Failure to think here about what you're going to need to get there all the way through is an investment in failure. Start with the end in mind. That's my real lesson. But if you do that, you can, knowing you're likely to get this, enter this process being able to say, this is the data we will collect in use. And you can look and confirm that those data are available in the administrative data sets. Worst thing in the world, we'll collect this data. Nobody collects it. Or it's collected by those people over here in that jurisdiction, but this jurisdiction, I'm talking Canada here, doesn't accept their data. So Alberta has really good data. Nova Scotia won't accept evidence from Alberta to inform its decisions. How crazy is that? Anyway, so you have to plan through, but you can prove out that you can get the data, and then you can explicitly say how long it will take for you to get the data to come back and go through the reassessment stage, which then leads you to regular adoption. The other thing you have to realise is it's not just the payer who's more uncertain here. You, as the developer, are more uncertain. You're coming to market with a risk that once they've got evidence, they may shut you down. It may not be everything you promise. In which case, choosing to come to market with uncertain evidence carries a risk that actually your total return on investment will be less. There's a kind of an assumption that if I get to market quickly, I'll make more money. Well, that depends upon what price discount is imposed here and what the outcome is about your real value here. It may actually be commercially a better bet to get your full approval here, collect the extra evidence here, and then flow through recommended regular adoption, because you may find your total lifetime revenues are lower by coming to market quickly. So all of this conditional approval is not necessarily a good thing for developers. It's an additional choice. So I'm going to, last slide. So what of all of this? The world has changed. R&D investment no longer stops at TRL 9, okay? So you can get to technology readiness level 9, and historically that's it. I'm in market, I'm flogging, I'm making revenue, return going to my investors, all is good. No. You might actually still be making a loss through your conditional approval period whilst you generate additional evidence. So just a note of caution. It's not necessarily a good thing. Early market access with more uncertainty can depress your total revenues. It's an empirical question. You can model it to figure out the risk that you're actually choosing a commercialization pathway that will make you less money. Therefore, you should. Certainly if you're spending tens of millions, this sort of analysis is maybe £200,000. To make sure you don't lose a few £1,000,000, it's a good investment. The characteristics of the return on investment is changed because historically, the return on investment is front-loaded. The moment you get into the market, that's where you've made really good money. But now you've shifted it to, a lot of it goes to post the conditional period, and prices for health technologies are sticky. You might prove that your technology is even better than you claimed. Try getting your price to go up. Good luck with that one. Again, there is a downside to this dash to rapid access when you realise somebody's going to have to pay for it, and that person is thinking very carefully about the impact on other people's health. Implementation, it's a core consideration. Those 4 customers, we all think about regulators, we think increasingly about payers, but actually clinicians and patients, users, they are equally pivotal determinants of whether your technology will succeed. And the sooner you think about it, the better. So due diligence, it used to be something that the investors did before they bought your company or licensed your technology. It's now something that you have to do before you take your technology out to the market for investment. Thank you.
Yeah. Who's looking to escape after that, but not so. Thank you for your lively lecture on a complex topic and making it somewhat demystified to our foreign eyes. Would anybody like to ask a question from the floor? Oh, that postprandial thump is coming in.
Talk quickly.
Oh, sorry.
I kind of do, but I'm not sure how to ask it. So, in your slide where access to market can happen with conditions and restrictions applied.
Yeah.
Well, what if the access to market is in a small, like, the intention is for a large group of population health, and I'm talking about diabetes here, why don't you just say that loud?
Yeah.
But the technology was brought to market with the conditions and restrictions that limited it to a very small number of the population.
Yep.
So the clinical evidence that's gathered in that small population is not applicable to the rest of the population.
Yep.
So how do you challenge that with the payers?
I don't challenge that with the payers. What I observe is, you know that cost effectiveness thing?
Yeah.
That threshold is based upon the change in expenditure, so the budget impact is marginal. So it's at that margin. So I'm assuming it's a small group in applying that 30,000 per QALY value to your health. If you tell me it's a big group, the effect is that the budget impact becomes non-marginal, and therefore the amount of other people's health that you're going to displace grows, and therefore the cost effectiveness threshold that should be applied to that decision goes down. And so if you want a big group, rationally, as a payer, I might say, well, you kind of need to hit about 10,000 per QALY there. And so that depresses your price if you're going for the big group. So as an academic advisor to a payer, if you say, I've got it in a small indication, but actually there's no reason in the biology why this shouldn't work equally well for the whole population, I'm going to say, I don't need to argue about that. I'm sure the biology is as you say. But you need to understand that the impact of that on what is cost effective, because cost effective means it produces more health than it displaces elsewhere in the population, is that to be cost effective, the price per person is substantially lower. So great example, think about the Hep C drugs. The all-oral Hep C drugs have revolutionised that. If governments hadn't actually made special deals and essentially provided extra money into health systems, it would have taken years and years and years to cover them. What happened, even with the extra money and the special deals, we still subgrouped them into manageable groups so that the budget impact didn't drive us down to cost effectiveness threshold levels that the companies wouldn't contemplate. So that's one of the things people forget about the cost effectiveness threshold. That value is based on the assumption that it's a marginal budget impact. If you get to large budget impacts, so large populations like diabetes, that's a big part of the issue. So I've been advising for about a decade now people developing the stem cell transplants to repopulate your pancreas with working beta islets. And their big problem is how expensive it would be for the large populations. So we're starting off with those with nocturnal hypoglycemia because their mortality risk is huge. And if we can get this technology to work in them, it's a no-brainer. That's easy. But we're also working with engineers at UBC in Canada, say, can you get the cost of goods down so that we can grow the population who can benefit from it? So long answer to a short and very important question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that was a really good question, so well done for formulating it. Really interesting, and I think we could have Prof McCabe standing up here all afternoon, and we'd probably be very confused but much more educated at the end of the afternoon. That's a compliment. Thank you very much. Safe journey. Okay, now we're moving on to have Dr. Katrina Litvinova. She has 20 years' experience in medical photonics and clinical engineering. Most of her research specialises in advancing biophotonic technologies and ultimately providing consistent, reliable and meaningful diagnostic information within clinical practice, especially for the early diagnosis of conditions such as cancer and cardiovascular disease, which we know is very common among us. So Dr. Litvinova currently works in the ATU, and I hand over to her to talk more about her presentation.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Karina Litvinova, and today I would like to introduce you cancer diagnostic via emerging laser technology. I'm quite new in ATU Sligo. I'm recently moved from London, from Imperial College, and I am part of Aston Medical School. And we have a medical photonic group at ATU currently, and two diseases we are focused. This is cancer and cardiovascular disease. What we are doing for the cardiovascular disease, first of all, this is sensing technology, wearable devices in ear sensing technology for EEG and EEG measurements. PPG monitoring, today there was a few presentations regarding PPG, but the challenges with the PPG sensor that for example, for the heartbeat, it's okay, you can use on all type of the patient, but the problem with the dark-skinned people, because the specific wavelength of PPG sensor is not suitable to monitor in saturation. And here, how we assist the clinician to resolve this problem. Last 5 years, I am focused on cardiovascular photonic, specifically for assessment of myocardial viability during transcatheter procedure. And we develop robotic imaging system to assist our surgeon during transcatheter ablation in the lab. Also, we are working on laser 3D printing. Cancer. For the cancer, we also develop quite cool sensing devices and non-invasive diagnostic of different type of cancer. We develop the unique tool for the multiphoton spectroscopy. I'll show you a bit better. This is commercially available product and highly accurate cancer detection and ablation system. We already tested the system on the skin tumor removal. We are limited with the time, and I would like just to focus on cancer today. And before we start talking about the diagnostic tool, I would like to present. This is a bit of science. We're all smart, and I think it would be easy to understand if we know the properties of the tissue. So for the lasers, it's almost challenge to find the right wavelengths and right power for the lasers to get the diagnosis, not to burn in tissue, not to damage tissue or change the behavior of the cells. For example, again, if we take if you take the focus on the PPG sensor, you can see this is a window with the visible wavelengths. The penetration is quite low, and the problem with the PPG sensor is that the oxyhemoglobin spectra and hemoglobin spectra is quite close, and it's quite hard to get the information. How to resolve this problem? Just to combine different wavelengths and to receive the multiple signal from the diagnostic unit. And again, for the diagnostic area, it's quite important to get on the right exposure of the laser, just to not crossing this line, because in this case we could hit tissue, and for the cancer it could be crucial, just because we change the behavior of the cancer cells and tumors. Optical approach is today available on the clinics and on the medical market. This is a standard biopsy. We are analyzing the standard biopsy in histology department using different type of spectroscopy, photodynamic diagnostic, Raman molecular imaging spectroscopy, multiphoton imaging, laser Doppler flowmetry, tissue oximetry, fluorescence spectroscopy, OCT, photoacoustic. You can see it's a lot of things to do. And I would just focus on some. It's a bit moving. So, but I would talk today about the multiphoton imaging, combining three different type of non-invasive laser technique. This is laser Doppler flowmetry, tissue oximetry. This is our pulse oximeter, and fluorescence spectroscopy. Also, we will focus on terahertz spectroscopy, which is quite promising, just because it could remove the bulky MRI and assist the clinician during operation. And the second most interesting, that in our skull we have optical window when we could just push our terahertz laser, pulse lasers, and diagnose the tumor and find the cancer during different treatment, for example, if you apply nanoparticles or something like that. So, multiphoton imaging, you could see a bit of laser physics. It's not super hard. Just to focus on these two things, that the standard spectroscopy using a linear excitation fluorescence, you can see it's a lot of absorption, which could damage the tissue, and it's quite important to choose the right laser, not to damage and to avoid any absorption. And the second one, this is two-photon excitation, when we apply the long way and could cut it to get the diagnostic tool for our spectroscopy and for specific our cells. Why it's important? Because we could do the live monitoring of the treatment. We could do a lot of other cool stuff. I don't know what, it's a bit moved, but it's okay. So it was huge work. The project was called FastDot, involved a lot of groups and people. Moreover, it was involved industry from University of Dundee, Glasgow, laser company M Squared, who currently presented our developed laser for the spectroscopy. So how it's working in the lab, you could see this is, So you can see this is a tiny laser for the spectroscopy and how it's worked. On one side you can see this is narrow slit with the green fluorescent protein, and other side is just a narrow ring. So again, how it could help the clinicians, it could assist them with a different type of treatment of cancer. So because it's lifetime monitoring, which could be used in the hospital. The second quite promising, this is terahertz spectroscopy. Again, a bit of laser physics. What is terahertz? Terahertz is between frequencies between infrared and electromagnetic frequencies. What's interested of the terahertz application for the clinical research, just because we could use the penetration, go deeper into the tissue without any damaging, and to get the information from the protein, because it's able to measuring the vibration of the molecules and any changes during the tumor growing, monitoring, etc., could be detected easily. This is our new project, and we are still developing the portable device for portable laser for the terahertz spectroscopy. This is research from one of my students. This is glioma tumor. You could see the difference between normal tissue and glioma. It's tested in the 3D model of the tumor based on, I think, big brain and mice model. Yeah, and another interesting stuff we developed, not specifically for the for the cancer diagnostic, it was developed for the cardiovascular disease. This is a multifunctional laser diagnostic system. This system is commercially available, and it's presented in a few hospitals in Scotland, in England, in Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and around the Europe. We call this system LASMA multifunctional system. It's combined three modalities of laser non-invasive technique: perfusion, saturation, and fluorescence of coenzyme NADH and flavin. Specifically, we developed the device to monitor diabetic patients. So it's successfully tested to monitor diabetic food during, again, treatment and other stuff, but we suggested that we could probably apply this system to monitor the cancer. Tried to understand how all of this stuff could work. This work was made by my PhD students, and this is bladder cancer. We sent the light into the tissue, trying to understand how deeper we could collect the information. Also, we did a lot of Monte Carlo simulation, just trying to predict the results, how to interpret all the spectra we receive, because for us, for researcher, it's quite interesting to get this kind of information, because a huge field to work with the spectra. But for the clinician, all of these spectra, this is nothing. They just need to have a clear answer. This is cancer, this is normal tissue, that's it. It was a huge challenge, and we suggested not to go on this way, but we found that fluorescence spectroscopy is quite interesting tool, and we could do quite a simple tool to detect the cancer. Why fluorescence spectroscopy? First of all, because it could allow us to monitor protein expression. If we apply deep UV, it could allow us to see the structural integrity, collagen and elastin, if we are talking about the skin cancer, NADH and flavin, which is biomarker of the hypoxia in cancerous tissue. So let's talk about the skin cancer. To be honest, with the changes of global weather and etc., now the sun is quite active, and the skin cancer currently is a common type of cancer around the world. So The golden standard for the diagnostic today, this is invasive because the clinicians, they take the biopsies, they scratch in and take the biomaterials sent to the pathology department. So it's expensive for the clinics just because it involved a lot of people, first of all, and the second, this is specific stain for the biomarker and etc. Time's consuming just because you need to wait till 6 weeks before and after final diagnostics requirement, a highly qualified specialist in the clinic, and not affordable for patient as part of regular checkup. As a result, thousands of skin cancer cases are not detected at early stage when it could be treated without any additional treatment for the patient. Again, we was challenged to use the fluorescence spectroscopy. We found the proteins which could be biomarker of normal and pathological tissue. We use the invisible and near-infrared just because it was specific requirement from the clinician who work with us, and low power, just again, ethical approval not allowed us to use the high power laser. So we combine multiple lasers just in one simple bundle to detect the normal and pathological tissue. So we collected huge database with the patient of basal cell carcinoma. So during 10 years, we measured the spectral data from the patients. You can see how the procedure looks like. So it's just a simple scanning of the light of the tissue without any damaging for the patients. Additionally, we collected 100 patients with healthy volunteers. So different type of skin cancer, different type of different ages, just simple skin fluorescence, any scars, keloids fluorescence, mole fluorescence, any birthmark was collected during this time. What we found that unfortunately, again, just because we are using low power laser, sometimes we could get the trick that blood could affect our blood, and moreover water content, if we are talking about the biopsies, if we are working with the biopsies, could affect our signals. Moreover, if we just slightly change the wavelengths of the laser, our information is just zero. So this is just an example. We are playing with the blood content, how it's decrease the fluorescence signal to zero. And sometimes it seems that we stuck just because we didn't know how to move this technology forward to get as a real clinical application. So this is just to show how all the spectrum looks like. Again, for the researchers, super excited just because it's huge field to work with the spectral data to analyze and etc. A lot of PhD students finish successfully their PhD and now they're doctors. But unfortunately, this is not suitable for the clinic. And here is the normalized spectra to different type of skin. What's the next step? On this age, it started quite to be popular. Today we discuss how to use artificial intelligence to assist the clinician, and we suggested that we could use this to analyze, to assist us with analyzing off of the spectra and extract the information, which we could use like a biomarker of normal tissue and cancer tissue. In collaboration with NVIDIA Academia, we developed the deep learning algorithm, which classify our spectral data, extract the information, which could be used to detect its cancer, or this is just a standard mole, or this is normal tissue. Yeah, and this is what clinicians ask us to do. Please develop something which could be smart, just scanning simple optical fiber and show me that this is cancer and this is no cancer. This is normal tissue. This is what we did. Yeah, how it works. So we just simply scanning the area of the lesion of the interests, and neural network analyzing our data, and we receive the results just in a minute. So just to show you how it's worked. During the COVID period, this is one of the devices presented in Nanwells Hospital in Scotland. This is a man with a mole on his under eye skin, and we tested if this is cancer or not cancer. It's quite hard to see, but on the top line on the screen of our device, it's shown that this is not cancer, this is just a mole. So what we receive, this is non-invasive procedure, does not reduce the quality, and low cost. You receive the result just in a minute. So where we could apply this technology? So first of all, we develop a different type of optical probes with different sizes. So it could be introduced in any type of endoscopes, any type of catheters. We successfully tested this device on skin cancer and non-melanoma and melanoma skin cancer, eye melanoma, oral cancer, lung cancer. Now we are collecting the huge database from the patient with the lung cancer, breast cancer, stomach cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer, and bladder cancer. And the quick conclusion, you could see that the laser is work horses to detect the cancer, and fluorescence spectroscopy backed with artificial intelligence is quite useful tool. And this is not about replacing the doctor, but give them an opportunity to give something which work. Yeah, this is our collaboration network. Anyone who would be interested, because one of the devices available here in ATU. Also, we have some smart diagnostic tools and sensor to test. If you're interested, just let me know. Yeah, and let's beat cancer together.
So isn't that exciting? We can see some of what we're talking about and see how it might actually affect real-world patients from a disease that I think a lot of us are very scared of, and make things simpler for us. Have any questions from the floor? Rochelle?
My name is Karina, and I already know a lot about this technology, but it's great to see, I suppose, how it all fits together. So I suppose, based on Chris's talk and Martin's talk earlier, and even, I suppose, all the different speakers at the conference today, so the next steps for you, then, I suppose, you've developed a device that works, you've tested it, the specificity and sensitivities are high in terms of accuracy. So how, what's the next step in your journey? I mean, how do we get this into the hospitals or into the GPs?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's quite an interesting question, because currently I am trying to find the right way how to do, what's the next step to do with this device, because again, I'm a scientist, I'm super excited with the spectral data and could be super happy with that, but we could really bring something useful for the clinicians. And what we did some prototypes for the clinicians. Again, 2 prototypes presented in UK and Queen Elizabeth Hospital and Nanwells Hospital. Also, we hope to bring some devices available here in Ireland, and let's see how it's going. So anyway, this is a patented technology, so you can go on our website and have a look how it could be cool and interesting.
Can I ask you one question? Was it the medical question to create a probe that you could use in clinics that stimulated the research, or what made you go down this line and look at this?
It's just to improve our artificial intelligence algorithm, because again, we're all different. And if, for example, we found the unique patient which would be not detected with the cancer, and our device showed that this is a cancer, so we're trying again to find the way how to increase the database and how to improve the quality of our technology.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Really interesting. So it's interesting to see what technology is there, and then interesting to reflect back onto the question we had earlier about how many people have the illness, how much is the cost of the illness, and and yet here we've got cool science and we want to make sure we can apply it. It's really interesting to put these different lectures together and think about them. We're now moving on to a presentation by one of our early career researchers who presented yesterday. And one of the really interesting things about early research is that these are the people who are going to be the Katrinas in the future. They're going to be the different professors that we've heard, and it's this this early research that starts off and initiates all this further research in the future. So I think it's not to underestimate the power of early research. So we have a winner from yesterday's early researchers conference, and that is Celine Byrne, and she's going to come and present to us. She's an undergraduate student with the Department of Health and Nutritional Science here in the ATU, Sligo, who did her final year placement with the Ben Bulben Chronic Disease Hub. And she's going to do a presentation on how community care pulmonary rehabilitation has supported people with chronic respiratory conditions.
So hello everyone, my name is Celine and I've just completed my 4th year in health science and physical activity here in the ATU Sligo. So as part of my final year work placement, I undertook this project working closely with the pulmonary rehabilitation team, CNS Rachel Duke and physio Shane Sweeney in the HSE's Chronic Disease Management Hub here in Ballativenin in Sligo. So my project was about how community care pulmonary rehabilitation has helped support patients with a chronic respiratory condition to avoid hospitalisation. So I'd like to start off by acknowledging and saying a huge thank you to all the team at the Ben Bulben Chronic Disease Management Hub, and especially the Respiratory Integrated Care team and the Pulmonary Rehabilitation team for their continued support during this project. And also to my fabulous lecturers here in the Department of Health and Nutritional Sciences here in the ATU Sligo for guiding me throughout this process as well. So just a little bit of an outline. I'm going to go through a bit of an introduction, the background to the project, some aims and objectives, the methodology I used, results, conclusion, and finally the research impact and relevance to the conference theme. So just a bit of background around Sláinte Care and the Enhanced Community Care Programme and how the pulmonary rehabilitation fits into that. So in 2018, it was recorded that 10.6% of all hospital admissions were for respiratory conditions, and out of that total, 84.8% were emergency admissions, adding to the hospital overcrowding issue. So the solution was the Enhanced Community Care Programme, which was launched in May 22 as part of a €240 million investment in the Sláinte Care Programme. So the main aim of this programme was to reduce hospital admissions, reduce healthcare costs and hospital expenditure, and reduce the dependence on the hospital service. And this happened by creating integrated care services into the community, making it easier for patients with a chronic condition to access the long-term care and support that they need. So the Ben Bulben Chronic Disease Management Hub is one of the many hubs been set up around Ireland where the Respiratory Integrated Care team are based away from the hospital. So Sligo's Chronic Disease Management Hub provides services in respiratory, cardiology and diabetes. And serving this area here, highlighted in green, Sligo, South Donegal, Leitrim and West Cavan areas. So the pulmonary rehabilitation is an important service who work alongside the respiratory integrated care. So the pulmonary rehabilitation programme is a programme of exercise and education for people with respiratory conditions, and it's delivered over an 8-week period and is currently being offered in 3 locations, face-to-face, in Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal, in addition to being offered virtually. So pulmonary rehabilitation falls under this model of care for the prevention and management of chronic diseases. The benefits for patients have included increased physical activity levels, improved lung capacity, increased breathing rate, decreased dyspnea levels, and improvement in the activities of daily living and their overall quality of life. So the pulmonary rehabilitation is one of the most cost-effective treatment plans in respiratory medicine. So with a quality adjusted life year, a quality gain of between £2,000 and £8,000 for the patient. So quality is also known as the incremental cost and effect ratio and details when a patient's symptoms and quality of life improve, then their life is extended, which in turn costs the healthcare system less. And you can see here on the COPD assessment, COPD value pyramid, that it comes in third there. So coming in after the flu vaccine and the smoking cessation programme. So the main aim of my study is to assess how pulmonary rehabilitation has supported people with a chronic respiratory condition to avoid hospitalisation. And my three main aims were to assess and compare their hospital admissions, their functional cardiorespiratory and muscular fitness through their 6-minute walk tests, their sit-to-stand tests, and also their quality of life scores with their COPD assessment test scores, their CAT scores, their ACT, the asthma control test scores, and their HADS as well, so the hospital admission and anxiety and depression scale. And this was assessed pre and post the pulmonary rehabilitation programme, and at 6 months and the 1-year follow-up mark between the years of 2021 and 2023. So the methodology that I've used is one of a cross-sectional and observational style. The population came to a total sample size of 136. My inclusion criteria were patients with a minimum of a pre-assessment and a post-assessment completed, and my exclusion criteria was patients that only had completed a pre-assessment. And the breakdown of each of the completed assessments here. So patients completed a total of 135 during the pre-assessment. During the post-assessment, there was 101 patients, 6 months, 48, and 1 year, 14. So some of the outcome measures, so all the assessments were completed by the pulmonary rehabilitation team, and the analysis of patient files by myself. So the outcome measures assessed were the CAT, COPD assessment test scores, ACT, asthma control tests, their 6-minute walk test results, sit-to-stand results, and then the number of exacerbations of hospital admissions. Data analysis was carried out by SPSS. So I used a paired samples t-test for the parametric data and the Wilcoxon sign rank test for the non-parametric data. So my descriptive results included a high completion rate of 64.8% of patients who completed the pulmonary rehabilitation programme, attending greater than 9 classes. The reasons for non-attended were recorded as cancelled, giving no reason, did not attend, giving no reason or notification, either dropped out of the programme or simply for health reasons. So my quantitative results included hospital admissions had decreased by 55 patients. The 6-minute walk test increased by 50.44 metres, and then the 5 reps sit to stand decreased by 5.36 seconds. These were the most significant results found from pre to post results, and these were both statistically significant as well as clinically significant results. So I also discovered that there was statistically as well as clinically significant decreases in hospital admissions for 51 patients when I analysed pre to 6-month assessments. In the 6-minute walk test, then there was no statistically significant decrease, but there was a clinically significant increase of 31.67 metres. So this is really showing the benefits of the pulmonary rehabilitation programme, even continuing into the 6-month mark. So the main results that I found for quality of life, so the COPD assessment test scores revealed improvements from pre to post and from pre to 6 months, which were statistically and clinically significant improvements. And then the HADS here improved initially and then rose at the 1-year assessment, but still staying below the pre-assessed values. So the conclusion that I came to then was that pulmonary rehabilitation had benefited the patients' lives hugely, increasing their cardiorespiratory and muscular fitness, improving their symptoms of their COPD, reducing anxiety and depression symptoms, improving their quality of life, and most importantly, decreasing their hospital admissions. So my conclusion was also that with the decrease in COVID cases and the expansion and growth of community-based exercise programs such as XWell and the expansion of the respiratory integrated care services, we expect that the figures will keep moving in an upward trajectory. My research impact and relevance to the conference theme. So this research firstly highlights the importance of the pulmonary rehabilitation programme, integrating patient care and making it easier to access within their community away from the hospitals. Secondly, a patient-centred care approach is evidence in this research as highly significant improvements can be seen both physically and mentally. And thirdly, this research also shows the Enhanced Community Care Programme in action, fulfilling the Sláinte Care Implementation Strategy and Action Plan, which was set in place to reform the Irish healthcare system. I just also like to add that I've learned so much from this conference today, and if there's anything I took away from it, that there's definitely not just one way to change the healthcare system, that there are so many innovative and technological ways to do this. And I just think, going from all the roundtable discussions, that we need to work together in order to achieve this as well. Thank you.
Are you okay to take one question?
Yeah.
Okay. So does anyone have one question from the floor with regards to this research? We're going to guess you can. No, well, you go because
so my question relates to your 1 year sort of marker, right? So it seemed like over the course of the initial pre and post assessment, you saw beneficial improvements. You saw those maybe tapering off a bit at the 6 month, and you saw kind of a trend in the post. Are they getting continuous treatment, I suppose, throughout that year, or sort of a one-time pre-program, post-program, one and done, and there may need to be a future intervention to maintain?
Yeah, so the program happens between the pre and the post assessment. Yeah. Some of them go on to do the program again, or some of them go on to do community-based programs such as XWell. But generally, with the education that they get from the program, they're always advised to keep going, to keep the benefits of the physical activity, and to keep going with their treatment plan as such.
Can I just ask you, you had a big drop-off at a year in terms of your follow-up. What do you know, can you explain that? Or?
Yeah, so basically the most figures that I got were from the pre and post assessment. And then at the 6 month mark, people sometimes didn't come back for their assessment appointments. So that's why there's kind of a drop off out. So that's for various different reasons, which I actually did a second project about. And I go into more detail about that in that.
So we can look forward to hearing that at another conference. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And I couldn't have talked more succinctly about the benefits of the conference than you did yourself at the end of your talk. Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Dr. Andrew McCluskey, who is a lecturer in biological sciences at the ATU Donegal, having formerly lectured in biopharmaceutical sciences at the ATU. He was awarded and completed a Diabetes UK-funded PhD studentship at the Ulster University in Coleraine. Throughout his career, he has developed and maintained an active international research profile in experimental diabetes research with high-impact peer-reviewed publications and national and international presentations. His research strategically focuses on developing novel therapeutics and deciphering molecular mechanisms linking nutritional signalling, e.g. functional foods and high-calorie diets, with the development of chronic metabolic diseases, including diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular disease. So I hope you're sitting comfortably after your lovely lunch, and we invite Dr. Andrew McCluskey to come forward and chat to us. Or do they not? No? Oh, we have changed the programme.
You've changed the programme.
Have I? So apologies. I've gone and altered the programme. Oh, it's Yvonne. Sorry, you can remember all that. Remember all that because I'm not going to go through it again. My apologies. We're talking to Yvonne Kennedy, who had the pleasure of sitting beside at lunch today. She works here in the ATU as a health let me see your official title, Health Campus Coordinator, but is also someone who lives with multiple sclerosis, and she's going to talk about this and the innovations and how they've affected her life during this period. Thank you so much. And I know this is not your natural, this is not what you normally do, and you were saying you felt a little discomforted, but I'm really interested to hear after talking to you at lunchtime.
How are you doing? Sorry, Andrew. Just got in there before you. So listen, thanks very much for inviting me here today. And no, this isn't my normal, not my normal topic. So I normally talk about Healthy Campus, and I might allude to it in this as well. So this is, I suppose, more my personal journey. So those that know me, I have multiple sclerosis, and I've had it now for a good number of years. And I like to affectionately refer to it as my life with my wonky battery. The wonky came from my kids because they grew up with it and they understand the word faulty. And so I have a wonky eye and a wonky leg. So it's life with MS. How does this work? Right. So, okay, I'm going to put in a disclaimer. This is actually me, okay? But it was 12 years ago. So it proves two things. One, I'm not a natural blonde, and I don't have straight hair. So I do actually have curly hair. But it actually is. It's a stop in time, and so this was taken mid-November 2011, and I suppose it's a picture perfect life. I was well, happily married, and I had two amazing daughters. So my family was complete. Alana was just 8 months at the time, and Dervla was 2.5. And I'd had Alana in the end of March, and had quite a difficult birth with her, and I'd had a lot of complications after she was born. And I ended up actually staying in hospital for 3 weeks, because those of you who've had babies, or husbands who've been with their wives have babies, the one of the things that can happen to you, or they ask you after, especially if you have an epidural, is the next day is, have you peed? And it turned out that I had not peed, and I couldn't pee. So my bladder wasn't working. Now, hindsight comes in here. So it took 3 weeks for my bladder to start working again. I had a suprapubic catheter put in. I also developed sepsis. So there's 2 days of my life that I really don't remember. So when I left Sligo General Hospital 3 weeks after I had my baby, I thought, that's it. I am never going to walk back into this hospital again. Definitely not getting pregnant again. But that's my days with Sligo over. So roll on. Literally 4 weeks after this picture was taken, I woke up one morning and I had a really bad headache. Now that's not unusual. I often got headaches, but this one was right in behind my eyeball. And as the day progressed, the pain got worse, and it got to the point where if I even moved my eye, it really hurt. But I decided it'll be all right. We'll just ignore it. So I took different types of painkillers that day, and nothing seemed to work. And I went to bed that night, got a kind of a restless night's sleep, and I woke up the next morning and the headache was gone, but I couldn't really see. So it was like somebody had pulled down a blind over my left eye, and I couldn't really see out of my left eye. Now my husband was away that day, so I couldn't go to the doctor straight away. But by the afternoon, I was getting a little bit worried. And he came home and I couldn't get an appointment with my doctor. And I went to the optician here in town. And he was doing some work for the college, doing tests for our staff who were working with computers. So he actually saw me straight away. And he did an eye test. So the first thing he did was visual acuity. So I had to read down. And with my left eye, I could only get maybe to the third line. And with my right eye, I could see everything. And he said, look, Yvonne, I'm not really happy about this. I think you should go to the hospital. Which my response was, I can't. I was still breastfeeding Alana and I wanted to get home and I wanted to feed her. It was also 4 o'clock in the afternoon at this stage, and I thought, there's no point in me going to the hospital. So I parked it and I went in the next morning. And I was referred to the eye people. And they did some tests, and so visual acuity, but they also did this where you measure your ability to see colours within a chart. So a number is kind of in a chart, and you have to see if you can read the number. And they also did quite a simple one. So the colour of that is red. I think we wouldn't argue against that. So he held up a medicine box and he said, I want you to cover your good eye and tell me what the colour is. And I looked at him and I went, that's definitely dark red wine. And he goes, are you sure? And I said, absolutely, 100% sure. He said, I want you to cover your bad eye and look at with your good eye and tell me what colour it was. And it was bright red. Just 2 different colours. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what's going on? So I had lost my ability to see red. So he said to me, you have something called optic neuritis. There's nothing we can really do for you today. We're going to send you home. It was like 2 weeks come up to Christmas, so we're going to bring you back in next week. He said, and we'll let you go home. Of course, I wasn't 5 minutes when I was on the phone. Google optic neuritis. So optic neuritis, what does that mean? And of course, MS came up. So I understood that was a possibility. So I came back the next week, no improvement, went home for Christmas, and we were coming back from Mayo. Don't hold that against me. I am from Mayo. And we were coming back from Mayo. My husband was driving, and I was looking at the car in front of me, and I couldn't read the number of the reg. I was covering the bad eye, couldn't see it with the good eye. My second eye had started to drop. Cue the pain. And this time I didn't beat around the bush, so rather than going home that day, my husband brought me to the hospital and I was admitted. Because both eyes now had dropped and I couldn't really see. And it was very scary. And fully enough, what stands out to me about that day was my husband brought my girls home and I breastfed Alana for the last time. Sorry. And I went home and I was admitted to the ward. So the next morning, I was brought down for an MRI and came back to the ward, and the consultant came back to me and he said, good news, it's not a tumour. I was like, thank God. He said, but I can't really go through what we think it is in terms of diagnosis. We need to leave that. We're going to refer you to neurology. So I was kept in for the week. I was given steroids. The steroids definitely helped, and the eyesight started to come back in my right eye, not so much my left eye. And after a week, I left hospital. And at this stage, the word MS wasn't mentioned, but God help the poor student doctors that used to come in to me to take my case notes. And every single one of them, is there a history of multiple sclerosis in your family? I was like, no. But so the consultants or the doctors weren't, but the poor student doctors really didn't maybe the empathy button was switched off that day. So the diagnosis. So I was very lucky because I was in Sligo. I actually got an appointment really quickly, and I saw Dr. Murphy, who is just the most amazing neurologist anybody could hope to have, if you have to have a neurologist. He's just fantastic. So I met with his team first, and we talked through various other things that could be MS related. So he said, so they talked about what happened to me after my birth with my bladder. And that did when you looked at my MRI, it did relate back to a lesion in my brain that was related to my bladder. And I also had a burning sensation in my foot since my daughter was born, which I chose to ignore and think that it was something probably to do with the epidural. And me being a doctor, had decided to forget about it. But that burning sensation I still have in my foot, but it was another indication of, it was just not just the optic neuritis. There was other things there. I just decided to ignore them. I affectionately refer to the lesions in my brain as potholes. Right, so I had to think of the potholes in my brain. Some of them have healed very well. So I am out and about and I am doing quite well. But like any road that's had a pothole and you fill the pothole, that road is never right again. So the neurons have to try and fire around those potholes, and that does cause some problems. I'll let that one sit with you for a second. So life with a chronic condition. Okay, I mentioned this to Grania when we met earlier on. You don't look sick. If I had €1 for every time, including lunchtime today, that people say to me, you don't look sick, and I have to automatically on the back foot to explain, I do have a chronic condition. I am sick. I don't think of myself as sick, but I do have a chronic condition. So for all of us that have chronic conditions, believe us, just because we don't look sick. So this was actually something that I really liked in my first kind of few months of living with MS, was describing MS as a snowflake disease. So none of us have the same experience. Nobody with MS has the same experience. The way my MS presents is very different to somebody else's way. And I actually really liked that, and it was really helpful for me, especially when I was explaining it to my parents, who were actually far more upset about my diagnosis than I was. And my mum still is the one who talks about her daughter with MS, giving her something else to talk about. So what's my life with MS? So I've asked my cats to help me with describing what life is like with MS. So I alluded to this earlier about it's like having a bad battery. So, it's like, I can't quite say I'm an iPhone 14. I'm probably the original iPhone at this stage. But it's like you plug in your phone, it charges, and you expect to be able to be on that phone for the day. You expect to be able to go onto Facebook, be able to answer your emails, take photos. For me, I don't know what my battery is going to be like when I wake up in the morning. So there are some days where I get up, I have a shower, I get the girls ready for school, and my battery's flat. I've done very little. And that's daily for me. Now, some days my battery is brilliant, and I could keep going all day. And of course, I never quite learned my lesson. I do keep going all day, so I never learned to conserve my battery. The second one there is that beautiful picture, and that's actually an illustration by an Irish artist who has MS. And when I saw it, so MS Ireland actually have this picture on a jumper, and they bought it out last year. But when I saw it, I really, really liked it, because it actually, for me, it really describes how my MS is in my head. And it depicts brain fog, cognition problems, visual problems. So when I'm really tired, my bad eye will drop, and I will start to lose vision. I'll start to lose colour. So I think it's a beautiful picture, and I actually really, really like, and I've actually shown this to my neurologist, and he's downloaded a copy of it because he thinks it's actually a really good way of describing brain fog. And of course, brain fog meets menopause. I'm having great fun these days, so I never know what quite to blame, but when people meet me and they say, I met you there last week, Yvonne, when I give you a blank look, it's because I'm going through my filing cabinet going, where did I meet you? What's your name? So don't be offended if I met you last week and I meet you next week. You go, I met you last week. I go, did you? Sorry, can't remember. The rest of these pictures are my cats. I spend a lot of time with my cats because I spend a lot of time taking naps. And these naps can happen anywhere. And the little ginger one there is falling asleep on the back of the chair. I fall asleep at work. I fall asleep at home in the evenings. I take power naps. It's what keeps me going. The last one there that's doing a nice little yawn, she's actually not very vicious or anything like that. She was just woken up and didn't like being woke up. And I'm not particularly good either when I'm woken up. So my treatments, my treatment journey has been, it consisted of conventional and non-conventional treatments. I've had a number of disease-modifying drugs. Betaferon, Copaxone, Gilenya, they were all during the first few years. They have a pretty poor efficacy rate, right? They're about 30-40%, but you've got to fail them before you get onto the good stuff, which isn't really fair. So I would like, if I was diagnosed, or if any of you were diagnosed in the morning, I'd like for you to be moving straight onto Limtrada, right? And that's not fair that you don't get the best drug first, because the best chance is to save the brain from the very beginning. So Limtrada I had Back in 2019, I had my first round of it. Limtrada is a disease-modifying drug that basically reprograms your immune system. Your immune system is wiped, and then it convinces the autoimmune B cells that attack your myelin to not attack them. So I had my first round in 2019, and I had my second round 3 weeks before COVID. So yes, no immune system and COVID struck. But it was actually grand because I just cocooned for months. It was okay. I've had loads of steroids. So every time I had a relapse, and over definitely the first few years, I had a lot of steroids. Steroids are horrid. They're really, really horrid. They're a horrid drug. They're very effective, but they're horrid. So I've been in and out of hospital numerous times getting steroids. They also actually, a side effect of steroids is they can cause cataracts. So the bad eye, as bad as it was, I also developed a cataract. So it was nice actually for once to be the youngest patient in a room when I was getting cataract surgery. Other treatments that I've tried, as you can see, if you're offended by my big foot, I'm not really bothered. Acupuncture has been fantastic for nerve pain. I've also been on different types of nerve drugs for nerve pain. They're also horrible. I don't like them. I've never liked any of them. The most effective drug for nerve pain in MS patients is probably cannabis. But we won't talk about that particular one. I don't want to get myself fired. But in the bad days, it was effective. There is a medical cannabis that has been approved for MS patients, but you have to jump so many hurdles to be able to be prescribed with it. And again, that's not fair. You know, it's just not fair that I have to fail on 5 or 6 different types of drugs in order for me to be able to put on the one that I know will work for me. And I would also say many, many other types of treatments and therapies. And that's the other thing, when you're living with a chronic condition, you're often a victim to therapies. People selling you snake oil and you think, it'll cure me, of course I'll try it. The amount of different things that I've tried over the years that have been a complete and utter waste of money. And I suppose that's another thing for people that are being diagnosed first, is to make sure that they get the right information from the right people. Reflections. I suppose, you know, it's a young person's disease. So you can get MS from 20 onwards. I had mine, like my babies were young. So it's vital that people get access to services. Access to disease-modifying drugs that have high efficacy. I can't even say the word. From the very beginning. You need to treat the patient, not the disease. And that's been mentioned several times today. And that's so important. Empathy, not sympathy. I don't want sympathy, but I do want some empathy. And that's not just from the medical profession, that's from where we work. COVID was a blessing for me. Absolute blessing for me. I now have hybrid working. Before that, I got 1 day a week, but I had to get a letter from my neurologist, sell a kidney, and whatever else, in order to be allowed to work from home for a day a week. So remember that. It's so important that people that are working in the workplace, that you can be able to continue to work, but we need our employers and our people to be empathetic. Continued innovation and research. I put up a picture there of socks. If anybody in this room can invent socks that will cool my feet, not those big lumps of things, just ordinary socks, that when you put them on, they're ice. Because if you do that, I would be forever grateful. But make sure we're consulted, and that's already been mentioned several times today. So finally, strength. You really don't know what strength you have inside you until you're faced with something. My marriage didn't survive, and we broke up 6 years ago. So it didn't survive living with a chronic condition. So much for that vow of in sickness and in health. That one went out the window. But you don't know until you're in a situation where the strength will come from, but it does come. I'm back. I knew I mentioned Healthy Campus, and this is where I'm going to mention it. So my own ill health sparked my joy for Healthy Campus. So when I came back to work, when I looked around and I thought, God, any of us here could be hit with ill health. And it began my journey of pursuing Healthy Campus and the value of Healthy Campus. And wouldn't it be fantastic if Healthy Campus became the norm for all of our third level sectors? So we taught people how to mind themselves. So we put half of you out of jobs so that we're not ill. But young people do not see ill health when you're in your 20s. So it's up to us to ensure that we teach them how to mind themselves in their physical health, their mental health, and we provide colleges and institutions who support that, and that we support our staff. And then they say, use it or lose it. So I went back to college back in 2021. I thought the grey matter needed a challenge, and I completed my master's. And I suppose that's what I'm going to finish on. There is always hope with a chronic condition, but we need support and we need help and we need access to services. But there is hope. I think hope is fantastic. Thank you very much.
We can have one question. Yvonne, thank you so much for that. It was so heartfelt, but also I think we can see the different components of the way illness entwines itself in our life, and the way the provision of healthcare and the things that healthcare can give us interact, and the importance of the person being central to how they're developed, how they're applied, and how they're chosen by you. So I think that was really helpful and really relevant to the day. We have time for one question. Is there one question from the floor? Or that's grand. We'll move on because we are running a bit late. So thank you so much. That was much appreciated. I'd certainly be interested to learning a bit more about your Healthy Campus, and I think we could probably apply it in the HSE as well. So now we're going to move on, without further ado and without further introduction, because it's already happened, to Dr. Andrew McCluskey, who will provide us with our final sort of talk, well, our penultimate talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Andrew McCluskey and I'm a lecturer and a researcher here within ATU. I've been fortunate enough to work across two of the campuses within ATU, formerly here at the Sligo campus, and now I'm positioned in the Donegal campus, which is where the majority of my research takes place. I say the majority of the research because we do have some strong project collaborators, not just within ATU, but also further afield with Ulster University of Coleraine and also Lund University, Sweden as well. So collectively, my research is all about the development of new therapies or new drugs for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. And today I'm going to present to you my research on pancreatic G-protein coupled receptors and their evaluation as novel targets for innovative diabetic therapies. So before jumping right in, just to give you an overview of what I'm going to cover today in my presentation. So as I said originally, my focus is all about the development of novel therapies for type 2 diabetes. But just from the outset, I just want to make you all aware that my research is very much preclinical research. So in other words, at the very early stages of development. And for any drug to reach, I suppose, full-scale clinical trials, a lot of preclinical analysis has to be undertaken. So I hope this does provide some insight to you to what sort of preclinical analysis has to be conducted beforehand for an anti-diabetic drug. So first of all, we're going to have a look at where we're at now in terms of the prevalence of diabetes, not just worldwide, but specifically within the Republic of Ireland. And more importantly, what is that set to look like in the next 10, 20 and 30 years' time? Secondly, we're going to explore the multiple pathogenic factors that contribute to both the onset and the development of type 2 diabetes. So whilst diabetes as a whole is typified by hyperglycemia or elevated blood sugar levels, there are multiple tissues and multiple organs that play a role in that process. Next then, we're going to explore current therapies. So what is the first line of therapy at the moment, such as our metformin? And what is the novel drugs or new drugs that are currently on the market, particularly within the last 10 years, that have really revolutionised diabetes care? And finally then, we're going to explore G-protein coupled receptors. And this is really where my research comes into play, and how G-protein coupled receptors can be exploited as a potential new line of therapy for the treatment of diabetes. So over the course of my research, I've looked at multiple G protein coupled receptors, but today I'm going to focus on G protein coupled receptor 5,5, which has shown particular preclinical promise, and hope to share some of them results with you today as well. So where are we at with diabetes at the moment? What is the prevalence of diabetes? So over 500 million adults in the world are currently living with diabetes, a truly huge number. And worse than that again, there has been a 16% increase on the incidence of diabetes since 2019. So despite all the recent advancements that we've made with cutting-edge therapies in the last 10 years, there has still been a 16% increase in the incidence since 2019, as I said. Within Ireland alone, it's expected that 1 in 10 people are said to have diabetes. So even just thinking around this lecture theatre alone, 1 in 10. And in years to come, that is expected to go as far as 1 in 8. So it's grown and grown and grown, and really is something to be concerned about. And perhaps the most concerning statistic of all is that there's over another 500 million people that are said to have pre-diabetes. So pre-diabetes is where someone is not clinically diagnosed with either type 1, type 2 or gestational diabetes, but is highly likely to develop type 2 diabetes later on in their life. So where can we see things going in years to come? So by 2030, this number, globally that is expected to rise to 578 million people. By 2040, it's going to soar again to 642 million people. And by 2045, it's set to rise to over 700 million people. And this is rising even closer to 800 every day. So our statistics are constantly increasing. So subsequently, this casts a huge economic burden on towards our healthcare systems, and in particular, the HSE for the treatment of diabetes and its related complications, with Ireland being ranked 7th in the world for diabetes-related expenditure per person. So where exactly does this cost go? So the IDF have shown that individuals over the age of 50 that have diabetes are associated with an 87% increase in outpatient visits, a 52% increase in hospital admissions, and a 33% increase in emergency department attendances, which all contribute to that economic burden that I've talked about. Collectively, diabetes care equates for about 4 to 6% of our annual healthcare expenditure, and if you couple that with the prevalence of diabetes in Ireland at the moment, that's 1.2 billion to 1.4 billion every single year. So massive numbers here overall. So where exactly do these costs go? And you may think to yourself right away, okay, it's the expensive diabetes drugs, such as your GLP-1 agonist, for example. The recombinant proteins, very expensive to produce. Or maybe it's the devices, such as your insulin pumps, for example, also very expensive. But in reality, if you can see here in the pie chart, diabetes drugs and devices only account for 7.8% of our expenditure. And quite interestingly, if you look to the left-hand side, you can see that the drugs for the complications of diabetes almost double that. So right away, you can see here that it's actually the mismanagement of diabetes rather than diabetes care itself that almost equates for a large proportion of the costs associated with diabetes. So these complications include things like kidney disease, nerve damage, eye problems, cardiovascular disease, which is massive within type 2 diabetes, hypertension, skin and mouth infections, diabetic foot ulcers, and extreme conditions, then you'll have amputations. And as these complications then progress, this is where you'll see then your hospitalisation and your outpatient clinics, which obviously here from the pie chart make up the bulk of that expenditure. So there's obviously clear investment needed here for new diabetic drugs to tightly manage diabetes and prevent, I suppose, the subsequent complications. So next we're going to look at the multiple pathogenic factors that contribute to the onset and the development of type 2 diabetes, just so that we're all familiar with what exactly we are trying to treat. So diabetes as a whole is typified by hyperglycemia, so that's elevated blood sugar levels. But what's not commonly understood is that there's multiple tissues and multiple organs that play a role in this process. So for example, you may see increased glucose absorption or reabsorption in the kidney. In the liver, you may see increased hepatic glucose production. And in the pancreas, you may see decreased insulin secretion and increased glucagon secretion. So these are two key hormones that are required to maintain our normal blood sugar levels. So where are we at the minute with current therapies? So the first line of therapy is dietary and lifestyle changes. So reducing your calorie and carbohydrate intake and also undertaking more exercise. But unfortunately, a lot of the time, this is insufficient to curb that hyperglycemia. And at the present time, we have a wide range of therapies currently available. We've come a long way, really, in diabetes care. You'll have your metformin, which is, I suppose, the first line of therapy after lifestyle and dietary changes that will reverse the actions of the liver and reduce hepatic glucose production. Our SGLT2 inhibitors will reduce glucose reabsorption in the kidney. Our TZDs will increase insulin sensitivity. Our sulfonylureas, for example, will increase insulin secretion. And up at the top here, we have our incretin mimetics, typified by our GLP-1 receptor agonists. These have really revolutionised diabetes care in the last 10 years, and I'll talk a little bit more about those in the next couple of slides. If all of these treatments are insufficient to maintain normal glycemia or normal blood sugar levels, the last line of therapy is then exogenous insulin injections, which is something we want to avoid. So our incretin mimetics, as I said, really revolutionary in terms of diabetes care over the last 10 years. And once again, we really have come a long way in recent years also. So we started off with our liraglutide, a once daily injectable. We then went on to our exenatide, a once weekly injectable. So really good advancement there. Just recently in Ireland, we got approval to administer semaglutide. Okay, so it's a once weekly injectable, but it's also present in an oral format as well. Really, really potent molecule for lowering blood sugar levels, and it's also shown to reduce weight loss by up to 15% as well, so really advantageous. And just recently we have tirzepatide. It is FDA approved, yet to be prescribed in Ireland, but it will be hopefully soon in the next couple of weeks or even months. It's a once weekly injectable, an extremely potent molecule that not only lowers blood sugar levels, but has shown to reduce weight loss by greater than 20% as well. So a massively beneficial drug is due to hit our market soon. So what is so special about these incretin mimetics, or these GLP-1 receptor agonists, as I've mentioned? The key thing about them is that they target a wide range of organs that are all involved in maintaining blood sugar levels, such as the brain, the kidneys, the liver, and the all-important pancreas. And collectively, these molecules reduce body weight, blood pressure, plasma glucose, and they rectify dyslipidemia. And these are all clinical features associated with type 2 diabetes. In particular, the GLP-1 receptor agonists, or our incretin mimetics, play a really important role in the pancreas. And the pancreas is of particular importance in diabetes as it releases the critical hormone insulin, which I think we're all well familiar with from some of the talks earlier today. So how exactly do these incretin mimetics work in the pancreas? So here we have our pancreas to the left-hand side. And within the pancreas, we've got these specialized clusters of cells. They're called pancreatic islets, or islets of Langerhans. And these special clusters of cells are responsible for the secretion of insulin into our bloodstream. So on the surface of these specialized cells, we have what is called the GLP-1 receptor. So how I would describe how these actually work, it's kind of like a lock and key scenario. So here your GLP-1 receptor is like the lock, and your incretin mimetic, like your semaglutide or your tirzepatide, is like the key. So when it's injected into the body, the mimetic circulates around in the bloodstream until it finds the GLP-1 receptor, which is essentially the lock, and then in response, the cells then begin to secrete insulin and lower blood sugar levels. So really effective at what they do. They have their advantages, such as that they increase insulin secretion, and most importantly, they're glucose responsive. So they only work when blood sugar levels are high, so they completely omit the risk of hypoglycemia, which is vitally important. Another key advantage of GLP-1 receptor agonists is that they stimulate islet cell regeneration. So they promote, I suppose, the regeneration of these special clusters of cells that are often damaged in type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately, they do come with their disadvantages, with up to 20 to 30% experience in GI side effects, which is quite a high number. And most importantly then, we've got a cost and an availability issue. Okay, so we see some recent headlines. So Ozempic, which is semaglutide that I talked about previously, is a weight loss drug that are life changers for those that can afford them. And secondly, with RTE here, you can see patients struggle to source the miracle weight loss drug, and that's also talking about Ozempic or semaglutide. So as we've seen, I suppose, the prevalence of diabetes in Ireland, and I suppose globally for that matter, we've seen the limitations of the current therapies. So this clearly warrants the discovery of an additional or a new line of therapy for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. And this is where G-protein coupled receptors comes in my particular research. So over the course of my research, I've explored multiple different types of G-protein coupled receptors, but in particular today I'm going to focus on G-protein coupled receptor 55, also called GPR55, as it's shown particular preclinical promise, and just to show some of those results with you all today. So first of all, why G-protein coupled receptors? Why are they a good target? So as you can see from the pie chart, over 45% of all FDA-approved drugs are actually targeting G-protein coupled receptors. And then when we look at these specialized cells that I've talked about in the pancreas, these are the ones that secrete insulin, there are over 293 G-protein coupled receptors expressed in these cells. And within that, we don't actually know what the majority of these actually do. So like we have the GLP-1 receptor, we also have the GIP receptor, which are very well understood. But there are many others out there, we just simply don't know what they do yet in terms of our research. So this clearly warrants the investigation of the other G-protein coupled receptors within these specialized cells to see if they have an additional benefit to that of the GLP-1 receptor agonists. So as I've said, I've touched on GPR55 and I'm going to show some results on that for today. So what is GPR55? It is a novel endocannabinoid receptor, and it is highly expressed in the pancreatic islet. As I said, that's those clusters of cells that secrete insulin. But it's also highly expressed in the intestines as well. And in the intestines, we have the secretion of two key hormones, GLP-1 and GIP. So we've seen just previously all those beneficial actions of GLP-1. Finally, GPR55 is activated by a wide range of long-chain fatty acid agonists. So, to explore the therapeutic efficacy of GPR55 activation, we designed a preclinical investigation. So this is going to be slightly different to the stuff you may have heard up to date, but it's very much preclinical research, so involving cell lines and rodent models of diabetes as well. So to start off, we examined GPR55 expression, so that's the expression of the receptor itself, in these specialized islets and also in the intestines. Next then we went on to look at the effects of GPR55 activation in vitro. So this is with cell lines that we can physically grow in the laboratory ourselves. And we can assess the effects of GPR55 activation on insulin secretion, the proliferation or regeneration of those cells. And we also looked at the specificity of some of the molecules that activate GPR55 as well. Finally then, we tested out the effects of GPR55 activation in vivo. So here we used a rodent model of diabetes, and it is a high-fat fed model of diabetes, and yes, there are no prizes given for which one here is the high-fat fed model. But essentially it is exactly what it says in the tin. The rodent model of diabetes, the high-fat fed model that is a gold standard model, and it's given a high-fat fed diet for 4 months. And at the end of that 4-month period, it exhibits all the characteristics of type 2 diabetes, including weight gain, high sugar levels, and dyslipidemia, and more. So first of all, looking at GPR55 expression, and just to share some of the results that we have with you. So here, first of all, we see the distribution of insulin, that important hormone, and GPR55, shown by that high green fluorescence in the pancreatic islets. That's those special clusters of cells. And interestingly, when you merge the two images together, we can see that GPR55 is co-expressed on the cells that secrete insulin. So that was quite an interesting finding. We then looked at the intestine. We've seen high expression levels of GPR55 dotted throughout the intestine, and the all-important GLP-1. And once again, when you combine the two images, we can see that GPR55 was co-expressed on the cells in the intestine that secrete GLP-1. So next then we went to look at the effects of GPR55 activation using cell lines or in vitro. So first of all, we looked at the acute effects of a GPR55 agonist, ABN-CBD. So abnormal cannabidiol is a known activator of GPR55, and we examined its effects towards insulin secretion. So here, over a range of concentrations from 10 to the minus 12 to 10 to the minus 4 molar, we've seen a dose-dependent response on insulin secretion, so showing that GPR55 activation does induce insulin secretion. We then decided to repeat that experiment in the high glucose environment, respective of type 2 diabetes, And we seen then that the insulin response was enhanced in high glucose, showing that GPR55 activation stimulated insulin secretion in a glucose-dependent manner. So vitally important for any diabetic therapy. We then went on to explore the specificity of that molecule, that activator of GPR55, which is ABN-CBD. So to do that, what we designed a CRISPR-Cas9 experiment. There you can see the CRISPR-Cas9 system at play. And we designed it to delete the GPR55 receptor. So in theory, if the GPR55 receptor is not there, its activator should not work. Resultantly then, we looked at the downstream signaling of GPR55, which is intracellular calcium release. And we examined that, you can see by the line graph, but moreover by the area under the curve. We examined it in wild-type cells, which have the GPR55 receptor, and also in GPR55 knockout cells, which have it deleted with CRISPR-Cas9. And we've seen there that the calcium response is completely lost in GPR55 knockout cells, showing that ABN-CBD is specific for GPR55 activation. So finally then, back to this, our high-fat fed model of diabetes, and just showing some final results on that. So here we tested out the chronic effect of a once daily oral administration of ABN-CBD on plasma glucose levels in high-fat fed diabetic mice. So it was over a 21-day period, and they received one daily administration of the treatment. Up here at the top line on the graph, we can see the glucose levels of the diabetic mouse that received no treatment. On the bottom, we have our lean control, so our non-diabetic control, and then we have our various treatments. So more over here by the area under the curve data, that's our high non-treated control. We have our lean non-diabetic mouse with a nice low sugar levels. And then we've got 3 treatment groups, so sitagliptin, ABN-CBD, and then ABN-CBD plus sitagliptin to see if there's any beneficial effects. Sitagliptin is a drug that's currently on the market and is prescribed for diabetes. And what we've seen here was that ABN-CBD, the GPR55 activator, was able to outperform one of the drugs that's currently on the market. So finally then, we looked at some of the key circulating hormones that may be driving this glucose lowering effect. And the first thing we looked at was insulin levels. And as expected, we've seen a corresponding increase on insulin secretion with ABN-CBD, the combination, and then the existing drug on the market. But interestingly then, what we went on to see, we looked at the all-important incretins, our GLP-1 and our GIP, and we've seen the importance of these earlier in the presentation, how they can bind to multiple different organs and tissues throughout the body. Uniquely for ABN-CBD, that's the GPR55 activator, we've seen that it not only increased GLP-1 secretion, but also GIP secretion as well. So finally, just to conclude, with GPR55 activation, it's just one of the many G-protein coupled receptors that's of importance. We've seen that it is activated by non-toxic selective agonists. It induces insulin secretion and GLP-1 secretion. It increases insulin sensitivity and encourages the regeneration of those all-important pancreatic islets. So I hope this is, as I said, just one receptor, GPR55, and there are many others that need to be explored within the pancreatic islet. I suppose there are limitations with the current therapies, and I believe that GPRs in general may offer a new line of therapy for diabetes care in the future. So finally, I'd just like to thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions.
Perfect. Bang on time.
Okay.
We have time for one question, if anybody has one at this late moment. We have a question from Conrad.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm just wondering, what stage is the research at now, and what do you need to do to bring it to next stages?
With that, GPR55 is activated by a wide range of ligands. So ABN-CBD one that I mentioned about is only one known activator. So really the idea here would be, first of all, to explore all of them to see which one's the most potent activator of the receptor, first of all. And once that's done, then there'll be more preclinical studies done on different models of diabetes. And eventually the end goal will be hoping to bring that to a clinical trial, a small-scale clinical trial.
Brilliant. I think that's really exciting to see what could potentially be done for diabetes, and we can see at the beginning of the talk how relevant this is to many populations. So thank you very much for explaining what is quite a complex topic really simply and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting. And so we come to our final speaker, but after that there are poster awards and summary and closure, so don't head off after she has spoken. We have Joanne Regan Moriarty, who was one of the winning presentations from the Early Career Research programme yesterday. She's a lecturer in health science here in the ATU and recently completed her PhD. Her presentation is The Illness Isn't the End of the Road, A Patient's Perspective, the initiative of early participation in a multi-disease, community-based exercise programme. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. So my talk is, I don't think I need to go through the title again, it is quite a mouthful. So I would like to start by just thanking my supervisors, along with acknowledging and thanking many other people that have helped me in the last 5 years to get to my stage of finishing my PhD out. So chronic diseases are on the rise globally and nationally. And on the left there you can see that is a range of the prevalence of chronic diseases, of some of them in Ireland today. And you can see there that cardiovascular disease is still the most prevalent in Ireland, although I get the feeling maybe diabetes could be racing there and cancer at the minute as well. This, as we know, has a huge impact on the resources and the financial burden on the healthcare system. And with chronic diseases expected to rise by 40% in the coming 10 years, this is probably one of the greatest challenges of the Irish healthcare system. We do know that the role exercise plays in the secondary prevention of individuals who've had a cardiac event. We know that it's the cornerstone of cardiac rehabilitation. Programs that take place in the hospital, short term, it plays a key role. There's a wealth of research to explain why it plays a key role. There's a range of physiological and psychological benefits to increasing your physical activity that are well proven. However, research also tells us when these hospital-based cardiac rehab programs finish after their 6 or 12 weeks, so too does exercise levels decline as well. People tend to not keep up with their exercise. The good news is exercise isn't just beneficial for people with a cardiac condition, it also is important or plays a role in the management of many other chronic conditions, such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, and chronic pain. In fact, evidence-based research tells us that exercise is medicine for upon 26 different chronic conditions and can help out. So the background to where my PhD started, it started in 2015. Sligo University Hospital came to me, the cardiac rehab department. I came and asked to see would I look at getting involved in setting up a community-based cardiac rehab program. They noticed that their patients were going through their phase 3 cardiac rehab, doing really well, leaving really well, and within 4 years they were back again having another cardiac intervention or another cardiac event. So we went about developing a program just for cardiac patients. In the developmental stages, other healthcare professionals heard about it, they obviously talk, and they came knocking on the door seeing if they could consider sending their patients to our program as well. And as the research actually tells us, despite the different pathologies, actually the exercise prescription is very common for people with a chronic disease. So we went about developing it and we very quickly offered it to many other chronic conditions, and it became a multi-disease community-based exercise program. This aspect of my study, or my PhD, is the qualitative side of it. And what we wanted to do is explore the cardiac patient's perspective of taking part in a multi-disease community-based program, having been part of a cardiac-only program. And the rationale behind that is that the patient's perspective is really important in optimizing enrollment, effectiveness, and in adherence to the program. How do we go about doing it? Well, the methodology, first of all, we started by developing this program, and this was developed with lecturers here in the Department of Health and Nutritional Sciences in ATU Sligo, also with the School of Health and Human Performance in DCU, also clinical exercise physiologists, as well as the physiotherapists in Sligo University Hospital. This was a real world service before it ever was my PhD. We were looking at developing it, but we did get ethical approval to evaluate it at the same time. You had to be referred into the programme. You still have to be referred into the programme by a healthcare professional, be it through a hospital or through a GP. And the other eligibility for the cardiac patients is they also had to have completed phase 3 cardiac rehab, and they had to be category B on the National Exercise Referral Framework, which meant they could exercise without a healthcare professional present. Once they were eligible, we invited them to an induction session where they read a participant information leaflet, they signed consent, they completed a range of baseline questionnaires and health and fitness tests, and they started the intervention. The intervention was exercising twice a week. They were encouraged to exercise at moderate intensity, and they did about 60 minutes of exercise. With it being cardiac based, they had the extended warm up and cool down that was a part of BACPR guidelines, and the exercise prescription was aerobic and resistance training. After the first 10 weeks, we invited the cardiac participants to get involved in focus groups, where we followed a topic guide looking at their journey into the programme, their experience of the programme, what encouraged them to attend, what their perceived benefits were, and any improvements that they would recommend to the programme. All of these focus groups were transcribed, and they were thematically analysed reflexively using the Braun and Clark approach. So what were the results? We had 24 participants out of 51 that were invited to attend these focus groups over about a 1.5 year period, and they had a range of cardiovascular diseases, with most of them being coronary artery disease. We had 3 key themes, and they each had their own sub-theme, but the first theme was this moving from fear to confidence in those first 10 weeks. So that first, as you said, it breaks into sub-themes, the first one being fear and uncertainty. When they came to the programme, they were fearful of exercise exacerbating their condition or their symptoms coming back. They were frightened to exercise outside of the hospital setting, and they were uncertain, despite undertaking hospital-based programmes, they were still uncertain what they should be doing in terms of their exercise. The next thing that was evident was this need for continuity. They wanted a supervised opportunity to continue exercising. And I've been to the programme in the hospital, it's really good, but they were still nervous. They wanted a supervised opportunity to continue. And this link the programme had from the hospital to the exercise programme really reassured them that this is a good programme to come to. Over the 10 weeks, the increase in confidence was evident in most of them, and I'll come back to why I say most of them towards the end. But the increase in confidence was there. They turned around and they said they might have walked a little bit, but actually understanding how to do muscle activities, warm-ups, cool down, that was all new to them. So they really learnt over that time. And some of them did talk about exercising independently outside of the programme, but not all. And the last thing in this journey was that life beyond illness, and it was a lovely thing. They didn't see themselves as being a patient but a participant in the programme now at this stage, and they felt there was a real sense of moving forward in just those first 10 weeks. Now the programme carried on, but we just looked at them in the first 10 weeks. The second theme that was evident was the drivers of engagement, what kept them there. So the first one was the importance of scheduled exercise. That idea that they had 2 days a week where they knew they had to be, and there was a routine and it was in their diary and they didn't mess about with that. That was important to them, and that fostered commitment and motivation to exercising. The second one was the social connections. So they felt there was a collective reason why they were all there. They shared that experiences. There were some great stories anecdotally as well. And they turned around and saw themselves as all being in the same boat, all on the same wavelength. And there was real good social bonds forming across all the different conditions, but cardiac shared specifically as well. But there was also an interesting social side of it, social comparison. They started comparing themselves to other people, and they were looking at going, you know, well, actually, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. Or they kind of thought, well, if they can do it, so can I. You know, so there was a lot of social comparison, and that seemed to foster their confidence in their ability to exercise. And the last one was enjoyment. They really enjoyed the programme, and some of them even found that surprising. It's like they had bad experience in the past of exercise. from school or from wherever it was, they were surprised it was enjoyable, but also the music really helped. They talked a lot about Pretty Woman was apparently one of the songs. And they also talked about the variety of exercise that kept them, I suppose, engaged. And these are all quotes, and I hope you're getting to read some of them as maybe we go along. And then the final one was the theme, the challenges to keeping it up. And the first one was barriers. Work, yes, but mainly family. Looking after grandchildren and maybe looking after carers for family members. The last one, though, was quite a novel finding. I talked about the medical oversight was a real strength to the programme, but there was also a concern that it was also becoming dependent. The dependency had moved from the hospital to the actual community. And they kind of talked about things like, well, if the programme stopped, I could end up back in hospital or I wouldn't exercise anymore. So some of them weren't inclined to exercise outside of the programme. So the key findings and the research impact. First of all, they did go from fear to confidence. This programme is a viable option for people to exercise beyond the hospital setting in the community. The predominant drivers mentioned, social support was important, enjoyment is important, as too is the routine and the nature of the programme. This risk of dependency is something we need to consider looking at. If they only exercise in the programme twice a week, it is going to hinder their ability to reach their physical activity guidelines of exercising 30 minutes 5 times a week. And finally, I think this use of social comparison is an interesting one because it does influence their perception of their ability to exercise, and it does give them the confidence to exercise. And what I do believe in conclusion is future development of this programme needs to probably consider demedicalising it even more, because we were taking blood pressures, we were taking heart rates, and that needs to maybe step away. We need to create that they listen to their own body more. And also we have a population here that are coming to exercise, but they're also love getting information. So we have an opportunity here to educate, encourage, facilitate them to exercise beyond this programme as well, I think is really important. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for that interesting talk and showing the effects of your your developed programme. I know somebody who goes to it and they are really enthusiastic about it. And yeah, you can't interfere with his schedule towards going to this programme. Does it have an end date, or does it at the moment they just continue?
They can continue. We have people still in the programme that started there in 2016.
Wow.
And they're called My Originals, but they are still coming to the programme. And they are actually our best advocates in terms of recruiting oftentimes as well.
That's brilliant. If you think about how many people lapse their gym membership and they're still coming to you, that's pretty impressive. Is there any question from the floor? We have one question from Mick here.
I don't know, did you see the presentation earlier on from Susan?
Yes.
Is there any overlap in that area?
I wanted to ask that question because that's in Galway and we're in Sligo, so we do. So the cardiac, that's where it started, cardiac rehab in the hospital here, do signpost and send them in our direction, and that's a lot of our participants, and that's where it started. I don't know if there is, as far as I know, there isn't so we're now called an Exwell Medical. We're all over it's over the country. We were the second outside of Dublin, but they're all the other side of the Shannon at the minute. I think Sligo is one of the only ones this side in terms of an exercise programme. But that is exactly what should happen, that when they complete programmes, because Susan's will be short-term programmes, they should potentially be signposted to something like this.
Okay, very good.
Great, thank you so much. So interesting. Problem. And nice to see that connection. So as you know, during lunchtime and the breaks, there was a chance to go and look at some really interesting posters. And these were judged at lunchtime by some people who managed to inhale their food. And we now have the poster prizes that are going to be announced. And Rochelle is going to come and help and give out those prizes.
Healthy Campus Initiative sponsored the prizes for the student, the poster presentations and the oral presentations. So the oral presentations were presented last night at the conference dinner, and then we have 4 poster presentations. So I give thanks to you. And if one of the conference committee want to take photos of this would be great. So the first prize, hopefully somebody is here from the project, is Ryan McGowan. Is Ryan here? Thank you.
So Ryan's research poster was gene expression analysis of G protein coupled receptors and their antagonism in pancreatic. Yeah. I can't read the writing, but anyway. Okay. Did you get one? Thank you. So, second, and we don't try and double award, but actually Celine and her colleague's poster was also nominated for award for the poster. So you can share the award with your wider colleagues if you'd like. And okay.
Got it? Yeah.
Third prize goes to one of my own, so I'm quite happy, and I wasn't one of the judges. Christian Mallon for the presentation on parental and perinatal risk factors associated with onset of IBD. It's a long walk.
Great, thank you.
And finally, Anya Sally and team. So for antagonism of a free fatty and receptor enhanced chemotherapeutic cytotoxicity in PDAC. Hopefully that was right. Just a reminder on your way out, if you could just sign for this on your way out, I'll leave it here.
Thank you, Rochelle, and I'm sure Conrad will say this afterwards, but thank you. Rochelle has been central to organising this along with her committee, so I think we should just acknowledge this at this moment, seeing she was at the front. So finally, to close the conference, Conrad Mulrennan is going to come and make a closing remark. He's part of the organisational committee, Associate Director of the Health and Biomedical HEAL Research Centre and Lecturer in the Department of Mechanotronic Engineering and Programme Coordinator of the Bachelors of Engineering in Mechanotronic Engineering Online Programme Research and Development and Innovation of Digital Health Technologies. And he will close the event. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anna. First off, I think that we'll just have to give another round of applause to all of our speakers and all of the postgrads who spoke yesterday and all of the poster contributors and all of today's speakers, because I thought it's just the last 2 days have been absolutely fantastic. The research and the voice of everyone here has been so powerful and so inspiring, and such great work to be listened to over the last 2 days. So well done to everybody. I'm not going to keep you guys too long now. I just thought that there was a few overriding themes from today's talks that just to touch on before we go. And I think, first off, a word of thanks to both Grania and Yvonne, because everybody else came up here was speaking about research or practice or things like that, but to come up and speak about your own personal journey and your own experiences is so much, it's so brave. So well done to you both, and thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. It is very much appreciated.
And I think from my take home from the last 2 days is, you know, there are terms that are used to describe it, the quadruple helix and things like that, but, you know, just not to pay lip service to the different groups that need to be involved. And I think, again, with Grania and Yvonne's talks, including everybody else, you know, the term community came up often today, and I think that's the term that we need to embrace going forward. You know, and all of us to come together as a community to solve these problems. And each of the communities, the sub-communities that make up the wider community, to be involved and for it to be inclusive, and not just to be lip service and box ticking. But, you know, if it is somebody living with a chronic illness and living with it, then they are the expert, and their voice should be listened to and appreciated in every conversation that's had about how they're going to manage their life and living with it. And anybody living with a chronic illness that I've ever met does not think that they are sick. They don't view themselves as sick. When you're ill and you're under the weather, and it might last for a few days, you know, yeah, you might feel under weather, but you know, you don't go around day to day. If you've got a common cold, a sniffle, something like that, you don't view yourself, I'm sick. You know, that's not how people walk around day to day. So we should stop categorizing people as being sick. The term patient is, I agree with the sentiment. I actually would go further. I think it's a pathway to dehumanizing people, because it takes away your, you know, it allows a person to become a statistic. It's easy to forget that there's a person there when you use the term patient. So we should take that away, at least, that there's a person there. Empathy has to be the overriding, the overriding concern when we're dealing with people. And then, you know, I think Chris captured it succinctly. You know, think of the end at the start. You know, and I mean, all of the speakers were fantastic today. And I look forward to hopefully welcoming everybody back next year, when hopefully, going back to what Martin had said, we've landed on the moon. So thanks to everybody who attended. It's been absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I hope to see you all back here again next year. Oh yes, and in a drive towards sustainability, if we could all leave our lanyards on the table outside the main door. Thanks, Hannah, for the reminder. We'll collect them and reuse them again next year. And hopefully we won't have to change the names. Thanks.